CHAPTER 1 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 1.
Well, boys, where have you been? The speaker, a sturdy looking, sun-tanned man, seated upon a homemade stool at a rough homemade table in a homemade house of rugged, coarsely sawn boards, with an open roof covered in with what one of the boys had called wooden slates, had looked up from his writing, and as he spoke carefully wiped his pen, for pens were scarce, and corked the little stone bottle of ink so that it should not evaporate in the superheated atmosphere before it was wanted again for the writing of one of the rare letters dispatched to England, these being few, the writer preferring to wait till the much talked of better days came, the days for which they had been patiently waiting 5 years. The boys looked sharply one at the other, their eyes seeming to say, "You tell him," but neither of them spoke, and the penman said sharply, "Hallo! Been in some mischief?" The boys spoke out together then, and muddled or blurred their reply, for one said, "No, fa," being his shortening of father, and the other cried, "No, sir," both looking indignant at the suggestion. "What have you been doing then?" "Fishing, sir." "Good lads!" cried the first speaker, leaning back on his seat, and starting up and grasping the rough edge of the table to save himself from falling, while the boys burst out laughing. "Yes, you may laugh, my fine fellows," said the first speaker rather pettishly, "but it wouldn't have been pleasant for me if I had gone down." "No, fa," said his son, coloring and speaking quickly. "I beg your pardon. I am sorry." "I know, Chris. You didn't think. I suppose it looked droll." "Yes, sir," said the other boy hastily. "I beg your pardon too. You thought you were in an armchair, didn't you?" "I did, my boy," was the reply, given in company with a weary sigh. "But granted, granted, and thank you. I'm glad to find that though we are leading this half savage life, you young fellows don't forget that you are gentlemen." "Gentlemen's sons, sir," said the second boy modestly. "Same thing, Ned Bourne. Well, so we're to have a treat. Fish for dinner, eh? Where are they?" The boys exchanged glances again, their eyes twinkling with mirth, and then they burst out laughing merrily once more. "A big basketful, boys?" and the speaker rubbed his hands. "No, fa," cried the first boy, "we haven't caught one." "What? Why, where did you go?" "To the upper pool, sir," said the second boy, "and there wasn't a fish." "Then why didn't you try the river?" "There is no river now, fa." "No river?" "No, fa. It was all turned into pools when we were there a fortnight ago, and now there's only a muddy spot here and there. All the rest have dried up." "Tut, tut, tut! What a place it is!" "Oh, it will be better soon, sir," said the second boy cheerfully. "There'll be a heavy rain, the river will fill again, and the fish begin running up from the sea. It is such a lovely morning out, and the flowers are glorious." "Yes, Ned, lovely and glorious," said the penman sadly. "It is, as I have often said, a perfect paradise, a beautiful garden. I don't wonder that the old mission fathers called it the Valley of the Angels. But though we can drink in the beauty of the place, it does not quench one's thirst, and not being herbivorous people, we can't feed on flowers. Oh dear! Then there are no fish?" "Not till the rain comes, fa." "And when do they come? The wet will find it easy to get to your skin, Chris, and to yours too, Ned Bourne. What a pair of ragamuffins you look!" The two frank, good looking lads colored through their bronzed skins, and each involuntarily clapped his hands to a guilty spot. That is to say, one covered a triangular hole in his knickerbockers, and the other pressed together the sides of a long slit in his Norfolk jacket, and they spoke together again. "I got hung up in the agaves, father, and the thorns catch like hooks." "A nail ran into my knickers, sir, when I was on the roof mending the shingles." "A very meritorious proceeding, my dear Ned. But there are needles and thread in the chest. Why didn't you mend your nicks, as you call them? Don't let's degenerate into scarecrows because we are obliged to live this Robinson Crusoe like life. It's many years since I read that book, Chris, but if I recollect right, he used not only to mend his own clothes, but make new ones out of goat skins. A stitch in time saves nine, boys, so mend your ways. I mean the open ways where the wind and rain get in. See anything of your father, Ned?" "Yes, sir. He's working away with Mr Wilton up in the far orange grove." "Far orange grove?" repeated Christopher Lee's father bitterly. "A grove without oranges! Is the blight, the scale, I mean, any better up there?" "No, sir. Father said it was 100 times worse." "But that was exaggeration, Ned," cried Chris eagerly. "It's very bad, but not 100 times worse than it was last time we were there." "Say 80 or 90 times worse, then," said Chris's father bitterly. "No, dad's right, sir," cried Ned Bourne. "The twigs and leaves are covered with those nasty little tortoise like things, and he says they are sucking all the juices out of the trees." "They might have waited till the fruit was ripe," said Chris with a grin, "and then been contented with sucking a few oranges." Dr. Lee smiled sadly at his son, and was silent for a few moments before saying, "That's bad news indeed, boys. It's like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I did hope that the orange trees were going to be better this year. It would have made up for that other disappointment." "What other disappointment, fa?" cried Chris sharply. "Over the peaches. I've been through the plantations this morning before I sat down to write home about our troubles." "But have the peaches got scale too, father?" "Yes, my boy, and every other blight and disease possible to them, without counting the dry, shrivelled state they are in from the drought." "Oh dear!" sighed Chris. "There seems to be nothing here but disappointments." "Oh yes, there is, my boy," said the doctor. "It is a land of beauty and perfect health." "Yes, it's beautiful enough, fa," said Chris grudgingly, "and it's wonderful to see Mr Bourne, who used to be so weak that he had to be carried out to lie in the shade. Well, now he can do anything. He runs faster than we can, doesn't he, Ned?" "Ever so much," said the lad proudly, and with glistening eyes. "And he carried that tree to the saw pit," said Chris, "the one we couldn't lift." "Yes, he has thoroughly recovered," said the doctor, "and we were none of us so well before in our lives." "But that makes it so bad for you, fa," said Chris, with something of his father's bitterness of tone. "How are you ever going to get a practice together if people will be so horribly healthy?" "What!" cried the doctor. "Horribly healthy indeed! Why, you wicked young ruffian, do you suppose that I want people to be ill? Thank goodness that it is such a paradise of beauty and health. Don't I have people come from 100 miles round with their accidents, broken limbs and cuts?" "Dr. Lee," said the other boy, who had been sitting on a flour barrel, very silent and thoughtful, and with his brow puckered up, while his voice sounded eager and inquiring. "What is it, sir? Are you going to defend Chris?" "No, sir. I wasn't thinking about what he said, but about the way everything we have planted fails. I can't understand it." "Can't you, my boy?" "No, sir. We all came here from England, didn't we, to seek for health?" "That's right, Ned." "Father gave up his living in Derbyshire, because if he had stopped any longer he would have died." "Yes, Ned, and Mr Wilton gave up his practice as a lawyer because his doctor said that he was in the last stage of consumption." "But you didn't, sir?" "I was not his attendant, my boy. I have never seen him or Mr Wilton till I met them here on this land they have taken up." "Did you think they'd die, sir?" "I was afraid so, Ned. I never expected to see them recover as they have." "Then I won't say it's a horribly disappointing place," cried Ned proudly. "I say it's beautiful and grand." "So it is, my boy," said the doctor. "But why have you begun talking like this?" "Oh, that's nothing to do with what I was going to say, sir," said the boy excitedly. "What were you going to say, then?" asked the doctor smiling. "That I can't understand it, sir." "Well, you said so before," cried Chris grumpily. "Of course I did. You needn't catch me up, Chris. I mean this, sir. I can't understand why it is that the trees and flowers and other things grow so beautifully here, while the peaches and oranges, bananas and corns are always killed by frost or want of water, when they are not covered with insects and grubs which make them wither away." "That's simple enough, my dear boy," said the doctor gravely. "All those things which flourish so well are natives of this part of the world, and grow wild. Those which we have planted are foreign to the soil, and grow after the fashion to which they have been trained by cultivation. Nature is a better gardener than man, but fruits of the soil that she produces, and which flourish so bravely, are not suited to our requirements."
"Oh, I see," said Ned thoughtfully. "But what about the millions of insects? Why don't nature's plants get blighted the same as ours do?"
"They are," replied the doctor, "only in the enormous space and amongst the millions of trees spread about. We do not notice that a part of them suffer. It is only in the plantations and orchards and gardens set apart by man for growing things quite foreign to the soil that the damage is so plain. Nature never meant groves of oranges to flourish here, or they would have existed at least, so it seems to me. As it is, we choose to settle down upon wild land that has been the home of the insects which annoy us ever since the beginning of time, and plant those foreign trees, so we must take our chance of their succeeding. Who's that coming across the plantation?"
"Mr Wilton," said Chris, running to the door.
"And father along with him?" cried Ned.
"Tut, tut, tut! To dinner, I suppose," said the doctor dismally.
"Potatoes and damper! Oh, boys, I did think you would have had a dish of fish."
CHAPTER 2 of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 2.
The gentleman named strode into the roughly furnished kitchen-like room, looking as unlike a clergyman and a lawyer as could be imagined, for both were dressed in well-worn garments, half farmer, half backwoods settler, the one with a thistle staff or spud in his hand, the other shouldering a double gun, which, following the example of his companion, he set up in a corner, in company with the spud and a couple of fishing rods and a landing net, before going to the broad shelf over the fireplace, upon which he placed a cartridge wallet, glancing at the same time at another fowling piece and 4 rifles hanging across upon hooks. The whole place was untidy, giving the notion to an observer that no woman ever entered the shanty. But the firearms looked clean and bright, and the gentleman who had just deposited the canvas wallet on the mantel board was probably answerable for the absence of dust, for he took an old silk handkerchief from his pocket, and using it liberally, flicked away a few traces of white wood ash which had floated up from the fire smouldering on the hearth, in spite of the heat of the day. "Hallo, boys," he said, "back again?" And without waiting for an answer, he continued, "What have you for dinner today, Lee?" "Potatoes damper." "Hang it all, man, there's a tin or two of preserved meat. One wasn't finished." "No," said the doctor, "I looked at this morning, and it had gone bad." "Too bad to eat for a hungry man?" "Yes," said the doctor, "unless he wants to poison himself." "This sounds cheerful, Bourne." "Horrible. There is of no use to save up," said the gentleman addressed. "You must give us the last tin of bouilli beef." "Gone bad too," said the doctor gruffly. "What? Have you opened it to see?" "No, the top and bottom are both blown up in a curve with the bad gas generated." "Well, upon my word! Hear this, Wilton. Can anything be worse?" "No. Who says home, eastward ho!" replied the gentleman addressed. "Look here, Lee. We've been talking it all over as we went well over the plantation this morning. Everything has gone wrong, and it's madness to try any longer. Why, it's 5 years since we agreed to join hands and lands and to work the fruit farm into a success." "Yes," said the doctor sadly, "and we've worked like slaves." "I'm afraid," said the gentleman addressed as Bourne, "that no slaves would have worked half so hard." "That they would not," cried Wilton. "There, it's a failure, and we'd better get to 'Frisco and take passage by a sailing vessel while we have the money. The plantation is going back to a state of nature, and we shall waste time by trying any more." "We ought to stay on for a bit," said the doctor, as the two boys stood listening eagerly and forgetting all about the poor dinner to come. "What!" cried Wilton with a bitter laugh. "Who'd buy it?" "Oh, we shouldn't make much only enough to pay our passage back to Liverpool. Some newcomer would be glad to have a place fenced in and planted, and with all the improvements we have made." "I for one," said Mr Bourne firmly, "will not be a party to selling such a miserable failure to a stranger." "Nor I," cried Wilton angrily. "It wouldn't be honest." "Well, I suppose not," said the doctor sadly. "I'm afraid, no matter how little we obtained, I should feel as if I had swindled my brother seeker for prosperity. There, I'll join with you in what you say. But what a failure we have made!" "No, no, not altogether," said Ned's father warmly. "We have found what we ought to think better than riches, eh, Wilton?" "Ha, brother grumbler, we have indeed," said the other. "I never expected to be strong again." "And we are," said Bourne, "strong as horses, thanks to you, Lee." "No, no, no, I won't take the undeserved credit, my dear fellows. Thank the climate and the outdoor life, the place is a regular Eden. Only it won't grow us foodstuffs to live upon, nor fruit to sell," added Wilton. "There, we've talked it over for years, worked till we have been worn out, and hoped against hope. The plantations are the homes of plagues of every noxious insect under the western sun, so let's give it up and go." "Agreed," said the others, and the boys joined in with a hearty "hurrah!" "Then you won't mind going, Ned?" said Mr Bourne. "No, father, I should like it, for some things," replied the boy addressed, and he looked wistfully at his companion. "What do you say, Chris?" cried the doctor. "You want to go then?" "Yes, fa. I should like to go to England again, but I should be very sorry to go away from here, for it is very beautiful, you know." "But you'd like the change?" "Yes, fa," said the boy frankly, "for some things; but I shouldn't like it if Ned Bourne were not coming too." "Oh, I should be coming too, shouldn't I, father?" said the other lad eagerly. "Of course, my boy. I dare say Dr. Lee will think out some plan by which those years of companionship may be continued," looking at his friend. "Oh, yes," cried Wilton eagerly. "That must be managed somehow. I should say Who's this?" "Company," said Ned's father, turning to look through the open door towards the track leading to the next plantation. "Our Yankee neighbour," said the doctor. "What does he want?" "It's a patient for you, Lee," said Wilton. "Hillo, you!" cried the newcomer in a lusty voice, but in a rather nasal sing song tone. "Doctor there?" "Yes, come in," was the reply, and a tall, sun dried, keen looking man in grey flannels, the legs of which were tucked into his boots, dropped the butt of his rifle on the earthen floor with a dull thud as he slouched into the room, to show the assembled party that the joke about a patient for the doctor was a good guess, and that many a true word really is spoken in jest.
End of chapter 2. CHAPTER 3 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.
Howdy all on you, two boys included. D'ye hear, nippers? I was a bit scared about catching you, doctor. You're wanted yonder. An accident? Cried the doctor quickly. Accident? Said the newcomer. Well, yes, that'll do. You might call him an accident, poor beggar, for he's about clay down to the lowest level. Some call him a loafer, but we'll say an accident, fatal accident, for I'm thinking he's too far gone for you, friendly, clever doctor as you are. Where is he? At your place? Nay, he's trudging along after me. I said I'd fetch the doctor to him, poor fellow, but he just found words enough to say he'd come after me, and he crept along. Yes," continued the American, turning to the doctor, "here he comes. Do what you can for him, and send him back to me. He can have one of the sheds and as much husk as he likes to lie on for the time he wants it. I don't think that'll be long." "I dare say we can do that for him, poor fellow," said the doctor coldly, as he stepped towards the door, and then uttered an exclamation. "For goodness' sake, Bourne, look here!" Both his companions and the boys hurried to the door, to look out where a strange, gaunt looking, grey haired figure came creeping along in the hot sunshine, walking painfully by the help of a stout 6-foot stick. At the first glance the red brown skin drawn so tightly over his face made him resemble a mummy more than a living being, while his worn canvas and skin garments clung so tightly to him that his bodily aspect was horribly suggestive of a clothed skeleton. Upon seeing that he was observed, he stopped short, leaning forward, resting heavily upon the stick, to which he clung, peering from beneath the shadow cast by his bony brows, while his eyes, deeply sunken in their orbits, seemed to literally glow. The next moment he turned slowly towards a rough bench fixed beneath a shade-giving tree, and sank slowly down with his back to the trunk, stretching out a long thin hand towards the doctor, while his dry greyish lips moved as if appealing naturally to him, the man he believed able to give that which he sought, help. "Oh, how horrible!" whispered Chris to his companion. "If I had seen him lying down, I should have thought that he was dead." The boys' idea was shared by all present, as the doctor stepped forward to their visitor. "That's how he looked at me when he came up," said their American neighbour. "He can't say a word, only point and make signs." "But where does he come from?" "Over yonder," said the American, nodding southeast. "I caught sight of him when I first woke this morning, ever so far away, and then forgot all about him for hours. When I saw him again, and he had crawled nearer, about 100 yards an hour I should say, he looked so queer that I went over to him and tried, as soon as I had got over the first look, to find out who and what he was." "Well," said Christopher eagerly, "who is he?" "You know as much as I do, squire, and that's nothing," was the reply. "But I guess " "Yes, what?" cried Ned. "Strikes me, young sir, that he's some poor chap who has been regularly swallowed up in the great desert of salt plains over yonder, lost his way, and his wits too, seemingly. Lots have been in my time." "What, crossing the plains?" said Chris. "Yes, it's like getting into quicksands. I never knew of any one before getting back again after once getting well in. It's going straight away to death to go there. This one's crawled out, poor chap, but it's only to die. Look at him, he's as good as dead now, all but his eyes." "Yes, it's horrible," said Ned, in a voice hardly above a whisper. "How can anybody be so foolish as to go?" "Ah, that's it," said the American, with a harsh chuckle. "They've seen yellow, or fancied they have, and been dreaming about it till it's too much for them, and away they go. Mad!" "Yellow?" said Chris wonderingly. "I don't understand you." "He's making fun of us, Chris." "Not a bit of it, my lad. said the American. "I mean it. He's had the yellow fever badly. I had an awful fit of it when I first came out here and took up land to grow things that won't grow. There were plenty of old settlers and people here in those days, who had come cram full of stories about the salt desert yonder and what it hid. They said that the old mission fathers who first came here to travel about among the Indians discovered an old city there, half buried in the drifting sand, and beyond it two great hills. They said that there was a great treasure in the city left by the old people who had lived there, and that the hills beyond were of solid gold, waiting for anyone who would risk all there was to meet and go. They said he'd come back the richest man in the world, if he did come back at all." "And did anybody go?" said Chris breathlessly. "Oh yes, my lad, as I said before; but no one had ever heard of any coming back to be rich. I didn't go hadn't pluck enough, I suppose, or else you might have seen me coming back like that poor chap there. Don't look very rich, do he?" "No, horrible," said Chris again. "Look, Ned, father's doing something to him." "Yes," said the American grimly, "and I expect we shall all have to do something to him soon." "What?" cried Ned excitedly. "Dig," replied the American, almost in a whisper, and the boys looked about at the beautiful scene spreading around, and shuddered as they felt the full meaning of their neighbour's words. "Ah, 'tain't nice to think about, is it, lads?" continued the American. "Much better to stop here and grow yellow oranges. Not that I've found it so," he continued with a sigh. "It's all been one horrible disappointment. Still, one is alive and well, while that poor fellow but he's very, very old," said Chris. "Old? Awful. Looks old too, from what he's gone through. I should say he has starved, and been dried up with thirst, and been hunted by those brutes of Plain Indians, and had all his seven senses driven out of him. But maybe I'm all wrong after all." "Oh no, I think you're right," said Chris eagerly. "You must be." "Must, eh? Perhaps it's all my fancy." "How could a man come like it, then?" cried Ned. "That's what we've got to learn, my lad. But most likely we shall never know, for take my word, that poor chap has found his way to this place at last as a quiet spot where he may lie down and die." "And my father won't let him," cried Chris excitedly. "Look, he's going to do something for the poor fellow now." The little group moved towards where the doctor was bending over his new patient, but he motioned to them to keep back, and all waited, watching him for the next 10 minutes, when he beckoned to Mr Bourne, who stepped forward, to find the stranger lying motionless and with his eyes closed. "Dead?" he whispered in awe-stricken tones, as he gazed down pityingly at the wasted object before him. "As near to it as he can be to remain alive," replied the doctor. "I can't let him lie here. Ask Wilton to help you bring the loose door from the long shed, and we'll get him upon it and carry him there." "Yes," said Mr Bourne quickly, and he hurried back to the others. "Come for the physique?" said the American, smiling; but on hearing what was required, he eagerly joined in to help, and in a few minutes the roughly made door was placed beside the unfortunate man, who was drawn upon it and carried into the long open shed, and placed upon a heap of sweet New Indian corn husks, over which a blanket had been laid. A homemade pillow being fetched by Chris from the shanty the party shared, and as soon as the stranger felt the restfulness of his shaded easy couch, he uttered a low sigh, opened his eyes, and looked up in the doctor's, but only to gaze in a strange, far off, stony way. "Gonna give him something now, doctor?" said the American. "Not yet," was the reply. "He's quite exhausted, and disposed to sleep. Did you give him anything?" "Mug o' water, with a drop of cold tea in. He seemed choked with thirst." "Then I will wait and see if he sleeps before I do more." "But say, mister," said the American, I didn't show him the way here as to plant him on to you. I thought you'd give him some pills now, and a draught to take in the morning. I could have done this for the poor chap. Hadn't you better do something of that sort, and let me take him back? What do you say to bleeding him when he has scarcely a drop of blood left in his body?" "Oh, all right. I don't understand that sort of thing, doctor. But I don't want you to think I meant to shuffle from helping a man out of a hole. Oh, I don't think that, Griggs," said the doctor warmly. "But the poor fellow must not be moved. He's in the last stage of exhaustion, and must have suffered terribly." "Precious old un, ain't he?" said the American, gazing down at the head no longer covered by the rough cap of puma skin that the patient had worn, and all noting the yellow, half bald head and the long, thin, perfectly white hair and beard. "A man of 70 or more, I should say," replied the doctor gravely. "170, you mean?" said the American sharply. "No, about the age I said," replied the doctor. "Well," cried the American, in a tone full of the surprise he felt, "you do surprise me, doctor." "Yes, let's leave him for a bit," said the doctor, as he saw that their visitor's eyes remained closed. "Perhaps he will sleep for a while." The party backed out of the airy shed used for storing corn in the season, and often utilized in the hottest weather for a sleeping place by the occupants of the shanty, and the strange visitor was left alone. "I feel mean over this job, neighbours," said the American, as they moved towards the shanty, "and now I'm going to be meaner and meaner, as I am here and have no time to see my victualling department. Got anything to eat?" "A very poor spread, Griggs," said Wilton, smiling, "but of course we shall be glad if you'll share it." "I'll call that rale kind of you, and I will stop, for I'm downright hungry and precious little to home. I say, if the President ever sends round for us to vote a new name for this part of the state, I should propose that we call it Starvationton. Why, look here, you're a deal better off for corn and hay than I am to home," he continued, as he sat back after munching potatoes and damper, and washing all down with fresh cool water from a little spring which never failed. "White wine too, as never gets into a fellow's head. But the place don't answer my expectations. Does it yours?" "Ours? No, Griggs," said Mr Bourne sadly. "We've made up our minds to give it up." "Not pull up stakes and go?" cried the American, bringing the haft of his knife down upon the rough table with a loud rap. "Yes," said the doctor. "Fruit growing here is fruitless." "Yes, because we don't get any fruit. But look here, you neighbour Wilton, you don't say anything. You don't mean to go too?" "Indeed I do," replied the gentleman addressed. "Hear him!" cried the American. "But you lads, you are going?" "Why, of course we should," cried the boys in a breath. "What, and leave me nearly all alone by myself? Well, as sure as my name's Thaniel Griggs, I call it mean." He looked round from one to the other, as if asking for an explanation, and rested his eyes last upon Mr Bourne as he added, "Oh, neighbourly, that it is." "We shall be sorry to lose so good a neighbour," said Bourne, "but what is to be gained by trying any longer?" "That's a riddle," said the American. "Give it up. Ask me another." "What can we do to improve our position anywhere near?" "Ah, that's another riddle, and not so easy as t'other. Got any more? For I give that one up too." "I think those two are enough," said Wilton merrily. "The fact is, Griggs, we have all come to the conclusion that we are wasting our lives here." "Where are you going then?" "Home," was the reply. "Ah," cried Griggs, "there's a nice sound about that. Home. Well, I shall go with you." "What!" cried the doctor. "To England? No, I didn't say that. But I'm not going to cross the herring pond. Your people yonder wouldn't take to me. But let's try some other place. Pull up tent pegs and take a location further north, and I'll go with you. What do you say, doctor?" that you are wasting your life here, Mr Griggs, and that I should strongly advise you to make a fresh start." "Along with you and the other neighbours?" "I do not say that." "Eh? Not too proud to have me, are you?" "Certainly not," said the doctor warmly. "You have often proved yourself too good a friend." "Ah, that sounds better, doctor. Just you think over what I said, and don't be in too great a hurry to go back to the old country. There, thank you for the dinner." "Dinner?" said Wilton contemptuously. "I wish it was." "Might have been worse," said the American good humouredly. "You old country folk have a saying about, 'You shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.' Well, that'll do in this case. New version. When you go out to dinner you shouldn't look at what people give you to put in your mouth. There, I'm off. But look'ee here, squires, all of you, I'm off now to go on killing blight and things; but as soon as you're tired of our wild man, just send me word, and I'll fetch him over to my place." He gave a comprehensive nod all round, and was passing through the door, but turned sharply round. "Here, I'll take just a peep at the poor fellow as I go, doctor, by your leave. Go on tiptoe, you know. Perhaps you'd like to go with me?" "Yes, I want to see him again," replied the doctor, and they went to the temporary hospital together, and found the stranger sleeping heavily. "Man must have gone through a deal to get to look like that, doctor," whispered the American as they stole away. "A great deal more than we know, or ever shall know, friend Griggs," replied Chris's father. "Oh, I dunno so much about that, mister. You once get him well, and he'll spin us a yarn, I expect, such as'll make our hair stand on end." "But how to get him well?" said the doctor, smiling sadly. "Oh, you go on, you'll do it. See how you mended that black fellow the horse kicked to pieces. It was wonderful. Made me wish I'd been a doctor myself. But there, I must be off back." He turned away, and after another glance at his sleeping patient, who quite fascinated him by his strangely weird aspect, the doctor returned to the shanty, where he and his companions began at once to discuss the bearings of the strange incident, talking over the possibility of the man having been lost, perhaps for years, in one of the great deserts towards the south, and having at last found his way back to civilization, while the two boys sat silently drinking in every word, associating their weird visitor with wild and stirring adventures in the unknown land. "I say, Ned," said Chris that night when they went to their rough beds, "shouldn't you like to go off right and see what the wild part of the country is like?" "I just should," replied Chris's companion. "We'd take rifles and plenty of ammunition, and go exploring. It would be fine." "But they wouldn't let us go," said Chris slowly. "Think not? Sure of it. Why, if I was to ask father to give me leave, he'd take me out to the long shed and say, 'Do you want to come back like that poor fellow there?' So would your father." "Yes, just as if it were likely. I dare say he lost himself, poor chap." "We shouldn't," continued Ned. "The way would be always to take bearings, and never lose sight of them." "Or take a big ball of white cotton and unwind it as you go," said Chris, grinning. "You're bound to find your way back then." "Get out! You're poking fun at me," said Ned quietly. "I know a better way than that of yours, which is of course nonsense. How could a fellow take miles of cotton in his pocket to unwind? No, I tell you what, the best way would be Chris, Chris, why don't you answer?" "Oh, what a dumb cough it is! Fast as a top in a moment. I never saw such a fellow to sleep."
End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4.
Chris was, as they say, fast as a top, but he was the first to awaken in the morning, according to his regular custom, just when the orange sun was beginning to tinge the east, and jumping up and scrambling on his clothes, he stepped out into the cool dawn. and with the intention of having a look at the bony features which had haunted his dreams. But just as he reached the open doorway and was about to step cautiously inside, there was a faint rustling sound which made his heart seem to stand still with the chill of horror which ran through him. For from out of the darkness where the stranger had been laid, a shadowy form rose up and came forward. The feeling of dread was only momentary, though it was succeeded by a strange shrinking from coming face to face with the awe-inspiring object of his solicitude. But the boy stood firm. "There's nothing to be afraid of," he said to himself; and then wonderingly, "You, father?" "Yes, my boy. What is it?" "I only came to see if the man was awake." "Half," said the doctor. "He is slightly conscious at times. You are early, my boy." "Not so early as you are, father," said the boy, smiling. "How long have you been here?" "All through the night, my boy." "Oh!" "I was afraid to leave him, he is so weak. I have had to give him a stimulant every hour to keep him alive. There, go now and don't talk. I want him to sleep." Chris stole away, and then stood thinking whether he should rouse up Ned to go to one of the pools higher up the nearly dry river, and bail it out on the chance of getting a few fish after all. But on second thoughts he let his comrade rest, and went into the lean-to on the other side of the shanty, where he busied himself in lighting a fire upon the stone and setting the kettle over it, after which he went cautiously indoors to return again with a tin canister, which upon being opened sent forth a fragrant odor. A few minutes later he was busy over further preparations, but only to be interrupted by the sound of some one at the door, giving 3 or 4 sharp sniffs in rapid succession. Then "Pig!" came from inside. "Oh, I say, what a shame! Might have woke a fellow up to have some too." "'Tisn't for me," said Chris gruffly. "Oh no, I suppose not. Who's it for then?" "The dad. He has been sitting up all night with that poor fellow. I thought he'd like a cup of coffee." "Good boy," said Ned. "I'll take Pig back." A few minutes later the two boys were making their way through the rapidly broadening morning, bearing a steaming mug of milkless coffee towards the shed, but only to stop short on hearing a strangely harsh voice talking slowly and solemnly for a few moments, before stopping suddenly to be followed by a few words from the doctor. Then all was silent for some little time, before Chris whispered sharply, "Father." This brought the doctor to the entrance. "Thanks," he said. "Very thoughtful of you, Chris. Go away now." The boys hurried back to the lean-to and made up the fire, to sit talking till the other occupants of the shanty began to stir, and the rough breakfast was prepared. "Been sitting up with the poor fellow all night, Chris?" said Mr Bourne. "Oh, he should have wakened me, and I would have relieved him for half the watch." The doctor was still in the shed, but he joined the rest when breakfast was ready, and answered the inquiries of his companions. "A hopeless case, I'm afraid," he said, "but I shall fight it out to the last. What, is he sensible?" continued the doctor, in response to a question from Wilton. "At times, but for the most part he keeps wandering about thirst and heat, and wanting to sleep. The poor fellow has evidently suffered terribly." After breakfast the doctor returned to the shed, while the others found business to do about the blighted plantations, but working in a dull, despondent fashion, for the recollection of their previous day's consultation about giving up was still strong in their minds. "There, let it all go for the present," said Wilton at last. "It's no use to talk about future plans without Lee being here." But the doctor was too busy with his patient to do more than join them at dinner, with no better report, for he felt that the man was gradually sinking. It was the same too at the evening meal, when the necessity of some one sharing the night watch came up for discussion, the doctor consenting to Mr Bourne taking the first half of the night, while he snatched a few hours' sleep. The arrangement was carried out, with Dr Lee ready and alert to take his position by the sufferer's bed at midnight. when Bourne announced that the patient had only moved once to ask for water. "I think he seems to be better. He is fast asleep now," said Bourne, after saying "good night," and then he left the doctor to himself. It was getting on towards morning when, making a faint rustling amongst the Indian corn husks, the doctor bent over and laid his cool hand upon his patient's brow. "Who's that?" came in a harsh voice. "The doctor. Water." This was supplied, and the sufferer lay very quiet for another hour, and then just as the first faint streaks of dawn appeared, the man asked who was there in a stronger voice, and upon being told, said, "Yes, that's right, come nearer. I want to speak to you." The doctor bent over his patient, whose voice as he spoke gradually grew stronger and more emphatic, and he went on speaking eagerly till long after sunrise, when he was silent for a few minutes, but only to begin talking uneasily again. But there was silence in a long shed that morning, when Chris took in a mug of coffee and came softly out again under the impression that his father's patient was asleep. And when Wilton and Bourne came out, they heard this as the report of the stranger's state. Breakfast time soon came, and the doctor joined them as before, ready to answer the first question asked as to how his patient had passed the night. "For the most part talking." "Then he is better?" cried Bourne. "In a way, yes," replied the doctor solemnly, and every eye was fixed upon him now, as Wilton said sharply, "You mean that he is worse?" "No, better for him, poor fellow," said the doctor sadly. "Nothing whatever could be done, and he was in horrible pain. It is all over now." "You don't mean to say," began Wilton, and stopped short. "Dead?" said Bourne in a solemn whisper. "Yes," said the doctor gravely. "The agony he was in passed away about dawn, leaving him calm, patient, and quiet in his right senses, talking to me long and earnestly for quite 3 hours, before he turned away and with a low, restful sigh went off to sleep, to wake no more." "You say he talked to you a good deal?" said Bourne. "Did he say anything about how he came to be in such a terrible state?" "Yes, he related everything to me clearly," replied the doctor gravely. "Ha!" cried Wilton. "Poor fellow, he must have gone through a great deal. How did it all come to pass?" "Give me time," said the doctor thoughtfully. "I should like to lie down and sleep for a few hours, for I have gone through a good deal since you left us, Bourne. To night we must lay him to rest. Afterwards I have a great deal that is very startling to tell you both to tell you all, I should say, for the boys may hear."
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. It was late that same evening when the occupants of the shanty sat about the rough board table. The stranger had been laid in his last resting place. Mr Bourne had read the service over him, and the American neighbour, who had been present, had stayed to partake of the evening meal. This latter had passed over almost in silence, all waiting then for the communication the doctor was to make. But he sat still, thoughtful and silent, till Griggs, after fidgeting a little in his chair, said, "I can't help feeling a bit sorry, doctor, for bringing the poor fellow over to you. I never meant him to stay." "You need no excuse, Griggs," said the doctor, rousing himself from his musing fit. "It was an act of Christian charity, and I am glad that we were able to share it with you." "That's right, and nicely spoken of you, doctor," said the American. "But I wish we had been able to help the poor fellow sooner. Here, I'm burning to know how he got into such a state. I suppose he told you?" "He told me a great deal," replied the doctor, "but the time was short, his words hurried, and what he said has set me considering as to how much is simple fact, and how much the imagination of a diseased brain." "Ha!" exclaimed the American. "Then the best way will be for you to tell us too. and then maybe we shall be able to help you sort it out, and untangle the real thread from the Tousley yarn." "Exactly," said the doctor. "Well, it seems that he was one of a dozen adventurous prospectors whose brains had been excited by one of the old legends respecting the discovery of gold by the old mission fathers in one of the deserts between here and Arizona. They banked their funds together, purchased necessaries and provisions, and started with a mule team and a large water barrel, furnished with pole and axles so that it could act as its own wheels, revolving and bearing its own weight. A contrivance, the poor fellow said, that answered capitally in the sandy plains, but only proved a hindrance in the rocky ground." "Not a bad idea," said Griggs, "if it had been all plain; for, as I understand, it is want of water that has upset every expedition out that way." When all was ready they started, well armed, as I understood him, making for the south and west. They had certain plans which they had obtained from explorers, and went out in full hope of discovering not only a new land of gold, but a city said to exist in the middle of one of the deserts, a ruin now, but containing fabulous wealth amassed by the Emperor Cuckoo, or whatever he was called, and fostered by the old mission fathers who had made the city their home. "Ha!" cried Griggs, "that makes one's mouth water. Go on, doctor." The latter looked at him seriously, and then continued. "All this sounded very clear and reasonable, but after a time there was so much of the marvellous in the poor fellow's descriptions that I could not help feeling that we were getting into the dreamland of an enthusiast." "Let us hear, Lee," said Wilton. "To be sure," cried Griggs. "I say that," said the doctor, "because, as I seem to gather, the adventurers had not been above a month upon their expedition before misfortunes began to assail them, and he talked for long enough about getting amongst Indians, who seemed to be always on the watch to hinder their advance." "Yes," said Mr Bourne thoughtfully, "I have read that the Indian tribes have had handed down to them by tradition the existence of great sacred treasures which they are bound to protect, and which would have been discovered long enough ago but for their watchfulness." "Never mind the Injuns," said Griggs. "You're sure to meet them if you go south, and treasure or no treasure, they are always on the kill and rob system." "I wish they wouldn't talk so much, but let father go on," whispered Chris. "They had fights desperate and many with these people," continued the doctor, "but they pushed on, to find as they plunged further into the desert that there were worse enemies to encounter." "Oh, that's nonsense!" cried Griggs. "He must have been off his head a bit there. It's the regular old cock and bull story about dragons guarding the treasure. I know those sort of things. Magic and gammon." "No," said the doctor, smiling. "The enemies he meant were drought, heat and fever, all of which helped to slay his brother adventurers. Some perished at the hands of the Indians, but more from exhaustion and disease, so that at last, after going through the most terrible privations, he found himself the sole survivor." "That's bad," said Griggs, "and bad at that. But I say, how long did this take?" "I don't know," and he could not explain. Time seemed to be quite out of his calculations. It must have taken years, for he said that he was a young and vigorous man when he started. "But look here," said Griggs, "'Merica's a big place, and I suppose he joined Mexico on to it in his travels, but you could get over a deal of ground in years. How far away was it from here?" "Distances seemed with him to be alike," continued the doctor. "Much of what he said in this respect seems to me to be all imagination, for he talked of the vast unknown land that he and his companions had penetrated, and in which they passed away, leaving him alone, poor chap, to find out that the gold story was all a hatch up, and that he had given up the best years of his life in a great hunt after a yellow nothing. Well, go on, doctor." "There is not much more to tell you," was the reply. "Then I'm right," said Griggs. "He went through all that to find nothing."
The doctor was silent for a short space before he continued. "No," he said, "you are wrong, according to the poor old adventurer's account. And here comes the strange part of his story. He said that he believed he went raving mad after being forced to cover the remains of his last companion with pieces of rock, and for a long time he could think of nothing but getting back to civilization. But the more he tried, the more he seemed to be led deeper and deeper into the great, hot, sandy, stony wilderness. It was as if something from which he could not escape kept on driving him to continue the search upon which he had started, till one day he came up upon a wider, more level plain of salt and sand, while in the distance, far down upon the horizon, he could see a clump of mountains towards which he made his way, toiling on day after day, week after week, as it seemed to him, and the range seemed to be always receding with tantalizing regularity, while he was parching with thirst and the tops were covered with snow. At last, though, when he had been compelled to lie down and rest every few steps from exhaustion, and after months of toil, he reached the foot of the mountains. "Poor fellow," said Griggs, "they must have been a long way off, and no mistake in dreamland, I'm afraid." "And I too," said the doctor. "This part of his narrative is very suggestive of a fever dream, but he spoke calmly and as if he believed every word to be true. There was a simple earnestness too in the way in which he told me of how, dried up as he was, he revelled in the ice cold water that trickled down from the mountain peaks in stream after stream which only meandered for a few hundred yards before every drop was soaked up in the burning sand." "That's the worst of the salt plains southward," said Griggs quietly. "I suppose so," said the doctor, "and this sounded very simple and truthful, but it seemed to me that here fiction was a good deal mingled with fact. He went on to say that these were the mountains of which he and his friends had been in search, for he was not long in discovering now that those hills were composed of the richest gold ore, while in a central tableland, some 2,000 feet up, stood the remains of the city of which he had been in search. This proved to be completely ruined, one mass of crumbling stone wall, but every here and there he discovered proofs that the old inhabitants had utilized the rich metal contained in the hills by which they were surrounded. The place had evidently been destroyed in some catastrophe, in all probability by the attack of an enemy, for not a trace save charred beams remained of the woodwork that must have been plentifully used, and in many parts he found the scattered and gnawed bones of the slain." "I should like to explore that place, doctor, and neighbours all," said Griggs, "but I'm afraid that the nation of people who built that city belonged to the imagination." "That was my own idea," said the doctor gravely, "especially when the poor fellow told me that he made his home there for years, taking possession of a little temple like place, covering the roof in with cedar boughs to keep off the sun, and living upon what he could secure by means of his gun." "And always getting a fresh supply of powder and shot from New York by mail, eh, neighbours?" "The narrative is most improbable," continued the doctor, "but it does contain elements open to belief." "But if he had discovered such treasure as that," said Wilton, "why didn't he get back to civilization so as to profit by it?" "To be sure," said Bourne, "but what about the Indians who ought to have been there to watch over the gold?" "He did not mention them," replied the doctor, "but his reason for not returning was that the poor fellow felt that he dared not attempt to go through the same horrors that he had encountered on his way out. He had friends with him then, but now he was alone, weak, and wanting in spirit. In fact, much as he longed to get back to civilization, he dared not attempt the journey, but kept on putting it off for years." "For years, eh?" said Griggs derisively. "Yes, for years, in the hope of some travellers or prospectors accidentally discovering the place. At last, though, he seems to have wakened up to the fact that if ever he was to see civilization again, it must be by some effort of his own, and so he made the venture, to suffer terribly, and finally crawl here to die, as we have seen." "But he told his story," said Griggs, "and I don't know, doctor, but it half seems to me as if you believe in the poor old lunatic." "I told you in the beginning that I was somewhat disposed to credit his history." "Oh, come, Lee!" cried Wilton. "My dear Lee," cried Bourne, "why, this legend of treasure cities and gold mountains is as old as the hills." "Yes, I know. I have heard it and read it time after time." "And don't know any better now, doctor," cried Griggs. "Oh, come, I say, what is there in this story that makes you more ready to believe it than any of the others?" "The simple fact that I have seen and talked with the historian, one who was ready to give me some tangible idea of the truth of his narration." "Tangible!" cried Bourne. "Yes, tangible." "Why, he had got no specimens with him, had he?" The doctor made no direct reply to the American's question, but went on to tell that his patient had concluded his short story by thanking him for his patient kindness. "My life has been a failure, doctor," he said. "You can make yours a great success. Mine was used up in discovering the great treasure. It was the work of years and years. You can go straight to the place by the bearings I have marked down for you as I came back. There, I give you that for which I have died, glad to be at rest. It is yours, and yours alone." "I tried to draw his attention to another subject," continued the doctor, but he smiled. "You think I am only a madman," he said sadly. "In your place I should have thought the same. You believe that the treasure is only in my weary brain. I am clearer now, and I can see by the way you look at me. But it is true. Take the skin belt from round my waist. It is yours. In it you will find what I brought from the hills. There are a few ounces, but where I broke the pieces off with a lump of stone, half gold, there were tons upon tons." I was not aware that he was wearing anything beneath his rag of skin, but when to satisfy him I cut through and drew away his pouch like belt, I could feel inside it pieces of something hard." "Gold!" cried Griggs excitedly, and the boy's eyes shone with excitement. "I don't know," said the doctor quietly. "What, didn't you look?" cried Wilton. "No. The exertion he made in trying to lift himself so that I could draw away the belt was too much for him, and every thought went to the effort to revive him from his swoon. But it was all in vain. The poor fellow came to sufficiently to show that he was conscious, and caught my hand in his to draw it towards where the belt lay. He pressed my fingers round it, and then lay gazing at me wildly as I bathed his face, until I awoke to the feet that I was trying to revive the dead." There was a silence then for a few moments before Wilton spoke the words that the two boys were eager to utter. "I'm afraid it's all the poor fellow's dream," he said, and then, "I have no hunger or thirst for gold, but I must confess to a feeling of excitement and desire to know what is in the belt." "Open it then, and let's all see," said the doctor, and he drew what looked like the well rubbed and stained skin of a serpent about 4 feet long from his jacket pocket, and lay it upon the table. "Skin of a rattler a copperhead, I should say," cried Griggs. "Well, not a bad idea for a cash belt. There's something hard in it anyhow," he continued as the doctor let the end drop. "But I say, look here, don't open it for a few moments, because I don't want for us to be disappointed." "I don't think we shall be," said Bourne. "It is quite possible that in his wanderings the poor fellow found gold, even if he magnified his findings in his imagination." "That's right, parson," cried Griggs, "but you don't see my point. What I meant about being disappointed was this: supposing this long shot belt sort of thing does hold so many nuggets of gold, what then?" "What then?" cried Wilton. "Why, it is gold." "To be sure, but what about finding the tons, doctor?" "By the bearings the poor fellow mentioned," replied Chris's father. "Right again, sir," continued the American. "But the bearings, where are they?" Every one looked hard at the speaker in silence. "I don't want to chuck cold water on what may mean a fortune for you, doctor. But look here. I'm not a sailor, but I do know that when you go to find anything by the bearings you have a sort of map or chart with compass points on it, and arrows and dots and marks to guide you in the way you are to go. What about them? Had he a pocketbook anywhere?" "Nothing of the kind," replied the doctor, "and I was surprised to find his belt." "Then the poor chap died a bit too soon, and he's taken his secret with him, I should say." "It seems so," said the doctor. "I had forgotten all that." And the boys drew a deep breath, as they suffered each a sharp pang of disappointment. "Well, I thought it just as well to speak out, doctor," said Griggs. "I wish you hadn't, sir," cried Wilton angrily. "You seem to have crushed out our hopes." "Better to know the truth and the worst at once, my dear Wilton," said Bourne. "Oh, I don't know that," replied Wilton. "The idea of discovering tons of gold does stir one a bit." "Ah!" sighed Chris, who was indulging in a golden dream, and he kicked out one leg under the table, involuntarily catching Ned on the side of the ankles in a way which made him utter a yell. "Here, don't shout like that, young squire, because you're a bit disappointed," cried Griggs, and without waiting for an explanation he continued. "Well, doctor, I vote that the belt be opened. Perhaps after all, these inside are only bits of glittering stuff such as some people think is gold, but which is only iron and sulphur. Anyhow, let's look." "Open it, Wilton," said the doctor, and the former sat with his elbows on the table, holding the snakeskin belt with his hands near the ends, so that they hung down over the fingers, softly lissom, while the horny middle sank in a curve. "Let's have it, squire," cried Griggs. "Go on ahead. You look as if you were making a plan for suspension bridge over our creek when it's full of water." "The skin seems to have been slipped off the snake by turning it over from the mouth," said Wilton, whose voice now sounded rather hoarse. "Those ends are wonderfully soft too, as if the skin had been well tanned." "Not it," said Griggs. "Say it was only dried in the sun and then rubbed soft. There, let's see what's in it. Hold it up by the tail and the nuggets all fall out." Wilton did as he was told, but the nuggets, if there were any, did not fall out, for the neck of the snake had been strained and dragged out till it was thin like the tail part, and had doubtless shrunk to its present proportions after the stones or metal had been carefully placed inside. The consequence was that Wilton shook and shook in vain. "I should take out my knife, open it, and slip the skin right up, if it was my job," said Griggs indifferently. "No, no, it would be a pity," cried Bourne. "I could do it," cried Chris, "if I might." "Try then," said Wilton, who hastily threw the long skin down, his hands being wet with excitement, which showed in a deck upon his forehead. Chris eagerly snatched up the belt from where it lay, and then dropped it, startled by the warning uttered loudly by Griggs. "Take care!" he cried. "That's a rattler's skin, with the head complete. Perhaps there's both poison fangs in the skull still." "Ugh!" cried Chris. "There, pick it up again, young un," cried Griggs, laughing. "There's nothing there but skin. The poison fangs went along with the flesh and bones." "Of course," said Chris shortly. "How stupid! Here, catch hold of the tail, Ned." The next moment the round belt was stretched out between them, and Chris's hand, as he passed it along the middle, felt within it so many hard round pieces of something about as large as marbles. While confining his attention to the one nearest the head, he worked it along to the mouth, and let it fall with a sharp rap upon the table, to lie shining dully in the light shed by the hanging spirit lamp. "Quartz, with gold in it, and no mistake!" cried Griggs eagerly. "Gold, with some specks of quartz in it!" cried the doctor, raising the heavy, rough rounded and hammered fragment nearer the lamp. "Yes, 3/4 gold," said Wilton, while after taking it in his fingers and handling it for a few minutes, Bourne laid it down with a sigh.
"Let's have some more, Squire Christopher," cried Griggs. But the words were hardly out of his lips before there was again a sharp rap on the table, and then another and another, the boy continuing till a dozen of the dull frosted looking specimens lay upon the boards, shining with a soft dull glow. "Excessively rich ore," said the doctor, breaking the silence, after the party had been busily turning over the pieces. "And no doubt about it, doctor," cried Griggs. "Well, that's yours anyhow." "No," said the doctor quickly. "You brought the poor fellow here." "Right, but you doctored him and made him able to speak. 'Sides, he gave it to you, and it's yours. What's more, he gave you the hills where the tons of it lie somewhere." "Yes, somewhere," said the doctor. "But where is that?" "Where the poor old chap came from. He ought to have given you the map with all its bearings marked down. Are you sure that he hadn't got it in his pocket?" "Certain," replied the doctor, "but he had no pockets." "Well, sewed up then in his jacket?" "I carefully examined that so as to get some information about him." "Of course," said Griggs. "Nothing more inside the sarpent, is there, Squire Chris?" "No," replied the boy, after running his hand along the soft skin until it touched Ned's. "It's all stuffed full of something of this last part to keep the gold from getting any further." "Yes, that's it," said Ned, "so as to keep the gold in the middle, and leave the ends soft to tie together." "It doesn't quite feel like that," said Chris thoughtfully. "If that had been meant, why wasn't there a sort of soft roll of something at the head end? I say, father, there is something like a roll." "Draw it out then, my boy," was the reply. "It won't come," said Chris. "We shall have to slit the skin here." "Nay, skin it out as if it were a bit of the rattler's body left in. Pull the mouth open over the neck. No, no, not like that. Draw it open a bit. That's the way. Now you'll do it, my lad." Chris jumped at the American's hints, and acting upon them, found that the task was comparatively easy, and in a few minutes a little roll of soft cream colored leather, about an inch in diameter and 8 or 9 long, carefully wound round with what looked like fine twine, but proved to be a remarkably fine kind of animal integument, lay upon the table. "Leather of some kind I mean soft skin," said Griggs, bending over the little roll as it lay before them. "Say, doctor, I'm beginning to think you've got the bearings after all. You must use your knife this time." "Yes," said the doctor, taking out a many bladed knife, and then pausing to pass the object round before going further. But the roll was returned to him quickly, in the impatience felt by all to see whether it should prove to be a scroll containing valuable information, and the doctor inserted the point of his knife beneath the thin twine like bond. There was a sharp sound as it was divided, and upon being unwound, there before the party lay the edge of a roll of very thin, carefully smoothed yellowish skin, looking like badly prepared vellum, only feeling far more soft. "A map, or writing," said Wilton hoarsely. "A map, I'm sure," said Bourne. "That's about it, sir," cried Griggs. "Say, neighbour, you've made a find, and the old man wasn't so mad as he looked." "So it seems," said the doctor, rather breathless in spite of his calm self contained nature accustomed to crises. "Are we on the brink of a great discovery?" said Wilton. "If so, how does the matter stand?" "It's the doctor's find," cried Griggs, and the two boys began to breathe audibly as they rested their chins in their hands and seemed to devour the little leather scroll. "No, you brought the poor fellow here." "Tchah! What's the good of fighting about what we haven't got?" said Griggs, laughing. "What do you say to whacks?" "What?" cried Bourne. "Share and share alike all round, when there's anything to share." "To be sure," said Wilton. "And I say that the youngsters come into the swim. Only look here, young squires, if there's nothing you get naught." "Agreed!" cried the boys in a breath. "Agreed all," said Griggs merrily. "Now then, doctor, open the roll and let's see. But before you begin, who'll buy my share for 10 cents? What, all silent? No buyers? Ha! There's speculation. I won't sell it now. Read away, doctor, and let's hear or see." Chapter 6 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The doctor carefully opened the roll of skin upon the table, while Chris turned the lamp up a little higher, keeping one eye upon his father's actions the while, and then scanning eagerly the plainly seen marks which pretty well covered the little guide, for that it was evidently intended to be, so as to give future searchers an easy means of reaching the treasure that the unfortunate adventurer had discovered. All gazed down at the skin, which had been smoothed out, and for some minutes not a word was spoken. But it did not take long for the whole of the party to come to the same conclusion, and it was this: that the adventurer had taken great pains in the preparation of his map for another's benefit, in case he should not be able to seek for the treasure himself, but that to make his chart available it needed something more. Griggs was the first to give his feelings words, which expressed the thoughts of the rest exactly. "This is all very well," he said, as he wrinkled his brow and scratched his head vigorously, "and is very nicely done for a man who seems to have begun by making his own makeshift for paper, and then his own pen and ink. What do you make this skin to be, doctor?" "The nearest guess I can give is that it is the skin of a jack rabbit that has been pegged out tightly and dried in the sun." "Same here," said Griggs. "But what about the ink?" "Ah, that looks like charcoal ground very fine, mixed with water and some kind of tree gum, and painted on with a pointed piece of wood." "That's just what I thought it might be," cried Griggs, "and a deal of trouble the poor fellow has taken with it. Look here, neighbours, east and west and north and south, plain enough. What does he say here? Yes, that's right enough, and means desert, plenty of it too. And what's here? No water, of course, and over again. N.W. That means no water, of course. Mountains under these stars, plenty of 'em too. More desert, and then 3 stars set triangle fashion about what looks like a square box, with some one's name on it." "No," cried both boys together, "it's Temple." "So it is, boys," cried Griggs, "and these dots all around it, I mean all square about it, must mean the city walls. Well, that's clear enough." "Look there!" cried Chris. "Yes, I'm looking," said Griggs. "What is it?" "That big W," said Chris. "That must mean water or well." "Very likely, my boy," said the doctor. "And these square bits must mean houses, I suppose," continued Griggs. "Well, it's a prettily done, careful sort of map, made under difficulties. Mountains here and mountains there, and all the rest desert. But he means whoever uses the map to go straight for the place, by sticking in all these little arrows right away from the northeast corner across the desert to the temple." "Yes, that's the way to go, plainly enough," cried Bourne. "That's what I thought, neighbour." "Well, then, what are you finding fault about?" cried Wilton sharply. "You talk as if you despised it." "Oh no, not I, squire. It's a very pretty little map, and took the poor chap a long time to do. But it seems to me that it's no good at all." "I don't understand you," said Wilton sharply. "Look here, he gives a starting place marked with a big dot, and the little arrows go right across to the 3 mountains and the temple." "That is how he described it to me," said the doctor. "Just so, sir. That's how I understand it, neighbours. But what then?" "Why, of course," came in chorus, as every one at the table grasped the hitch that the American had seen. "Ah, you all hit it now," said Griggs, laughing. "I think I understand what you mean," said the doctor thoughtfully. "So do I," came in chorus, and then Bourne said quickly, "Suppose you speak out and say what you mean, Lee."
It seems to me," said the doctor gravely, "that though this chart has been prepared so carefully, and points out the trend of the desert and mountains, and also where the gold hills, the city, and the temples stand, while the points of the compass are shown as well, it might be a chart of any part of the country, a mere patch or a territory of great extent." "That's so, doctor," interposed Griggs; "but you haven't quite hit it yet." "No, but I was coming to your point directly. You mean that the map gives us no hint of the direction in which the gold hills lie." "Now you've hit it right in the bull's eye, doctor," cried Griggs. "That's it. Say we made up our minds to go and look for it, starting from here. Are we to begin north, south, or east? Couldn't go very far west, because that would mean going straight out to sea." Of course," was chorused. "But we could find the place after all," cried Chris excitedly. "How?" said Wilton. "Mr Griggs can tell us which direction the poor old fellow was coming from." "No, he can't," said the personage spoken of. "He was zigzagging about all sorts of ways, and more than once after a stumble I saw him get up upon his legs and go back the same way he came, as if he was half blind." "Oh!" cried Chris in a disappointed tone. "You mean, young squire, that if I could tell you the direction from which he had come, all we should have to do would be to go right along his track till we saw the three mountains?" "Yes, that is something like what I thought," said Chris, who felt damped. "Wouldn't work, youngster," cried Griggs. "Even if he had come on the last day in a straight line, that wouldn't help us about how he came on the other days. And as to his trail, why, the poor old fellow had been on the tramp for years. Look here, all of you, I'll give you another chance for a speck. I'll take 5 cents for my share. Who'll buy? Don't all speak at once. What, no one? Well, you are a poor lot. Only 5 cents? Well, never mind. If you won't make yourselves rich, it's no fault of mine. I'll keep my share myself in a goose quill stooped up at one end with wax, when I get it." "I should very much have liked to go in search of that place," said Wilton, who hardly heard their American neighbour's words. "And I too," said Bourne. "Setting aside the gold discovery, it would be most interesting to visit the relics of the ancient city." "I could do it without seeing the old place," said Griggs dryly. "Depend upon it, you'll find it terribly out of repair. I should be dead on the gold. How do you feel, doctor?" "I should like to explore the old place," he replied, "but I certainly should make a point of getting all the gold I could." "Then why not try and find the spot?" cried Chris. "It must be somewhere south." "Yes," cried Ned. "Oh, father, don't let's give up without a good try to find it." The doctor laughed at the boy's eagerness. "Somewhere due south," he said. "A nice vague direction. Somewhere due south may mean anywhere between here and Cape Horn." "No, no, father," cried Chris. "Not so far as that. I haven't forgotten all my geography since I've been here, and I know that there are plenty of desert regions such as that poor fellow may have been wandering in between here and Panama." "Hear, hear!" cried Griggs. "But give us one or two, squire." Chris grew red and uncomfortable, but he caught his father's eye looking keenly at him, and he spoke out. "I don't know much about being exactly south," he said. "Perhaps some of the places lie east, but the old man might have been wandering in the mountainous parts of Colorado, or Lower California, or " "New Mexico," whispered Ned. "Yes, New Mexico or California, or perhaps I've got to Mexico itself." "Well done our side!" cried Griggs, thumping the table. "Three cheers for our own private professor of geography. To be sure, there's desert land in all those places, as I've learned myself from fellows who have been there. But what's Arizona done to be left out in the cold?" "In the sun, you mean," cried Chris eagerly. "That's the hottest and driest place of all of them." "To be sure," said the doctor. "The arid zone." "Dessay it's true," said Griggs. "I vote we go and see." "Why not Lower California, or one of the other states?" said the doctor dryly. "To be sure, why not?" said Griggs; and the boys, who smelt change in the air, thumped the table. "Quiet, quiet, boys!" said the doctor sternly. "I'm afraid, neighbour Griggs, that your plantation would suffer a good deal during your absence on such a wild goose chase." "What! My plantation suffer?" cried Griggs, chuckling. "Oh, come, that's too good a joke, doctor. Suffer? Have you been round it lately?" "Not for a year past," was the reply. "I've been too busy slaving over our own." "Then you don't know. Why, my good neighbour, it's in nearly as bad a condition as that poor old fellow we have just buried." "Have you tried to sell it to some immigrant?" "I have tried to swindle some poor fellow just come into the country?" cried Griggs sharply. "No, I haven't. I don't set up for being much of a citizen; but 'pon my word, doctor, I wouldn't be such a brute as to even give it to a man on condition that he would live there and farm it. Your joint plantation here is bad enough, but my bit's 10 times worse." "I join issue there," cried Wilton sharply. "It can't be." "Oh, can't it?" cried the American. "You don't know what it's took out of me. Why, I'd have pitched the whole thing up a couple of years ago, if it hadn't been for you three here." "What had we to do with it?" said Bourne sharply. "Everything. I used to see you folk and these boys plodding along, working like niggers, no matter how your crops turned out, and waiting patiently for better times to come." "Well, what of that?" said Wilton. "Of course we wanted to get on." "So did I, squire; and seeing you all keep at it so, when I wanted to chuck up, I pitched into myself and called him this chap, Thaniel Griggs, you know all the idle, lazy scallywags and loafers I could think of, and made him, Thaniel, you know, so ashamed of himself that he worked harder than ever. 'They've all cut their eye teeth, Griggy, my boy,' I said, 'and they wouldn't keep on if there wasn't some good to come out of it by and by.' And after that I worked away. But now you all talk of giving up, and say you've proved that there's no good in the place. What's the use of my niggering away by myself?" "You'd sooner go on such a wild, harum scarum search as this, eh?" said the doctor, looking at the tall, sunburnt man grimly. "To be sure I would. There'd be some fun and adventure in it." "And risk?" "Well, yes, neighbour. I don't expect it would be all honey. There'd be some mustard and cayenne in it too." "And danger of wasting her life as that poor fellow yonder did his." "Some," said the American coolly. "You can't make fortunes without a bit of a fight. I came here to this place to make mine, but there's no stuff here to make it of. If we should find the gold hills now, that would be something like. The fortune's already made. All it wants is for us to go and pack it up and bring it away." "And to find it first," said Ned's father bitterly. "Nay, it's already found, parson. The poor old boy found it, and gave up the job over to the doctor here, along with those title deeds, which don't say where the land lies. Oh, never mind that. I boggled about it at first, and thought it was a regular blind lead, but I don't know. Ameriky isn't such a big place as all that comes to. There's the gold somewhere, and we've got some sort of a guide as well as the right to it. We're none of us so old that we can't afford to spend a few years, if it's necessary, in hunting through first one desert and then another. Can't you see what a chance we shall have?" "I must confess I do not," said the doctor. "Well, I do, sir. We shall have those places all to ourselves. There'll be no one to complain of our making footmarks over their gardens and strawberry patches." "What about the Indians, Mr Griggs?" asked Bourne. "The Injun yes, there's the Injun; but we shouldn't go as one, we should be half a dozen; and if the foresaid Injun takes my advice, he'll stop at home and leave me alone. I ain't got more pluck in me than most fellows have; but though I called Thaniel Griggs all the lazy coons I could lay my tongue to, I've a great respect for that young man. Selfish or not, I like him better than any fellow in this country. and I should no more mind drawing a straight bead on the savage who tried to kill him, than I should mind putting my heel on the sleeping rattler's head while I drew my knife and decapitated him. There now." "Self preservation's the first law of nature, friend Griggs," said Wilton. "Is it now?" replied the American. "Then all I can say is that Number Two and all the rest of her laws have got to be very good ones if they come up to number first, sir. Oh, I shouldn't stop for no Injuns if I made up my mind to go, sirree. I should chance that, practise up my shooting, and never go a step without having my rifle charged in both barrels." "But can't you see that the chances are very much against any one finding this place?" "No, sir. It will be a tight job, no doubt it. But what one man could do, going without the slightest idea where to go nor what there was to find, surely half a dozen of us, counting the young nippers in, could do, knowing what the gold's there, waiting for us, and that we've only got to find the right spot." "Only?" said Bourne sadly. "Yes, sir, only. There, if I talk much more I shall want to go back home to see if there is one ripe orange on my plantation that I can suck. So I'll just put my opinions down straight. Those is them, I say, Squire Ned. That's bad grammar, ain't it?" "Horrible!" replied the boy, laughing. "Never mind, you understood it. Look here, gentlemen, there's a fine chance here for a fortune, and I say have a try for it, and take me with you to help, share and share alike. I'll work with you, fight for you, and share all the trouble like a man. It's worth the try, and I think so much of it, that if you say downright that you won't go, I shall see if I can find a trusty mate and go myself. There, that's all." Griggs threw himself back on his seat so as to get his back square against the wall, tilting the stool on two legs, and looked sharply round the table, and then at Wilton, who had risen and come round to him to offer his hand. The American looked at the long brown fingers and then up in their owner's face. "What's that for?" he said. "Want me to shake and then go home, because you're tired of me?" "No," cried Wilton fiercely. "It's for you to give me yours. I say you're right, Griggs. The place must be found, and I'll go with you to work and fight and throw thick and thin, for I believe in you as a true man. I'll go with you, and we'll find the treasure or come back, worn out, to die." "Not we!" cried the American, seizing Wilton's hand in his strong grip. "I'm with you, to stick to you, Mr Wilton, like a brother man. I'm ready to start with you to morrow if you like, if the doctor here will hand over that docyment. Any more going on?" The two boys sprang to their feet and looked at their fathers, who spoke as one man. "Sit down, boys!" they cried. "Why, you rash young reprobate," cried the doctor, "do you mean to tell me that you'd go off on this mad journey without asking my leave?" "No, father, of course not. Ned wouldn't either without Mr Bourne's consent. But I want to go with old Griggs, who has always been such a good fellow to us. I feel sure you and Mr Bourne both mean to go too." "What makes you say that, sir?" cried the doctor sternly. "Oh, first because Mr Wilton's going, and you neither of you like him to go without you." "Any other reason, sir?" "Yes, father. It seems to me that as we are going away to make a fresh start, it would be much better to go in search of this treasure than to be sailing straight back to England, not knowing what we should do when we got there." "Oh, that's what you think, is it, sir?" said the doctor. "By your leave, Bourne. Now, Master Ned, pray, what do you think about it all?" "Oh!" cried the boy addressed, speaking to the doctor, but looking hard and searchingly in his father's face. "I want to go with Chris, of course, and I think just the same as he does. Why, it would be grand, Mr Lee. We should have no end of adventures, and see the beautiful country." "And the dismal desert. Why, you romantic young dreamer, you'll never see a place south of here half so beautiful." "But what's the good of it being beautiful if we can't live upon it?" "Then you'd be glad to go?" "Oh yes, sir. cried Ned. Well, Bourne, it seems then that you and I will have to go back to England empty and alone."
"No, you won't, father," said Chris quickly. "I shouldn't go without you went too."
"And I shouldn't either, father," said Ned huskily, as he went and stood behind his father with his hands resting on Bourne's shoulders. "Here, I wish you two young fellows had held your tongues," said Griggs roughly, "because it's like filling a man full of pleasure and then making a hole and letting it all out again. But it's all right, lads, and thank ye all the same. No, you can't go away and leave your two dads. It wouldn't be right, and you couldn't expect to prosper if you did. But I wish they'd think as we do, and say they'd go and chance it. Raely, doctor, and raely, Mr Bourne, I'd go to bed and sleep on it. P'r'aps you'd feel a bit different in the morning. What do you say?" The doctor was silent for a few moments, gazing full in the American's face, the latter receiving the look without blenching. "Let me see, Mr Griggs," he said. "I've known you nearly 4 years, haven't I?" "Yes, 4 years, 4 months, doctor, and that's just as long as I've known you." "Yes," said the doctor at last. "Bourne, what do you say to all this? Shall we go and sleep on it?" The two boys caught hands and gazed hard at Ned's father, who was also silent for a few moments, before he drew a deep breath and said firmly "Yes, Lee, old friend, I say we go to rest now, think deeply, and as we should, over what may mean success or failure, and decide in the morning what we ought to do." "Shout, boys!" cried Griggs, springing up. "Not one of your English hurrahs, but a regular tiger rah rah rah! That's your sort. They mean to go." "Yes, Griggs, old neighbour," said the doctor. "In spite of all the terrible obstacles I can see plainly in our path, I feel that to morrow morning my friend and I will have made up our minds that this is too great a thing to give up easily, and that we shall decide to go."
Chapter 7 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. It was not until the doctor rapped sharply at the wooden partition that separated the boys from the men's quarter at the shanty that the murmuring buzz ceased. "Look here, you two," he said, "if you don't want to sleep, we do, so just be quiet. It's somewhere about 1 o'clock, and when getting up time comes you'll want to sleep." "All right, father," said Chris in a very wakeful tone. "We won't talk any more." But they did, in a whisper, for something in the way of recrimination began. "It was all your fault," said Ned. "I wanted to go to sleep hours ago, but you would keep beginning again about the bothering old chart." "Oh, come, I like that," replied Chris, who kept on wondering whether we should meet Indians, and whether they scalped people now. "Well, yes, I did say something about that. Only fancy though, how horrid!" "Shan't. We're to go to sleep. I say though, Ned, think we shall really get away from this bothering old hoeing and weeding and killing blight?" "Can't think. I'm nearly asleep." "Oh, what a thumper! You're as wide awake as I am." "Snore." "Gammon! Oh, and a sudden jump. What's the matter?" "You stuck a pin into my leg. Must have been a mosquito. I'll skeeter you to morrow morning, Master Chris." "Don't wait. Do it now." "You coward! You know that if I hit you, the doctor would jump up in a rage." "No, he wouldn't, because we'd creep out through the open door and go into the shed. Come on, I'm ready." "I shan't. I want to sleep." "I don't. I can't. I feel all over of a tinkle. I should like a set to. Come on out, and then I should like you to skeeter me." "Don't be a fool, Chris. Let's go to sleep and get ready for to morrow. My word, what a day we shall have! It seems wonderful. I can hardly believe it's true." "That is," said Chris, for there was an angry rap on the partition given by the doctor.
who felt as nervously excited as the two boys. The final rap brought calm though, sending the lads off into a deep sleep, which lasted till sunrise, when they stepped out of their rough bunks, hurried down to the water pool to have a bathe, and had just finished bathing when Chris caught sight of the tall, gaunt figure of the American striding through the Bartlett pear plantation. "Cooey!" cried Chris. "Oh, there you are, young uns," came in reply. "Morning. Well, what time will you be ready to start?" "Directly after breakfast," cried Chris. "Packed up your duds?" "No, not yet." "Well, look sharp." "All right, but if we go " "But if? Why, we're going." "I hope so," cried Ned. "But I say, Griggs, what are you going to do about your shanty? Are you going to lock it up and leave the key with the nearest neighbour?" "Tchah! Nonsense! I'm going to put together what I want in a mule car, ready for hitching the two kickers on, and then I'm going to take a hammer and a bag of spikes and nail up the door and window. I shall advise your governors to do the same here." "But of course we shall take no end of things with us," said Chris. "You won't, my lad. We shall load up 2 or 3 cars, but it will be with meal and tinned meat, bacon and ham, tea, coffee and sugar of course, ammunition, a few tools, a waterproof or two, and a tent. That's all." "What about clothes?" "Oh, we shall bring them on our backs. It's going to be light marching order, I can tell you." "That won't matter," said Ned. "I shall like it. I say, Griggs, it will be like one jolly great picnic." "Yes, if we keep well, and the Indians let us alone." "But shall we meet Indians, Griggs?" cried Chris excitedly. "Not we. Sooner go miles round. But they'll meet us, I expect." "Oh," said Chris thoughtfully. "But what for?" "To get our mules and carts and all we have with us." "But what about ourselves?" "Oh, we're no use to them," said the American dryly. "They'll pitch us aside as so much rubbish if we let them." "Get on!" cried Ned. "He's talking like that to frighten us. But I say, Griggs, what about the gold?" "Well, what about it?" "If there's tons upon tons of it, how are we going to bring it away?" "Ah, yes, I've been thinking about that," said the American dryly, "and I've settled upon this." "Yes, what?" cried the boys eagerly. "To find it first. It's of no use to settle how you'll cook your bird till you've caught it." "But we couldn't expect the mules to drag tons of metal across the desert." "Oh yes, we could, easily. We might expect a deal more than that, but they wouldn't do it. Get out! He's laughing at us, Ned." "Of course I was. Here, are your governors up yet?" "They weren't when we came out," replied Chris. "Well, I wonder at them, I do," said Griggs. "Sleeping with an idea like this to think about. I never had a wink all night. Say, this is going to be a change from pruning and reading, eh?" "Oh, it's glorious splendid!" cried the boys. "Is it? Wait a bit. Now come on. You're dressed enough, ain't you?" "Yes, quite right now." "Then let's go and hunt up the governors. I want to know whether they really mean business." "Oh yes, they'll go," cried Chris. "Think so?" "I feel sure of it." "So do I," added Ned. "My father's quite eager to go." "Bah!" cried Griggs. "I was afraid that after sleeping on it they'd draw back. This is good news, boys, for oh, how tired I am of drudging on here for nothing. Come on." There was not much need for coming on. They had not gone halfway to the big shanty before they came suddenly upon the doctor and his 2 friends, who met them with the customary good morning. "Well, Mr Griggs," said the doctor, "you've come to say that the idea of last night is wild and impossible." "Who told you so, sir?" cried the young American. "No one. I only came to that conclusion." "Then you thought wrong, sir, and perhaps it was what you had made up your mind to yourself." "Oh no, Griggs, we have decided quite the contrary. If there is any drawing back it will be on your side." "That's right then, sir. When do we start?" "As soon as we have settled our affairs and bought the necessary stores." "But we shall try and find a purchaser for the plantation, of course at a reasonable price," said Bourne. just about the value of what we have put into the place, the building and the tools." "If we wait for that, gentlemen," said Griggs, "we shall never get off. But you try." "Yes, we will try," said the doctor. "Of course, it will be amongst the settlers a few miles round." This was decided upon, and the doctor and Bourne rode off that morning, making a tour of about 30 miles from plantation to plantation, before they returned, tired out, to the evening meal, and found Griggs busy with Wilton and the boys just finishing up the tasks of thoroughly cleaning and oiling the firearms. "Back again, then?" said Griggs. "Will you want my hammer and spikes, gentlemen?" "Your hammer and spikes?" cried the doctor wonderingly. "What for?" "To lock up your doors and windows here, same as I'm going to do mine." "Oh, I see," said the doctor. "Yes, I expect we shall." "Didn't find no customers then, sir?" "Customers?" cried the doctor querulously. "Every one wanted to sell. My impression was that not one settler we broached the subject to would have taken our plantation as a gift." "That's about how it stands, sir," said Griggs. "They wouldn't. Why should they? It would only make them more work and less profit. You do as I do, sir I mean, as I'm going to do. Nail up the doors and shutters. I don't suppose any one would meddle with the shanty. If he did he couldn't take away the land, so it would be here all right if you ever came back and wanted it, which isn't likely, is it?" "Not at all," said Bourne emphatically. "Didn't say you were going gold hunting, I suppose, sir?" asked Griggs. "Not exactly." "Then some one did ask questions?" "Everybody did," replied the doctor. "And I said we were going prospecting." "Oh, you might have said the real thing, sir. They sneer at you as much for one as for t'other. But that don't matter. I don't know, though. If they knew as much as we know, we should have the whole settlement after us. Not that I should mind every one I know having a nibble at the yellow cake, but where half a dozen people might manage to find enough water, 50 folk would die of thirst, and perhaps tell us it was all our fault." "Yes, the smaller our party the better, I say, Bourne." "Which means I'd better stop out of it, sir," said Griggs shortly. "No, it does not, Griggs," cried the doctor warmly. "Certainly not," added Bourne. "You'll come with us, of course." "Well, that'll do, Griggs. No backing out," said Wilton shortly. "Now then, what about stores?" "I promise that 2 of us decide what money will be necessary, and then go over to Mainton with 2 mule carts, and spend it on such things as we shall want. That'll take a week, including the obtaining a sufficiency of ammunition." "Which means plenty, gentlemen, for we might be regularly besieged in our wagon, and have to beat the Injuns off." "I don't anticipate that," replied the doctor calmly, while the boys felt their nerves tingle. "But we will be prepared. Then we shall come back I mean, those who undertake the task will come back, and that will be all that is necessary to be done, save having 1 or 2 good discussions as to the route we shall take. Then we'll start upon our wild quest." "Wild indeed, I'm afraid," said Bourne. "Nay, not it," cried Griggs. "We've got plenty of time." "And plenty of room," said Wilton, laughing. "To be sure we have," continued Griggs. "Looky here, I've been thinking this little bit of a job over, and it seems to me as plain as A B C." "Indeed," said the doctor smiling. "How do you make that out?" "This way. We've got the map of the part where it is." "Certainly, and all we've got to find out is whereabouts that part lies." "Of course, and there lies the difficulty." "Difficulty, doctor? Not it. Now just look here. We've got, say, 3 states where it's likely to be. Say, at a guess, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico." "Oh yes, and California, Texas, and you can join on old Mexico." "Nay, the 3 I said will do for a beginning. If neither of them turns out right, we'll begin on one of the others. Say we give 2 or 3 years apiece to the first lot, with plenty of time, as aforesaid." "Then you're going to set aside 9 years of our lives to begin with, and when they're gone, wasted, begin another 9 years?" "Time won't be wasted, doctor. we shall have found out something or another. The question seems to me," said Bourne, "is it worth the trouble?" "If we'd got to spend 9 more years in making a fortune here, doctor, we shouldn't think the time too long." "Perhaps not." "Well, it wouldn't be in getting the gold, even if it took 9 years; and if we're lucky it mightn't take 9 months. It's all chance whether we hit on the right trail to begin with or at the last." "It's a wild and desperate adventure," said the doctor sternly, "and only excusable on the ground that we have wasted years upon this plantation and are now in a desperate state." "Oh, don't call it desperate, doctor. We're going on a job that's going to be full of fun. We've only got to hold together pluckily to do it. Why, it's as easy as easy." "To go and seek blindly through 3 great states for the spot delineated on this rough map?" cried Bourne. "We shan't go blindly, sir, you may depend on that. We shall keep our eyes open pretty wide," said Griggs, with a merry look at the boys. "Now look here, gentlemen. I tell you I've been thinking all this out, and it seems to me that we can cut it all down into a small patch." "How?" said the doctor. "By getting rid of all the outside useless bits of the job." "I don't understand you," cried Wilton. "Hard or easy, I've made up my mind to see the thing through. But just explain a little more what you mean, Griggs." "That's right enough, sir, I will. Now look here. We've got our map, or plan, whatever you call it." "Yes," said Bourne. "It's not very good writing, nor yet nicely finished off. But to my mind one thing's very clear, and it's this: wherever the ruined city is, it must be somewhere that hasn't been settled by immigrants and ranchers." "Certainly," cried the doctor. "That's clear." "Very well then, sir. If you think a moment, you'll see that you clear away thousands of square miles of settled country at once, where we needn't go to look." "Yes, he's right there," said Bourne. "Go on, Griggs." "Give me time, sir. Well then, the only parts we've got to search are those where the country's quite wild, and no one been there but Indians." "Exactly," said the doctor. "Then the parts we have got to search are not so half so big already, being only the bad desert lands." "Good!" cried Wilton. "Here's where the map comes in now, gentlemen," continued Griggs. "What does it say on it? What does it show?" "Very little," replied Bourne. "That's true, sir. I could make a better map myself. But it does show one thing, and that is the gold city lies amongst the mountains." "Yes, quite true," said the doctor. "Then here you are, sir. If the gold city lies amongst the mountains, it can't be any good for us to go hunting for it among the plains." "Of course not." "There you are then, sir. Look, as the proper maps'll show you. What a big hunch of these 3 states we're going to search is marked off as prairie land." "To be sure." "Then that is as good as half's what we've got to go over again. We've got to make for the mountain path always till we find those 3 sugar loafy bits the poor fellow marked down. Why, neighbour, we're cutting off a lot of pieces that we shan't need to meddle with. You see, it's coming down and getting less every time we begin to work." "There's a deal in what you say," said the doctor thoughtfully, "but the country is immense." "So was the Atlantic Ocean, sir, when Mr. Christopher Columbus set sail in his ship to find land. That was jumping right into the darkness." "Hear, hear!" cried Bourne and Wilton together, and the boys hammered at the table. "Yes," said the doctor more thoughtfully, "and he had nothing but a kind of faith to work on. You are quite right, Griggs. We have some grounds to go upon." "Instead of deep waters, sir," said the American, grinning. "And you being captain of the expedition, Lee," cried Wilton, "will have a far better chance of success." "Shall I? I don't see why." "You will, because you'll have a smaller crew one that will not rise in mutiny against you and want to go back." "How do I know that?" said the doctor dryly. "Because we promise you, to a man and boy, Chris, Ned, that we'll stick to you to the end." "Of course!" cried the boys together, while the others said, "Hear, hear." "That's all very well," said the doctor dryly. "We're sitting here comfortably at this table and in this shanty, and rough as it is, we have found it a comfortable home. We've had our evening meal, and we're going to lie down for a good night's rest. But wait till some day when we're all worn out with hunger and fatigue, out perhaps in some thirsty desert, without a roof to cover us, and surrounded by dangers such as at the present time we cannot conceive. How will you feel then? What will you say then?" "Never say die, father," cried Chris.
"Britons shall never be slaves," cried Ned.
"Nor Yankee Doodles neither, doctor," cried Griggs, laughing.
"I say, we'll all stick to our captain like men," said Wilton warmly. "And I shall clap you on the shoulder, Lee, and say, 'Thank goodness, we've fought through our troubles so far, and that pleases goodness. We'll go on bravely to the end.'"
"Ah!"
exclaimed the doctor, uttering a long drawn sigh.
"Yes, I find I shall be better off than Columbus, and I begin to feel that with such help I shall have a much easier task. There, we'll go. Our friend Griggs has put quite a different complexion on the expedition, and I begin to think now that all we have to do is to keep on till we find the ruined city."
"If it exists," said Bourne. "If it exists! Oh, it must exist, if you can say that of a dead city," cried Wilton.
"The poor fellow we buried may have invented it all, being so bent upon his search, and gone crazy at last and made up that chart out of his own head." "No," said the doctor thoughtfully. "I had the advantage of you others in being with him during his last moments, and hearing him talk calmly and sensibly to the end. He had suffered horribly from fever, and doubtless had been delirious again and again, but that chart was the work of no madman. Half an hour's conversation with him satisfied me that he knew perfectly well what he was talking about, and, after all said and done, there was nothing preposterous in what he told me. We have had proofs enough of there being rich gold loving nations in North, South, and Central America, who built great temples, the Mexicans, the Peruvians, and the nations who have left the huge ruins in Yucatan. I do not see why there should not be another gold city and temple here."
"Here?" said Bourne dryly. "Where?"
"In a desert place among the mountains that we are going to find, my dear sir," said the doctor firmly.
"Rah, rah, rah, rah!" roared Griggs enthusiastically, and the boys joined in the "tiger," as he called it.
"Don't say any more, doctor," he cried. "That's enough. I begin to think you are playing fast and loose, and as I said to myself, doctor's got too much shilly shally willy nilly in him to make a good leader of this expedition. But I don't now. I can see further than I did, and that you've been weighing it all over and looking before you leaped, and that's the right way to succeed. Gentlemen, and you two youngsters, we've got a grand captain, one that can lead us and guide us and cure us and set up when we're down. What more can we want? We're sure to succeed. I won't sell my share now for anything." There was a fresh cheer at this, and the party broke up to take the necessary rest. "Ned," said Chris, after they'd been in bed a short time, "we're off." "Yes," said Ned. "Rah, rah, rah, as Griggs has it. Hush, or you'll wake my dad." Chapter 8 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. "I didn't believe we should ever start," said Chris one morning at daybreak. "But you were wrong," said Ned, "and here's good bye to the old place." It was a month later, during which time the journey had been made to the nearest town, the stores and other necessaries purchased, and after preparations which had lasted till midnight, every one had declared that there was nothing else to be done, and all had lain down to sleep, Griggs included. he having decided to stay at the ranch for the last night, after bringing over his baggage and animals; and he had, by a gruesome kind of choice, elected to sleep in the long shed. "Where the poor old adventurer was put," he said, "and that will make me dream about him, and perhaps have some happy thoughts about the best way to go." There were not many farewells to bid, for the settlers at the nearest plantations were scattered widely about the district, and all for the most part too much worried about their own disappointments to pay much heed to a few neighbors who were giving up and going to try their fortune elsewhere, and for the most part were ready to sneer at the restless folk who were going prospecting where, according to their own ideas, they were not likely to do half so well. Hence it was that as soon as it was light, and while Griggs with a hammer and spikes was nailing up the last windows and the door, for which pieces of board cut into the exact size lay ready, there was not a stranger there to see them off. It was a busy time. They had all breakfasted by the light of the outdoor fire, which had boiled their coffee, cooked their damper, and frizzled their bacon, and now were all hard at work loading the dozen mules that had been purchased for the purpose of carrying their baggage, and in whose management every one had taken lessons from an old mule driver who had made many journeys into the far west. For there was much to learn. "Obstinate as a mule" is a good old proverb, and the party had plenty of reason for learning its truth. They had heard too of the vicious nature of these same animals. They were used as beasts of burden, and they seemed to have made up their minds to be a burden to every one there. The old Yankee, who had made many a journey with mule teams, had taught them, and taught them well, all he could about the mysteries of lasso and arrate, and the diamond hitch; but even after a fortnight's practice, it was not easy to bind the loads well balanced upon each mule's back without getting kicked; and when this was done, the mules having been disappointed at not being able to kick anybody, mostly made desperate attempts to kick at nothing, the result of which was the loosening of the ropes, so that the loads rattled, and in one case went flying. This load had been tied on by the boys, who stood looking at one another and then at the mule, which, as soon as it was free, gave its ears a few twinkles, shook its shabby tail, and then began to graze quite contentedly on some alfalfa grass or lucerne. "Come on, boys, don't stand looking on," cried the doctor. "Try again, or we shall be waiting for you. You must put your feet against the brute's side, and haul tight, as you were taught." "We did, sir," cried Ned, who was hot and angry. "Not tight enough, my lad. You'll soon do it better." "Not with this one, father. It's such a beast." "They all are, my boy," said the doctor, laughing at his son's perplexed countenance. "I mean such a wretch, father. It's so artful. When you've got the load on all right and balanced, and there's nothing to do but tighten the arrate, the nasty, spiteful, cunning brute waits till you begin to haul tight, and then fills itself full of wind and swells itself out. Then you pull till all is as tight as tight, and fasten off the knots." "Well, that's right," said the doctor, who looked, like the rest, wonderfully businesslike and ready for the journey, in leather, Norfolk jacket, knickerbockers, and cowboy's hat. "Yes, so we thought, sir," said Ned, "till I heard the brute sigh." "Oh, poor thing! It was because it had such a heavy load." "No, it wasn't, father. It was because it was breathing out all the wind again, and we didn't know what it meant till we found that the load was all loose, and when we went up to tighten it, the wretch wheeled round and tried to kick us, and because it couldn't, it kicked itself out of its load. Never mind, don't waste time, Chris. I want to start. We'll halt somewhere at midday for a rest, and set things right. After a few days' practice we shall get on better, and all these things will come easy." "I hope they will," said Chris, as the doctor went off to where the carefully folded tent and its poles and stretchers were being secured to another of the dozen mules which formed their team. "But look here, Ned, old chap, I'm not going to get in a passion now, and I'm going to save it up, and before long I'm going to show this gentleman which of us two is going to be master." "Oh, nonsense! My father said that we were to break the mules in with gentle treatment. They are obstinate, he said, because they've become so used to being beaten." "Old Dent told me that kindness is thrown away upon a mule. He said you must let go at 'em with your tongue and a good thick stick. But if when you're using it you see one lay its ears down flat and draw its lips away from its teeth and laugh, it's because you don't hit hard enough. Well, this one did." "Yes, I saw the brute grin," said Ned. "Well, just you wait. I'm going to save up this fellow's dose, and he shall have it some day with interest." "He told me," said Ned, "that you couldn't drive mules without using bad language." "He did, lots." "Yes, I heard him," said Chris. "I told my father, and he was angry, and said it was all nonsense. All you had to do was to shout at the brutes loudly, and as if you were in a rage. Then he laughed and told me what to do." "What was that?" said Chris rather breathlessly, for he was busy arranging the mule's load. "He said I was to stamp and yell and begin to decline a Latin noun to the mules." "Oh, bother the Latin nouns!" said Chris pettishly. "Who's to think of cases when you're driving a mule? Here, come on and help, I say. I nearly forgot." "Forgot what? I dare say we've forgotten lots of things." "But we mustn't forget this. We're loading the leading mule, and it's the one that wears that bell around its neck. Where is it?" "The bell? Last time I saw it was when father hung it on one of the gun pegs over the fireplace." "Oh!" exclaimed Chris, "and old Griggs is just finishing nailing up the door." "Then he'll have to unnail it again," said Ned grumpily. "Hi, Griggs!" There were two or three echoing raps with the hammer, and then a couple of finishing blows, before the American cried, "Hallo there! You're nailing up the mule's bell." "Who says so?" And there was the commencement of the driving in of another nail. "I do," cried Ned. "You must open the door again." Rap, 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 bang, 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 as another nail went home. "Can't be done." "But we must have that strap and bell." "Come and fetch it then. It's hanging on the hitching up hook at the end of the house." "Oh!" sighed Ned, in a voice full of relief, as he ran to the place specified, to lift down the bell and the collar strap, to come back ringing it loudly. "Oi, hallo there, steady!" Wilton cried excitedly. "Don't do that." Ned gagged the bell at once by thrusting his left hand in its mouth and holding the clapper. But the little peal he had rung had done its work of setting all the mules in motion, bringing them all up close to the ringer, who found himself in the midst of a knot of squealing and kicking brutes, who diversified their vicious play by running open mouthed at one another to bite. But they were all loaded at length. There was a final look round, and then a move was made for the long shed, whose big door gaped wide, and as their footsteps were heard there was a shrill neigh from within and the sound of impatient stamping. "This looks like a start at last, doctor," said Griggs, who came up last. "Yes, at last," said the doctor. "Got the map all right, sir?" "Yes, in my saddle bag. You said you had done everything that fell to your share?" "Everything but locking up at this door, sir, and here are the keys," cried the American, holding up a leather bag, in which he jingled the hammer and a few of the big nails within. "That's right," cried the doctor. "Now then," he shouted, "every one tighten this mustang's girths a hole or two, and sling his rifle across his back before mounting. Got your revolvers, boy?" "Yes, father, yes, sir," came in response, and the next minute half a dozen rough looking, wiry cobs were being unhitched and led out through the low doorway, to stand champing at their big bits, fidgeting to be mounted and given their heads for a canter. every one sees that his bag and blanket are all right," cried the doctor, and then Griggs' voice was heard. "Some one take my nag's rein," he said. "Will you, Squire Chris?" For answer the boy reached out and took hold of the strap, casting his eye over the sturdy little steed, which seemed too small to carry so tall a man as its rider. Chris noted that there was the long hide lasso rope curled up and hanging in its place by the saddle bow, and that the saddle bags were in their places, carefully strapped on, so that a tin bucket, which was also hung behind, should rest on one and not prove a nuisance to horse or rider. Ned was close to his companion, and he said, "I say, it would have been much better if we had kept to our old idea and had, say, 3 light mule carts. What a lot of these odds and ends we could have stowed out the way." "I said so too to old Griggs," replied Chris, and then he was silent. "Well, what did he say?" "Only grinned at first." "Well, what then?" "He said it would have taken so long and been so expensive, because we should have had to send an army of men on first to make a road all the way we were going." "Which means he was laughing at you." "Grinning, I call it. But I suppose he's right, because when you come to think of it, there'll be no track, and a lot of our travelling will be in and out among the mountains. There, that's the last door," said Chris with a sigh, as there was a loud bang following the creaking of hinges that had been rarely used. Directly after, Griggs' hammer came into play, making the horses restive and back away from the noise to the full extent of their reins. "Yes," said Ned with a sigh, "the last door. I say, Chris, now it has come to it, don't you feel a bit sorry to go away from the old place?" "Horribly," said the boy in a low, husky voice. "What fun we used to have!" "Yes," said Ned, "before everything got to be so dull because things failed so and made my father so low spirited." "He wasn't so low spirited as my father was, but I suppose there wasn't much difference," replied Chris, to the accompaniment of Griggs' hammer and the fidgeting of his nag. "Quiet, will you, stupid! He isn't going to hurt you." "I say, how jolly grumpy it used to make Mr Wilton." "Ha!" ejaculated Chris. "A year ago he was always ready for a bit of fun fishing, snaking, squirrel hunting, or seeking honey. But there, no wonder. He felt like father, that it was all loss, 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 and that it was unfair not to be at work. And it took all the fun out of our games." "Yes, no more games now, Neddy. Father said last night when we were alone that we must bid good bye to being boys with the place, leave all that here, and begin to think of being and acting like men." "Yes, and my father said something like that to me, Chris, and somehow now it has come to making the start, I don't feel as if I want to be a man yet. It was so jolly to be a boy here in the dear old place. Oh, bother the old gold. I wish that poor old chap hadn't come here to die." "So do I," said Chris, and his voice sounded very husky now as he gazed round him at the many familiar objects. "I say, look how my apple tree has grown." "Yes, and my pear," said Ned quickly. "It has beaten your old apple all to bits." "Well, of course it has," said Chris roughly. "Pears do run up tall and straight and weak. Apples grow stout and strong and slow." "They've done well enough." "Yes, but then see what pains we took to water and manure them." "Nothing else has done well." "No, nothing, as father says. It has all been like slow ruin coming on. But I like the dear old place all the same, because we helped to make it out of the wilderness into a great garden. Oh, Chris, I wish we weren't going." "So do I, but it's of no use to go on wishing. We should have felt much more miserable when we were starting to go back to England, not knowing what we were going to do. We should have had to go, and this is going to be like a great roving holiday, seeing something fresh and new every day." "So it will be. There, I begin to feel better now. I say, look at the sun rising. Isn't it glorious?" "Always is," said Chris cheerily. "How different it makes things look. I always feel better when the sun shines. There, good bye, old place, if we never see you again. But I say, Chris, we might come back some day, you know." "Not likely." "Why? We might find the gold, and then come back here to live. It wouldn't matter then about the peaches and grapes and things failing." "No, father wouldn't want the money then," said Chris thoughtfully. "I should like to come back, after all, but bing, bing, bang!" "That's done it, sir," cried Griggs, his voice ringing out cheerily in the morning air. "I'll tuck the hammer and nails in my pouch. They may come in useful. No, I can't, it's full. I'll tuck the hammer handle through my belt. Either of you youngsters got room for a few nails in your pocket?" "I have, Griggs," cried Chris quickly, and with something to do, the pain of their farewell to the beautiful scene came to an end. "Ready?" cried the doctor sharply. "Aye, aye," came back, and the horses shuffled and spread their legs. "Mount!" cried the doctor, and every one sprang to his saddle amidst the stamping of the mustangs' feet. "Lead on, Griggs!" cried the doctor. The American pressed his cob's side, and trotted to where the leading mule stood browsing, ready to raise its head, shaking the bell violently, and making a vicious snap at the horse's neck with its bared teeth. But Griggs was ready for it, and threw out one of his long legs, the toe of his boot catching the mule in the cheek and spoiling the aim. "Look here, my fine fellow," he cried, "don't you try that game again, or I'll fix a spike to the end of a stout hickory ready for lancing those gums of yours. I'm afraid you've got toothache, or you wouldn't be so ready to bite. Now then, ring up, get on." "Forward!" snouted the doctor, and as the mule led the way under the American's direction, the whole heavily laden team filed after, settling down steadily enough, the horsemen bringing up the rear, looking like a little detachment of irregular cavalry, as they wound along the tracks through the blighted plantation, straight away for the cultivated wilds. "Good bye to 5 years' labor," said the doctor, turning in his saddle for a last look. "5 years' disappointment," said Wilton sadly. "5 years of buried hopes," said Bourne slowly; but the boys were silent, neither daring to trust his voice. "And now," cried the doctor, "for 5 years of unburied hope and looking forward to the future. Here, boys, you ought to give a cheer. Who'll lead?" No one. The moments were too sad, for there seemed to be a thick black veil hanging before them right in front, and neither dared to think of what might be to come. Onward, onward into the future, with the wilderness unseen, waiting to swallow up the adventurers in the unknown way, the perils to be encountered happily hidden from them as yet. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. It had been decided that they should make for the farthest part known to them south and west, where the wildest country lay, and they had been twice before, Griggs having paid double that number of visits in search of game. There the cultivation ceased entirely, for the rich soil gave place to sage brush and a far stretching tract of salt or alkali desert, Griggs proposing that they should cross this, for after a good deal of questioning the settlers in that direction, he elicited the information that one of the settlers upon the verge of the good lands had seen a strange looking tramp, as he called him, pass his lonely shanty one evening, but feeling no desire for any such company, he had stood back among the trees, and his place had certainly not been seen by the stranger. "That shows we should be a bit nearer where he came from," said Griggs, "and it would be a fair day's journey for a beginning. we could find a spot to camp out for the night, and start early the next morning to see if we could not cross the bad land before dark." "How far would it be?" asked Bourne. "Ah, that we must find out from the man who lives nearest to the edge," replied Griggs. "He's pretty sure to have been some distance into the desert shooting, and even if he doesn't know, he'll be able to tell us where we can find water, for that's what we must always go by. When it's too far off for a day's journey, we must take our bottles and their little casks full." The mules soon steadied down. The day was hot, but not unpleasantly so, and after crossing a very wild patch, some miles in extent, they picked up a track and followed it, to come upon cultivated land again, and the track led them to a shanty built upon the bank of a river also dried into a series of pools. But as they approached the house and obtained a near inspection of the cultivated ground, it became very plain that no hoe had been between the rows of the fruit trees that year, and on riding up to the shingled wood house they found no sign of living creature, no ducks paddling in the pool, or fowls pecking about near the enclosed yard. All was still and silent. They had come upon another sign of failure, for as far as they could see, the place had been deserted for quite a year. "A sign that we are not alone in giving up," said the doctor. "But it will make a capital place for our first halt. Go and see what the water is like in that farthest pool, Chris. This one is nearly all mud." Chris urged his mustang forward towards where there was a glint of water through some trees 400 or 500 yards ahead. But he had not gone 1/4 of the distance before he was overtaken by Ned, who was as eager as he to see what the place was like. They soon knew. A carefully tended Far West estate, given up and allowed to go back to a state of nature. Fruit trees had been planted in abundance, but as the boys got further from the house, the wild vines and weeds were gradually mastering the useful trees, and in another year or two the plantations would have lost all trace of the hand of the man and be wild jungle once more. "I dare say there'll be fish enough," said Chris. "This is a deeper pool than we generally see. I say, how sandy the ground is here!" The next minute they realized why it was so sandy, for instead of its being a cleared track, it proved to be the dried up bed of a little sandy river, one that linked the pools together when the wet season came on. "It looks as if no water had been along here for a 12-month," said Chris. "Look there." His cob had seen the object at which he pointed first, and stopped short with its ears pricked forward to where, grey and glistening, a snake lay basking in the hot sunshine amongst some stones. But now, alarmed by the snort given by Chris's mustang, it began to glide away, passing amongst some dried up reeds and leaves, giving forth its strange, soft rattling sound with its tail all the while. "Well, we don't want to waste powder and shot on him," said Chris. "Come on," and they rode on to the edge of what proved to be a shallow lagoon some acres in extent, from which they startled a few waterfowl into flight, the ducks as they splashed along the surface before rising, starting off another occupants of the pool in turn, a little shoal of fish darting off and raising a wave which marked their course towards the middle, where, the water growing deeper, they disappeared. "Well," said Chris, "we know all we want to know now. There are rattlers about, and if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be a bad place for a long halt." "We can take care to avoid the snakes," said the doctor, "and as there is plenty of good water, we'll stay here till the morning. But as we are in such good time, 2 or 3 of us will ride on to see what the country's like further on. Perhaps the next plantation might have someone to give us a little information." Camp was formed then as far as was necessary, the fairly well built house offering plenty of shelter, and the place round ample grazing ground for the beasts. A hasty meal was made, and then Wilton and Griggs were appointed scouts, riding off and returning at sundown with the information that the plantation they were on was the farthest to be seen; all beyond was wilderness, but with nothing in the shape of high ground beyond, save in one spot where a hill or two rose faintly blue against the sky. "Isn't it jolly?" said Ned, after they had partaken of an exceedingly muddy meal, the water being fetched from the lagoon, and the fire for boiling their coffee having been made of wood that was indisposed to burn, while, no matter where they arranged the provisions, it was only to have them attacked by insects which came from under planks or stones, dropped from the rough ceiling of a decaying shanty, came flying, crawling, hopping, or with sharp raps as if they had formed part of the charge of a gun. But it was a change. Everything was fresh, and this first start had ended the monotonous drudgery of their unsatisfactory life at the plantation. So Ned had given his opinion that it was jolly, an idea which, now he had shaken off the feeling of depression at leaving what had for years been his home, Chris fully shared. For the boys' spirits had risen as they rode through the bright sunny day, and they only found disappointment in one thing, the fact of being compelled to regulate the pace of their mustangs by that of the heavily laden mules, whose rate of progress was about equal to that of an ordinary British donkey driven in from a common. Over and over again they longed to give their sturdy, well chosen little nags a touch with the heel to send them racing along through the dusty looking sage brush, but they had to be contented with plodding steadily along behind the train, save when Chris found that there was something he wanted to ask Griggs, who kept on by the leading mule and its bell, and then the question seemed to be so important and weighty that it took two boys to carry it. The first few times the doctor had taken no notice, but after Chris had cantered forward 4 times to rein up on one side of the American with Ned on the other, his father said dryly when he overtook him, "There's a good old saying that has to do with thoughtfulness, Chris. It is this: let your head save your heels. To apply it in this case it should be, save your pony's heels." "I don't understand you, father," said the boy. "Don't you? I only meant, the next time you want to ask about something that has been left behind, keep it in your head till you think of the next thing, and the next. You might collect half a dozen, and then you could go up and ask them all together. Do you see?" "Yes, father," said Chris. He turned rather red. "Be patient, my boy, and you'll have plenty of hard riding, perhaps more than you anticipate." There seemed to be no necessity for the precaution so near home, but the doctor said that they had better begin as they would have to go on when in the enemy's country, as he put it, with a smile. "Before long we may be where there will be risk of our animals stampeding or being stolen. Later on, when we are in the Indians' country, we shall have to guard up against attack, so we will divide the night into watches." This was before settling down for the night, and in about the deserted fruit farm. "Oh!" cried Wilton, "but surely this is being too particular. Every one is tired. We have had a very wearying day, being so early as we did with the packing and getting off." "Yes," said the doctor coldly, "but the success or failure of the expedition depends upon our being punctilious. A stitch in time saves 9, my dear boy." "But," began Wilton in a tone of protest. "One moment," said the doctor. "Let me make a suggestion. We want to start early every morning, for Unknownia. You will let me coin a name for the place of our search." "Of course," said Bourne. "We must always break the neck of our journey by getting over a good many miles before the heat of the day sets in." "That's very good advice," cried Griggs. "Very well then," continued the doctor, "we don't want to waste time in lighting fires and hunting up horses and mules that have strayed no one knows where in the course of the night, do we?" "No, of course not. I see," said Wilton. "I give in." "The man who takes the morning watch We'll have breakfast ready before daybreak, and then there will be nothing to do but load up the mules and start off the moment it is light enough." There were no dissenters from the leader's practical proposals, and he elected to take the first half of the night's watch himself, Griggs to take the second, and soon afterwards the animals were hobbled and left to graze. One of the barn like buildings was chosen for a resting place, and those who were free from duty lay down to sleep. The two boys naturally enough made up their bed of dry sage brush on the decaying floor of the building, and then, in response to the doctor's orders to get off to sleep at once so as to be well rested and fresh for the next day's work, they lay wide awake, talking in whispers. To do them justice, this was no fault of theirs. They were tired enough, but their eyelids felt as if they were furnished with springs which held them wide open, to stare through the open side of the barn at the glittering stars, while their ears were all on strain to listen to the different sounds that came from all around. At first there was the cropping of the horses and mules, as they feasted on the fresh shoots of the abundant growth, owing to the moisture beneath the little dry river bed having kept the coarse grasses pretty succulent. There was the hum of mosquitoes and the boom of big beetles, and every now and then the cry and answering cry of some animal unknown from out in the sagebrush. But for a time the lads lay silent, till a peculiar mournful shout, as it seemed to be, came from the direction of the lagoon, sounding so mournful and human that it was too much for Ned, who whispered, "Awake, Chris?" "Of course. Who's going to go to sleep with millions of things getting up your legs and arms and down your neck? I wish I'd taken off my clothes. Isn't it hot?" "Yes, yes. But did you hear that?" "Yes." "What was it?" "Owl," said Chris shortly. "I know it was a howl," said Ned, "but it was more like a shout or a haul." "Owl, owl, hunting about over the brush for young hares or rats and mice." "Oh, of course. I never thought of that," said Ned, and he settled down quietly for a few minutes before saying in a whisper, "I say, isn't it queer that one seems to hear hundreds of things now that one never noticed at home?" "I don't know. Perhaps we should have heard some of these ticks and squeaks and rustlings if we had lain awake. I say, Ned, I believe all the wild things from round about are coming to see what we want here." "Very likely. What's that?" "What?" "That flash of light. Is it a storm coming?" "Who?" "No, father threw some bits of dry stuff on the fire." "To be sure. But I say, Chris, that's why all these insects and things come creeping up. It's the light that attracts them." "Of course it is. I wish you'd go to sleep." "I will as soon as I can, but you needn't be so disagreeable." "Enough to make me. I'm tired, and you keep on talking like an old woman. Not frightened, are you?" "Nonsense, no. Huh!" Ned started up, his action following the ejaculation belying his words, for all of a sudden from near at hand came a dull thud, as if a heavy blow had been struck, followed by what sounded in Ned's ears like a shriek of agony. "What's that?" he gasped. "One mule tried to bite another in the back, had a kick for his pains, and called murder the muleys," cried Chris sourly. "I say, I shall have a bedroom to myself tomorrow night if you are going on like this." Ned was silent, for his companion's words rankled. "Perhaps I ought to have known," he said, "but it's all so strange lying out here in the darkness." He turned over on the other side, determined to sleep now, and he tried hard for quite a quarter of an hour, the effort seeming to make him more wakeful than ever, for his senses were all upon the strain, while as the night progressed fresh noises, some of them quite peculiar, seemed to arise. Once he started, for there was a heavy splash which in the clear air sounded quite near, but which was evidently from the lagoon, and it put to flight an idea he had been nursing up of going down to the sheet of water,
and ridding himself of his hot tickling clothes so as to have a good swim before breakfast. That was all over now, for that splash told of alligators swimming in the lagoon to his heated imagination. He had never heard of the reptiles existing in that part of the country, but he knew that there were plenty in the swamps further to the south, and there was no reason why there might not be some in the wild districts into which they were plunging. Another splashing noise succeeded, and he felt that it might have been made by a fish, and others which succeeded had been caused by a waterfowl. But all idea of bathing was dismissed. At last, after a long, hot lapse of time, during which he had given many a vicious rub to the unclothed parts of his body, and turned again, feeling as if there were far too many buttons on his clothes, which instead of confining themselves to their proper duty of holding the said garments in their places, felt as if they had become animate and were engaged in treating his flesh as if it was wax and they were seals. "Ah," he sighed at last, as the sounds grew apparently more dull and distant. Chris's breathing heavy and regular, and a feeling of restful ease began to pervade his being. "Old Chris is fast asleep, and I'm going off at last. Oh, how tired, how sleepy I do oh!" He did not rub now, he dared not, and that ejaculation was like a husky sigh, very low, but it was loud enough to rouse Chris into wakefulness. "What's the matter?" he whispered. There was no reply for a few moments, and Chris repeated the question, adding, "Did you speak?" "I must have been dropping off and dreamed it," thought Chris. But the next moment his name was uttered in a strange whisper. "Yes, all right, what is it?" "There's something on me," came back faintly. "Well, knock it off." "I daren't, I can't move." "What, is it so heavy?" said Chris mockingly. No, I'm afraid it'll bite." "A skeeter?" "No," said Ned more faintly. "Call to your father for help." "What for? Here, shall I strike a light?" "No, it might make it angry." It? said Chris, with all the petulance of one who had been previously disturbed by his bedfellow's alarms. "What is it?" "Down by the pool, the hot sand, you know, amongst the stones." "What, a snake?" whispered Chris, alarmed in turn now, and feeling the cold perspiration breaking out on his temples. "Yes, a rattler." "Look here, you boys," said a stern voice in a whisper from close at hand. "I begged you to." "A light, father, be careful," gasped Chris, and the next moment there was a sharp scratching sound, a flash, and a pale light played over the recumbent figures. "Now then, what is it?" "Oh, it's gone now," groaned Ned. "I felt it glide off when you struck the match, sir." "Leap off, you mean," said the doctor. "Rats don't glide." "Oh, it wasn't a rat, sir," said the boy faintly. "It was a rattler." "Nonsense! Not here." "Yes, sir, they swarm. Chris and I saw a big one down in the river bend this afternoon." "Pooh!" cried the doctor. "But this is your bed, not the river's. It is not likely that one would be here. If there were any about they'd be a deal more likely to favor me by the fire. You've been dreaming, my boy." "No, sir, it was too horribly real." "Real enough, but some little animal, a mouse more likely," said the doctor, putting out the second match he had lit most carefully. "Look here, have you boys got matches?" "Yes, father." "Be careful how you use them then. This place is as dry as tinder. Now then, go to sleep." He backed out of the place, and the boys lay listening to the rustle and crackle of his departing steps. "Think it was not a snake, Chris?" said Ned at last. "Yes, if it had been a rattler, father wouldn't have gone off like that. You didn't feel it crawl, did you?" "Yes, right up in my chest, and I bore it till I felt it touch my neck, and then oh, it was a horrid sensation." "Yes," said Chris slowly, "a
horrid sensation, but it wasn't a rattler. I say, think you can go to sleep now?" "I'm going to try. But I say, I never thought that sleeping out in the wilds " "We haven't got to the wilds yet," said Chris. "No, no, but this is bad enough." "Pooh! We shall get used to it, and think nothing of sleeping anywhere. I say, I was asleep, and you woke me out of a beautiful dream such a lovely one." "Did I?" said Ned, rather uneasily. "What was it?" "I dreamed that we had found the place just as it is on the map, and you couldn't put your foot down anywhere without treading upon gold, and then your rattlesnake came and spoiled it. Here, I'm going to sleep again to finish that dream. Can't you go now?" "I'll try," said Ned, who felt horribly ashamed about his false alarm. But it took no trying. 5 minutes later both boys were sleeping soundly, after this initiation in which they would have to encounter during their wild journey. Chapter 10 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Ned was ready to laugh at his scare when riding forward in the sunshine of a brilliant morning. He had been awakened by Griggs with a cheery hail, to find the cool, damp air of morning impregnated with the agreeable odour of coffee fuming away over the embers of a crackling fire, which showed up the browsing animals here and there in the darkness. Then came a hearty breakfast, over which the day's proceedings were discussed, and the doctor's decision accepted that they could not do better than strike right away in the direction of the hills seen the previous afternoon, making that their observatory for deciding future proceedings.
"Our plan of campaign is simple enough," he said. "We must avoid all traces of civilization, and keep to the wilds. The rest lies with chance and good fortune."
It was only beginning to get light when all set to loading up the mules, to find it nearly as hard a task as before; but it was mastered, a sharp lookout given round to make sure that nothing was left behind, and then the order was given, "Forward!" Griggs led off once more, with the biting mule's bell jingling, and the low brush, wet with dew, giving out a peculiar rustling as it was trampled down or passed through, the direction of the hill being determined by compass, the result of their leader's observation taken the day before. But soon after the darkness grew grey, there was a faint band visible in the heavens, which gradually broadened. Trees started into view to right and left, and after progressing some distance in silence, Chris and Ned, who had taken up their positions on starting right and left of Griggs, began to find their tongues and make remarks about the faint streaks of orange colour which lit up the zenith. Soon after it was as if the coming light of day was illumining them as well as the landscape, and they ended by asking questions and then talking loudly about what had passed in the night. Griggs was ready enough to reply in a bantering, boyish spirit in response to one of Chris's questions. "Yes," he said, "your dad roused me up out of about the most delicious sleep I ever remember to have had. Oh, it's just grand sleeping out in the open. You have so much room to breathe." "Why, you slept in the house place the same as we did," cried Ned. "I saw where you lay down." "Likely enough, but you didn't see me get up again. It was too hot and stuffy in there with things creeping into your hair and ears. I soon got up and shook them off so as to go and pick a place near where the doctor was watching, so that he should know where to find me. Then I lay down on one of nature's own spring mattresses, made by spreading a blanket over the sagebrush, and the next minute I was asleep." "But suppose there had been a rattler under where you lay down?" cried Ned.
"Well, then he'd have just had time to take one bite at the blanket and fill his teeth full of wool before I'd squeezed him flat. I'd weigh nigh upon 12 stone, horseman's weight, and that would have taken all the music out of his tail if he'd been there. But don't you make any mistake about those gentlemen. They've an ugly way of biting if they're obliged; but from what I know, the first thing a rattler does when he hears feet coming is to take himself away somewhere so that no one shall tread on his music." It was then that Chris annoyed his companion by relating the night alarm, though Ned was ready enough to join him in the laugh against himself. "Say," said Griggs suddenly, as they passed a clump of trees standing like an island upon a little elevation above the monotonous plain which had succeeded the oasis where the fruit farm lay in the solitude, and he pointed off to his left. "Say, what can you see anything, Chris?" "Yes. Ain't that the hill we got to make 'smorning?" "Yes, of course," cried Griggs, shading his eyes from the level sunbeams. "Then we're leaving it too much to the left." The opinion was endorsed before anything had been done, by an order from their leader, who had been using his glass, and now shouted from the rear that they should bear off to the left, and then make straight for the elevation dimly seen like a low cloud in their front. "Our boss is going to keep us all up to the mark and no mistake," said Griggs. "Only I hope he's going to play fair with us." "Why, of course he will," cried Chris indignantly. "I don't know," said the American, with a curious smile about the corners of his lips and a twinkle in his eye. "I don't think he was quite square in the night." "Why not?" "Well, you see, he had to rouse me up to relieve him about midnight, when I was in such a beautiful sleep that it was a sin to break it. And what does he do but snap it in about an hour before he ought." "I don't believe he would," cried Chris. "No, you don't, because he's your father. He ain't my father, and so I believe he did." "But did you look at your watch?" "Nay, but I felt as if his must have been an hour too fast, if he looked at it and found it 12 o'clock. Say, we might as well let watches take their chance now, and trust to the sun. He don't want any winding up, and we shall have plenty to do without seeing to keys and that sort of thing." "I shall keep mine wound up," said Chris decisively. "So shall I," cried Ned. "We don't want to turn savages because we are going into the wilds." "Just as you like, squires; but you'll do more good, I say, by being sure to wind up your revolvers and setting your rifles ready to strike one or two when they're wanted. I say, we must talk to the boss about having some shooting if we see a chance." "There's one then for the shot barrel," cried Chris excitedly, as he pointed to a hare, a jack rabbit, as they called it, just startled by their animal's feet, and bounding away as hard as he could go. "Nay, we're not going to waste powder and shot upon those things. I don't like that bitter sort of meat." "They are bitter," observed Ned. "My father says it's because they eat so many of the artemisia shoots." "Eh? What shoots?" cried Griggs. "Artemisia this stuff we're riding through." "Oh, the sage brush. Well, p'r'aps it is, but I allus thought it was from swallowing so much alkali dust. Regular soda plain this." "What are we likely to find further on, Griggs?" said Chris, after that gentleman had been remonstrating a little with the bell mule for trying to bite Ned's mustang, the said remonstrating being performed with the butt of his rifle, which had to be applied hard upon the vicious animal's head. "What are we likely to find to shoot?" replied Griggs, with a satisfied grunt, for the mule was plodding steadily on again. "Well, Indians." "But we can't eat them," cried Chris, laughing. "No, my lad. I should say buck Indian would be as tough as his own tepee, skin, lodge, hut, or tent. Matter o' taste though, I suppose. No cannibal that I ever heard of in our family." "No nonsense, Griggs," said Ned. "What are we really likely to find?" "The gold, if we are lucky," said the American dryly. "I mean, what are we likely to shoot for the pot?" All depends how far south we get, and whether we come into woods and mountains. If we strike them we may drop upon a flock of gobblers now and then."
"What, turkeys?"
"Yes."
"Splendid!" cried the boys in a breath. "But do you really think we shall find them?"
"Like enough, if we're far enough away from settlements and Indians."
"But if we don't find turkeys, what then?" asked Chris.
"I dunno. We're going into the wildest parts we can find, places that haven't been hunted over. We might come upon buffalo or a deer now and then. All depends upon our getting into quite lonely spots. But there you are," continued the speaker, pointing with his piece, and then administering another punch to the mule, who was beginning to smile previous to making a bite. "What are you pointing at?" asked Ned.
"Can't you see those birds skimming along just over the brush, my lads?"
"No," said Ned.
"Yes," cried Chris, "I see them. Partridges."
"Something of that kind. Prairie hens or cocks. They're good to eat sometimes."
"Of course. We've often had them. Here, I must cook a good thick coodle first chance, on purpose for this lovely playful insect here. We ought to christen him Mosquito. He's always trying for a bite out of something, hungry beggar. I say, dessay he wouldn't mind trying a bit of Indian." "Give him another punch with your rifle."
"No," cried Griggs emphatically, "never again. I did that idiotic thing twice over before I thought what a fool I was towards myself and teaching you two lads at the same time."
"How? What do you mean?"
"Doing what is sure to mean an accident some day. Can't you see? One holds by the barrel and reaches down the butt."
"Of course."
"Well, some day that means jarring the rifle off and sending its charge into you who hold the barrel. Never try such a thing, whatever you do. It's the work of an idiot, my lads. A man that does such a thing oughtn't to be trusted with a gun."
"Then we ought to take Mr. Nathaniel Griggs' rifle away from him, Ned," said Chris with a mock seriousness.
"Ah, you may laugh, my lads, but I deserve it," said the American seriously. "It gave me a cold shudder just now when I thought of what a mad thing I had done. There's more fooling about with guns than people think. Every now and then a donkey comes into a room, sees a gun, picks it up and presents it, saying to some one, 'I'll shoot you,' and pulls the trigger, bringing some poor fellow down. If ever you see any one aim at a person with a gun, knock him over and save accident. A poor boy or girl is shot, and then the idiot says, 'Oh, I didn't know it was loaded.' It oughtn't to have been, but at such times guns generally are. I don't know how many accidents of that kind I've heard of. We're always going to be carrying our piece on this journey, and never ought to have one out of our hands, so we should be the more careful. I don't want to be buried out here in the desert, nor yet go home again without a head. What would be the use of the gold to me then?" he added with a dry chuckle. "Ah, indeed," said Chris seriously. "But don't talk about it. I say, when you were keeping watch in the night, did you hear or see anything?" "Didn't see much, but I seemed to hear a good deal that was a bit strange."
"What?"
asked Chris eagerly. "Oh, I don't know. Creepy sounds in the black darkness under the trees, and splashings in the big pool, just as if it were full of 6 foot alligators waiting for something or someone to eat."
"I heard that," said Chris, "but it was only fish."
"Like enough, my lad. I never heard of any gators in these parts. Hallo, that was something. Nearly had me off."
"A snake!" cried Chris, for Griggs' mustang had suddenly plunged, bounding sidewise with a jerk to his rider which nearly sent him out of his saddle.
"Rattler, I expect. Nearly trod on him. Isn't bitten, or he wouldn't go on so quietly," added the American, turning in his saddle to look back at the trampled track they had made through the brush, but nothing was to be seen.
"Oughtn't we to ride back and warn the others?" said Chris.
"No need, my lad. That gentleman, if he was a rattler, has gone to earth fast enough, and won't show himself till we're gone. Yes, I don't think my nag was touched. I shouldn't like that. still rather Master Skeeter here got it. A bite would make him smile, and look more handsome than he does now. Chapter 11 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. "No luck yet, Griggs?" said the doctor, riding up to the head of the little caravan one morning, after many, many days of travel since the party made its first plunge into the unknown, untraversed wilds, to keep trudging on at the rate dictated by the mules, which, laden as they were, could not be hurried. Sometimes, when the track they made for themselves was easy and level, a good many miles were got over; at others the hindrances seemed to multiply, and Griggs laughingly said it never rained but it poured. And then the tale of miles traversed became very few at the end of the day. But the American worked harder than any one, and always with unfailing good humor. There were times when he seemed to be furious, raging out in language especially his own, the vocabulary being wonderful, the names he called astounding in their fluency, novelty, and peculiarity. Still the objects of these displays of temper were never his fellow travellers, but the mules; and as soon as he had roared himself hoarse, he stood wiping his perspiring face, smiling contentedly, to say to one, the other, or both of the boys, "I feel a deal better for having got rid of all that nasty stuff. It kinder eases my mind, youngsters. And now look at 'em," he continued, pointing at his obstinate charges. "See how nicely they go. Don't you ever tell me that mules have no brains. Look at Skeeter, how he's listening to my voice; and you wait a moment, and you'll see him begin working those ears of his about. There, do you see? That's his way of telegraphing his opinions about what he has heard to all the rest. There's a deal more in mules than people think." Be this right or wrong, the baggage carrying animals did their best when Griggs was near them, and a few absurd words from his powerful lungs stopped kicking, biting, and squealing when a revolution seemed to be on the way, and a fight of heels had begun, to the imminent risk of disaster to the packs. "No luck yet, sir?" cried Griggs, when the doctor had spoken on a particular morning. "Why, I was just thinking how lucky we had been." "How?" said the doctor, and the boys pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation. "Haven't lost a mule. Always got over some of the ground to bring us nearer to the place we're looking for, and the way in which we are enjoying ourselves in this compound frolic of a picnic is wonderful." "Enjoying, eh? Well, I'm glad you take it so." "Oh, I think we're being wonderful lucky, seeing what might have happened." "Do you hear, boys?" said the doctor. "That's the spirit to take our journeying in. But look here, Griggs, we've been trenching too much on our stores, and that's bad." "The mules don't think so, sir," said the American, laughing. "But as we can't buy fresh, going on in this way, perhaps we had better be on the lookout a little more for the pot, and leave the stores as much alone as we can." "Yes," said the doctor. "I say, don't let anything eatable go by. By the way, you're deviating a little from the course we laid down this morning." "Just a little, sir," replied Griggs. "It was Skeeter's doing." "Oh, I did not know that the mule took the lead." "He doesn't always, sir, but sometimes he stops short, lifts up that muzzle of his, lays his ears down flat, and sings one of those pleasant little airs of his; and when he does that, I've noticed more than once that it means he smells water somewhere. So this time when he snapped at a fly trying to lay eggs in his skin, and bore off a little to the left, I didn't interfere." "But the lookout forward does not seem promising," said the doctor, raising his double glass to his eyes and sweeping the horizon. "No, sir, it looks like warm stuff out of the kegs to night, and none to spare for a wash." "I'm afraid so," said the doctor, closing his glass and drawing rein so as to let Wilton and Bourne close up. Tired, Chris, Ned?" "Oh no," they replied. "It's soon in the day yet, father," added Chris. "That seems a pity about the water, Griggs," said Ned, as they rowed slowly on. "Oh, how I should like a good swim in a clear river!" "Wouldn't be amiss, but when you can't get beef, mutton ain't bad." "I knew that," said Chris dryly. "But you don't seem to know that when you can't get plenty of water for bathing, nice clean sand isn't a bad thing for a good dry wash. It's better without soap too." Chris laughed. "Ah, you may grin, but it's a nasty habit, I think, that of rubbing grease turned into what you call soap all over your skin. Look yonder on that patch of sand," he continued, pointing, for his keen eyes seemed to miss nothing. "Snakes!" cried Chris, bringing his rifle sharply round. "Nay, nay, don't shoot. What's the good? You might scare something better." "Better?" said Ned, with his upper lip curling up and the corners of his mouth going down. "Yes, I don't care about snakes," said the American dryly, "but I've heard that some of the Injuns cut the rattlers' heads off and roast them in wood ashes, and that they're uncommonly good." "Ugh!" ejaculated Ned. "Yes, that's just how I feel, my lad," continued Griggs, in his calm, dry manner. "I'm like that countryman of mine who was hard up for tuck out in the backwoods, and when some one asked him afterwards how he managed to live, he said he shot and cooked the crows." "Horrid!" cried Ned. "Yes, that's what t'other one said, and then he says, 'But surely you don't like crows?' 'No,' said the first one, 'I don't kind of hanker arter them.' It's the same here. I don't kind o' hanker after snakes, but it's all a matter o' habit." "Oh, cried Ned. "Ah, you may say but it all depends. When a fellow's hungry he's got to eat something, and I don't see why a snake shouldn't be as good to eat as an eel." "But they're poisonous," cried Chris. "Only in the head, and it's easy to cut that off. Now look yonder. There lie 4 fine fat rattlers, fast asleep on that patch of sand. We're not exactly short of food, but a little extra would be very useful; and as rattlers are so plentiful, it seems almost a pity that we can't make them good to eat, and knock over all we come across." "How can you talk in that horrid way, Griggs?" cried Chris with a shudder. "I don't see nothing horrid about it. Snake's a nice clean enough sort of thing, and as I say, it's all a matter of habit. They tell me frogs are delicious, but I'd soon as eat snake." "Reptiles! Ugh!" cried Ned. "So's turtle reptile," said Griggs. "Nasty looking thing too. Might just as well eat alligator. I've a good mind to get down and cripple 2 or 3 of those rattlers, so as to try how they eat." "No, no, don't!" cried the boys in a breath, and before the others grasped what he was about to do, Chris pulled up, slipped off his mustang, gathered up a handful of small stones, and sent a shower amongst the sleeping reptiles. In an instant there was a scattering of sand and a rush for safety, the snakes taking refuge amongst the brush around, leaving not a sign of their presence. "There goes dinner for 6," said Griggs dryly. "I say, there's plenty of those creeping gentry about here." "Almost the only inhabitants," said Chris. "Well, if we do have to come to eat 'em, perhaps we shall get mementoes set up to us in our honour for introducing a new kind of useful food, of which there's plenty being wasted in the far west. Pity they're so small. They'd shrink too in the cooking. Why, a hungry man would be able to polish off one easy." "Do you want to make me ill, Griggs?" said Ned, shuddering. "Certainly not, my lad." "But I say, Griggs," cried Chris, "how big do those things grow? How long were the largest you ever saw?" "Oh, they don't quite come up to the boa constrictors. Let me see. The largest I ever saw measured was 25 feet." "Nay, nay, nay, not quite as long as that, but quite 6 feet, which is bigger than I like. After all, most of 'em's little, like those. Dangerous sort of things, and don't the horses and mules understand? Don't catch them going near a rattler if they know it." "My nag has shied 4 times this morning at the poisonous brutes," cried Chris. "Seems to me," said Griggs, "that they like this part of the country. I'd be pretty careful about walking about when we get down. It'd be as well to ride about a bit when we stop for camping, so as to scare the beggars away. We don't want to get bitten." But from that time, oddly enough, they saw no sign or trace of the reptiles. The sun grew hotter and hotter, but neither in sandy level nor rugged stony patch was a snake seen basking. Nothing was visible but lizards, and they disappeared when the doctor called a halt in the most rugged part of a stony waste, where there was an overhanging cliff and a broken gully which promised at a distance to be the home of a spring. But though it had evidently been at one time a pool overhung by rocks, there was not a trace of moisture. It afforded a little shelter, however, in an overhanging part where there was a rugged projecting shelf, and there being nothing better, the halt was made there, only to prove too hot a one for endurance, the rocks seeming to glow, and keeping off such air as was astir, as well as the sun. So after a short time the doctor decided to go on once more in search of some more likely place. In those hot, weary hours the elasticity and cheerfulness of the boys died away. In the early morning it had been all laugh and chat and notice of everything they passed that seemed novel; but with the coming of noon quite a change came over them, and Ned took to sighing from time to time, then to murmuring, and at last, after a long, low expiration of the breath, "Oh dear!" he cried, "I'm getting so tired of this." "Well, you are a fellow!" grumbled Chris. "Only an hour or two ago you talked as if you liked it." "Ah, I wasn't so hot and fagged out then. It gets so jolly monotonous. Here we go on, ride and tramp, day after day, seeing nothing but sand and sagebrush, always tired, always being scorched by the sun till one's giddy, and " "Here, father!" cried Chris, but without turning his head. "What are you going to do?" said Ned in a hurried whisper. "Call father up, for you to grumble to him." "Nonsense!" whispered Ned. "Don't be a stupid donkey. Can't I say a word or two without you wanting to tell tales?" "I don't want to tell tales, but I want for you to tell father yourself. You talked as if you had had enough of it, and wanted to go back." "Who wants to go back?" cried Ned angrily. "Nice thing if one can't say what one likes about one's feelings. I only said what I did because I was hot and tired, and it is so tiresome, one day just like the other, and not a bit of adventure to go through. Why, I expected no end of fun in that way I mean no end of excitement." "Do you understand what he means, Griggs?" said Chris. "I think you've upset him by talking about cooking and eating snakes." "It wasn't that," said Griggs. "He must have got out of bed the wrong way this morning." "Yes, a nice sort of bed. Nothing but rough sagebrush, crumbling up as soon as it's moved, and looking like so much gritty imitation tea." "Same sort of bed as we had, squire, and we don't grumble. Why, you're not half a fellow. Like to go back, perhaps?" "That I shouldn't!" snapped out Ned, so suddenly that his mustang started and had to be checked and soothed. "Can't a fellow speak? I don't want to grumble, but it's so monotonous." "You said that before," cried Chris banteringly. "I know, clever shakes," retorted Ned, "and now I say it again. I've as good a right to speak as you have. If you don't like the word monotonous, I'll say dull and stupid. It's ride and walk, ride and walk." "And walk and ride," said Chris, imitating his old companion's words and tones. "No adventures, nothing to see." "Not even a rattlesnake," said Griggs softly. "Look here, Mr Griggs," snapped out Ned, "I wish you wouldn't keep interrupting me when I'm speaking. It's precious rude." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Griggs politely. "Well, don't do it again," said Ned shortly. "Whew, how hot it is! I'm sure it's ever so much hotter than it has been before." "Much," said Chris, with his eyes twinkling, but he looked straight before him. So did Griggs, and Ned went on. "It's just as if the sand got to be red hot, and all the heat was reflected back in one's face. I wouldn't care though, only it's so dull and dreary," the boys snapped out, looking sharply from one to the other as if to see whether another remark was about to be made respecting his repetition. But neither of his companions moved a muscle of his face, and he went on murmuring in the same irritable way, "There seems to be no fish to catch, no birds to shoot. I wouldn't have believed that there could have been so much miserable desert if I hadn't seen it. I quite thought that by this time, after getting right away from all the settlements, and into the wildest of the wild country." "What?" said Griggs sharply. "Oh, nonsense! Wildest of the wild? Why, this is nothing to what we've got to come. We haven't seen a regular good mountain yet." "No, nor yet a wild beast. I thought we should have plenty of adventures with them by now." "Oh, that is what you mean, is it?" cried Griggs, with mock seriousness, giving Chris a peculiar look at the same time, as if asking him to back up any assertions that he might make. "You expected that we would spend half our time shooting lions and stalking tigers." "Yes," said Ned, passing his hand over his eyes and shaking his head, as if the heat had made him sleepy and giddy. "No, no," he added hastily. "Of course I know that there are no lions and tigers here. You're laughing at me." "Well, it's enough to make a cat laugh to hear you go on finding fault, when here we are in a regular wonderful country, such as I should never have expected to find so soon. Of course, I know that it wouldn't do of a plantation, but here we are just at the beginning of rising ground, and a mile or two further we shall be all amongst rocks and stones, and for all we can tell we shall come upon the sugar up yonder among those mountains rising up as if they were growing out of what was a plain." "Sugar? What sugar?" said Ned, staring. "Well, the gold amongst the three Sugar Loaf Mountains shown on the chart." "I only wish we could find it," said Chris. "Well, have patience, and the more patience you use up the more you'll want. We shan't find the gold without." "But I'm like Ned," said Chris thoughtfully. "I think as he does, that it does seem wonderful that there should be such a lot of regularly useless land in the world. Look at this. As far as we can see, it's so salt and dry that nothing will grow. Stones and sand, and sand and stones, and all of no use at all." "Who says so?" said Griggs coolly. "Why, I do. You heard me." "Yes, you say so, but what do you know about it? You say it's of no use because it's of no use to you, but you know nothing at all about what may be underneath all this sand and stone." "Nothing at all, not even water," cried Chris. "You don't know. There may be gold or silver, or lead, tin, or copper, or some of those minerals that chemists and such folk use. I don't like to hear you grumble, my lad, about things when you've only just looked and not tried. What about precious stones, diamonds and rubies?" "Or pearls, perhaps," said Ned with a sneer. "Yes, or pearls," said Griggs, and the boys both burst out laughing heartily. Ned's tide of ill humour had turned. "Got me?" said Griggs gravely. "I say, you are clever ones." "Well, I like to hear you make a blunder sometimes, Griggs. You often had the laugh at us. Now we've got one at you." "Yes, you are clever ones," said the American grimly, "but you're wrong this time. You're both grinning and looking at one another as much to say, Hark at old Griggs! He's forgotten that pearls come out of oysters, and oysters live in the sea." "Of course!" cried the boys together. "Yes, of course. And I don't know that there mayn't be fossil oyster shells somewhere about here with pearls still in them. I've seen shells sometimes looking quite pearly inside though they've been buried in rock no end of time. You didn't hear your father say only day before yesterday that all this salt desert land must at one time have been the bottom of the sea. What do you say to that?" "Oh," said Chris thoughtfully, and Ned pushed his broad leaved hat a little on one side so as to scratch his ear. "You're right though, after all, about lions and tigers, and so was I. Only they're American lions and tigers, pumas and jaguars, and pumas without any manes, and jaguars with spots instead of stripes. Wait a bit, and we shall come upon some of them. Not here though. It's not likely sort of country for them. But there's mountain land yonder piled up higher than we shall be able to take our mustangs and mules. We shall find watercourses soon, and that means trees and grass and quite a different climate. The sort of place where we're quite likely to find Uncle Ephraim at home." "What, grizzly bear?" cried Chris excitedly. "That's the gentleman," replied Griggs, "and as like as not after crossing a ridge or two we may come upon buffalo." "What, in the mountains?" "Perhaps; more likely in the plains. There, don't you chaps grumble any more. Your fathers have got quite enough to think about without having to talk to you about being a little more plucky and patient." "Yes, I know," cried Chris, wincing. "We're only grumbling to you." "Oh, then I don't matter." "Not a bit. You're such a good tempered, patient chap, and you seem like one of us. But I say, Griggs, do you really think we are going to find a change in the country soon?" "Certain." "Oh, come, that's better. We have had enough of sand and sagebrush, and we do want a regular change." "You'll get it then, and I dare say before night. Can't you see that we're on the slope of the mountains now?" "No, not a bit." "But we are, just slowly rising, and by night we shall find that we are in quite a different place, hundreds of feet higher than where we had breakfast this morning." "Well, I hope you're right," said Chris. No more was said then, the two boys sometimes riding, sometimes walking, till after some hours Griggs pulled up to point to the fact that they had reached what seemed to be the summit of an enormous land wave heaved up and rising for miles either way across the desert, but right in front descending slowly into a vast hollow plain which glistened in its desolation as if frosted with silver. "Why, it must be silver!" cried Ned enthusiastically. "Nay, only salt, my lad. Looks like a dried up lake." "Yes, where's your herd of buffaloes?" cried Chris. "Oh, shouldn't I like for us to shoot one and have some beef?" "Yes, buffalo hump isn't bad," said Griggs. "It's rich and tender and gravyish." "But where is it?" said Ned. "Higher up, I suppose, where there's prairie land and grass. You don't expect to see buffalo where there's nothing to graze on, do you? Look at the stones, though. Regular rocky ridges rising up one above the other on the other side of that frosty lake part. Shouldn't wonder if we found something fresh there." He pointed to his left, where there was a manifest change in the scenery as seen through the shimmering haze which hindered the view. "Yes," he cried eagerly. "If you look hard you can just get a glimpse of a great ridge, and just beyond ah, there are the mountains at last!" "But I can't see them," said Chris thoughtfully. "Are they near?" "No, but near enough for us to reach to-morrow night." "But what about to-night? I say, that isn't salt. I can see it glittering quite plainly. It's water." "No, my lad, no water there. I wish there was," added Griggs to himself. "Then what are we to do for water to-night?" "There'll be enough to make our tea." "But the horse and mules?" said Chris. "We must try and find a hollow with some shrubbery stuff that they can chew, poor beasts, for they'll get nothing else. What are you pointing at, squire?" Ned made no answer, but sat fast where he had checked his pony, pointing to where hundreds, perhaps thousands, of heavy grey stones lay scattered widely about over the sandy slope. "Well, I can see them. Stones looking as if a mountain had crumbled all away in an earthquake or in some volcanic explosion
which had shattered it all to pieces. "No, no," said Ned huskily, "not there. More to the left. It is in that tree, I mean." "Tree? There is no tree there." "Yes, that great one that was turned over in the earthquake, and all the trunk and top buried in the stones." "I say, my lad," said Griggs anxiously, "has the heat been too much for you?" "Yes, it made my head ache." "That's it then made you fancy you could see a tree upside down." "'Tisn't fancy," said Ned huskily. "I can see plain enough, but it isn't natural. It's all alive, and the roots are twisting and twining about as if the tree was alive and in pain. Here, don't stare at it. Shut your eyes for a bit, my lad. I'll take your mustang's rein." "But I must look at it," cried Ned excitedly. "I can't help it. Horrid! Here, you two are not looking the right way." "I'm looking at you, my lad," said Griggs kindly. "And so are you, Chris. Don't, please don't. Look there. I want you to see what it means." "Oh!" gasped Chris, as he turned his eyes in the direction pointed out by his companion; and that which he saw then was evidently seen now by his nag, which started violently, and but for the tight hand the lad had upon the rein it would have dashed off. "Here, have you got it too?" cried Griggs. "There, sit still till the water kegs come up, and you must have a drink apiece. The sun has been too much for you, and " He said no more, but sat staring in one direction with his mouth wide open, and his eyes seeming ready to start out of his head. "Hallo here, hallo!" cried the doctor, cantering up, closely followed by Wilton and Bourne, leaving their position in the rear unguarded. "What's the matter? The boys taken ill?" "Snakes!" cried Griggs hoarsely. "Look yonder." Griggs's words were unnecessary, for the doctor's eyes had lighted upon the extraordinary sight that had startled Ned into his wild announcement. The next moment his companions had grasped the phenomenon, and had had hard work to keep their mounts from dashing frantically away. For about 100 yards from them, half hidden amongst the stones, was something which pretty well warranted Ned's comparison to a tree turned wrong way up, so that only its roots were visible above the ground; the object being, in fact, a monstrous knot of hundreds of snakes twined together as if they were all engaged in the attempt to get their heads into the centre of the tangled mass, which, all in motion, heaved and sank and rolled from side to side, the lower portions of the serpents' bodies and their tails being free to lash out and writhe about in the air, while at a second glance the spectators began to realize the fact that all around, gliding in and out amongst the stones, were hundreds upon hundreds more of the reptiles, apparently urged on by some savage instinct to form other knots, till the whole of the hollow in front seemed to be alive with the loathsome creatures. "Did you ever see anything like this before, Griggs?" said the doctor, who was the first to speak. "Never, sir, but an old gold prospector once told me that he had seen just such a sight, only I put it down to being a yarn told to cram me." "But they're not poisonous not rattlesnakes, surely?" said Bourne. "They surely are," cried Wilton. "Hark! Can't you hear? It's like a dull thrilling sound. Here, I don't want to be the first to run, but I can't stand this. I'm off." "We'd better all be off," cried the doctor. "Here, Griggs, head round your bell mule and let's get away. You seem to have led us right into the empire of snakes. Quick, look alive, or the poor brutes will be right amongst the reptiles." "Not they, sir. They'll smell 'em now. Come and help, or we shall have a stampede." Chapter 12 of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Everyone made a dash to avert the disaster on hearing their leader's words, but the stampede had already begun.
Disaster of a serious kind was about to fall upon the little expedition, and but for the energy of Griggs and Chris matters would have been worse than they were. For panic had seized upon two or three of the mules, which took alarm from the startled mustangs, and directly after they would all have been in headlong flight, kicking wildly as they tore away, when the same thought came to two of the party who had the energy and nerve to put it into action. The idea was that even then, frightened as they were, the mules would obey their old habit. So driving their heels into their snorting mustangs' sides, Griggs and Chris raced after Skeeter as he was tearing along at full speed, shaking his load loose and making his bell jangle loudly as he squealed and galloped. Almost at the same moment the two pursuers grasped the mule's rein on either side and drew their own, with the result that with the bell ringing still loudly, three animals were going along swiftly close abreast, but moment by moment becoming more and more under control. Skeeter the calmest of all, for he acted as if he felt comparatively safe with a stout cob pressing against each side. The rest of the mules were still galloping, but Skeeter led, and his behavior began to influence his companions to such an extent that as they grew farther from the object of their alarm, the kicking and plunging gradually subsided. The effort of going full speed under loads generally carried at a walk began to tell, and at the end of half a mile all were under control and following their bell-bearing leader, till Skeeter was checked. No serpents were in view, and the controllers of the wild race sat panting upon their mustangs, ready to round up any mule which made a fresh start, and every living thing panting from their late excursions, the bipeds eagerly calculating the damage that had been done. "Sit fast!" cried the doctor, "and be ready in case they make a fresh dash. Griggs, Chris, splendid! But keep fast hold of that bell mule's rein." "Got him tight, father," cried Chris. "Same here, doctor," panted Griggs. "He'll have to leave his head behind this time if he tries to make a start. Say, Squire Ned," he continued to the boy who now joined him, "you were grumbling about having no adventures. What do you say to this for a regular red hot one, quite new out of nature's oven?" "Oh, I don't know," cried Ned excitedly. "Do you think the rattlesnakes will pursue us?" "No, that I don't, my lad. But I say, doctor, just look." The leader was already gazing back over the ground they had covered, to see that it was dotted with packs and various odds and ends sent flying from the mules' loads, from a tin cross-handled kettle to bags of meal and a great elongated roll which represented the tent. The doctor groaned, for there lay the scattered objects in sight, while how many lay beyond his ken he was afraid to think. Of course he felt that they could be collected again, and that they were not of a nature to have suffered much damage, but it would probably be the beginning of another stampede to force any of the animals back along a track infested by serpents, and a task that would try the nerves of the stoutest of them, seeing how horribly insidious was the danger, when the lifting of a bell might mean the incurring of a deadly stroke from a hidden foe. In all probability no reader of this ever encountered a mule team represented by so many sets of four legs, a head and tail, and a body hidden by the load secured upon the backs of the owners of the legs by means of cords tied with what a mule driver calls the diamond hitch. The reader has also probably never seen a mule dissatisfied with the load it has been called upon to bear, and doing its best to shed the same load. Every one is aware of the brute's kicking powers, but in this respect it is at its best when, plunging and flinging out its legs, it squeezes itself up tightly within its skin and tries its best worse would be the proper term to shoot itself out through the diamonds of rope which formed the hitch. Griggs had secured most of the loads that day, and he had done well, but all did not stand the strain, and the appearance of the mules standing, hanging of head, stamping, twitching their ears, and whisking their tails to get rid of the flies, was painfully ludicrous. Skeeter, as became him, being the leader, and, thanks to the way in which he had been checked, was the most reputable looking of the team. For others were horrible. Here stood one mule with his load resting upon the sand, the animal striding across it, head and forelegs in front, hind legs and tail behind, and nothing upon its back but tightened ropes. A little further on was one which had shed its load and stood with drooping head, looking as if it had been ornamented with a tangle of rope. Again, not many yards away, was another snuffling and nuzzling at the sand, which it blew aside now and then with a snort, which raised a little cloud, doing all this under difficulties, being nearly overbalanced by its load, which had slipped over till it bulged straight out from its side. Another sat up like a cat, being held in position by its pack, which had slipped over its tail, while again another had kicked till it went down upon its nose, kneeling, so to speak, with its hind quarters high up, and its load like a pair of panniers resting upon its neck.
"What a horrible confusion!" cried the doctor, and he was going to say something more, but his words were drowned by Skeeter, who had evidently been surveying the wreck of the train and the dismal condition of his companions, especially that of the one furthest off, which had tried to roll its load off till it had been brought up short by getting its legs perpendicular to paw the air, being unable to get over to right or left, consequent upon the two packs thoroughly wedging it up, so that its razor back resembled the hull of a boat whose tail was fitted in the chocks, the pawing legs looking like so many motive masts. All this seemed to be too much for Skeeter, who stretched out his neck till his muzzle was in a line therewith, literally shed tears, opened his mouth, distended his nostrils, and with ears quivering emitted the most startling sound ever heard. It was not a neigh like his mother would have given, nor a bray such as his father would have uttered, but a hoarse yell made up of the most discordant elements of both, and it was no wonder that the doctor's voice was drowned. "Be quiet, you brute!" he cried angrily,
making a pretence of kicking it in the pack, and then he stared in wonder, for it seemed as if a fresh misfortune had affected one member of the expedition in a peculiar way. That member was Chris, who suddenly dropped his hold of Skeeter's rein, and with his face horribly distorted, began to roll about in his saddle.
"Oh, Griggs!" he gasped. "Ned! Somebody hold me on!"
"What is it, boy?" cried the doctor.
"Bitten?"
No, father," he panted, and then, "Oh dear, I can't help it. There were other words, but they were confused and strange. But though they did not convey in words the meaning of the seizure, they pointed out what was the matter, for it became evident that Chris was laughing wildly, madly, hysterically, and to such an extent that he had lost all control of himself, and had hard work to keep in the saddle. To make matters worse, the mirth proved contagious to such an extent that Griggs sat looking at him, then at the mules, and back again, with his mouth expanding into a broad grin, while Ned slid off his mustang quietly, held on to the rein, and lay down in the sand to laugh in the same uncontrolled fashion.
"Well," cried Bourne angrily, "that is a nice way to treat our misfortunes."
I can't help it, father," panted Ned, and he laughed more than ever, while Wilton's lips, as he sat looking on, began to quiver and then widen out.
"Here, stop it, you two," he growled at last. "Come and help collect the things."
I can't yet," panted Ned, who laughed more than ever,
till Wilton gave the doctor and Bourne a sharp look, and then said aloud "Oh, let them laugh it out. But I say, are those some of the rattlesnakes coming after us?" "Eh?" cried Ned, who was sober in an instant, and sat up to exclaim, "Which way? Whereabouts?" "I can't help it if they do come," gurgled out Chris. "Oh, father, please stop me. It hurts. Give me something, a drop of water." "Yes, the boy's quite hysterical," said the doctor. "Water, ah! Where are the kegs?" All looked round, but no kegs were visible. There was the mule that should have borne them, though, with the rough pack saddle upon which they had been lashed one on each side, twisting its head round and striving to reach a fly that was busy at work depositing its eggs in the animal's coat, the teeth being not long enough to scrape it out. "Why, the water kegs have gone!" cried the doctor wildly. "Here, catch hold of the mule, somebody," cried Griggs, and Chris was sober in an instant, for the water represented life to all, and it was no time for laughing then. Chapter 13 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Chris's mirth had passed away as quickly as it came, and he sat erect in his saddle. "Going back to look for the kegs, Griggs?" he said faintly. "Yes, of course, unless you like the job," was the gruff reply. "I'll go with you," said Chris briskly. "Then you'll have to nip your pony's ribs pretty tightly," cried Griggs. "For the moment he sees a snake he'll spin round and bolt." "I'll mind," said Chris, setting his teeth. "Come on, then." The pair rode off back along the track littered with their impedimenta, while the doctor and the others began to try and reduce the loads of the mules in difficulty to something like order. "Oh dear, what a muddle!" cried Chris, as they went back at an amble. "Why, half the things are lying about." "Not a quarter," said Griggs gruffly, as his eyes scanned not only the scattered necessities, but every stone and scrap of dry, parched up growth. "Think any of the rattlers will be about?" said Chris. "I dunno. I want to set eyes on those two tubs." But the tubs were not visible, and the pair rode on till they felt that at any moment they ought to be in sight of the enemies that put horse and mule to flight. Still nothing was visible. The last kicked off pack had been passed, but there were no tubs, and the part of the desert where the tangled mass of serpents had been seen was so close that the next minute they felt that they were bound to see the writhing creatures somewhere among the stones in front. But strange to state, their ponies displayed no uneasiness. The tight hands kept upon their reins were not needed, and the docile little animals stepped steadily onward towards the stone dotted slope and basin. "Why, where are they?" said Chris in a whisper, as he gazed wild eyed and excitedly over his mount's ears and from side to side. "I dunno, my lad," replied Griggs. "It caps me. Why, there were hundreds and thousands all about yonder when the stampede began." "Of course there were," said Chris, "and now I can't see one." "Not so much as a rattler. They must all have holes somewhere here among the stones. Mind, take care." "What for? Why?" "They may come darting out and attack us." "I say," continued Griggs, after a careful look round, "weren't dazed with the hot sun and dreamed all that, did we?" "Did the mules and horses dream it too?" cried Chris scornfully. "No, of course not. But it's a puzzle, my lad. I wouldn't have believed such a sight possible, but there it was. And now I wouldn't have believed this could have happened, but it has, for I can't see a snake." "Never mind the snakes, as they're not here," said Chris. setting the example of reining up, for the two mustangs to stand calmly enough. I want to find those two water barrels." "Ah, to be sure, we've come for them," said Griggs, looking curiously about. "I say, was that the mule that carried the kegs?" "Oh, yes. Didn't you see the pack saddle?" "To be sure. If it hadn't been for that I should have been ready to say that the one with the water had gone right off somewhere." "Oh, that was the one," persisted Chris. "I know him well enough by his white muzzle." "To be sure, that's right. Then where are the kegs? Snakes ain't thirsty things. They couldn't have rolled them away, could they?" "What nonsense!" cried Chris. "But it is really strange. If we were on a slope I should have thought that they had gone rolling right away out of sight." "We are on a steep slope, lad, but the barrels would have rolled up to it to get out of sight like this. I never knew barrels carry on games like that out of a book of fairy tales." "Griggs," cried Chris, after a moment or two of thought, "are we in the right place? These stones are very confusing." "Right place? Yes. Look there. You can see our trail." "Yes," replied Chris thoughtfully, as he bent down over his saddle bow and "Oh, look there!" "Eh? See snakes?" cried Griggs excitedly. "No, but look there. Surely all those windings in the sand were made by them." "To be sure. Oh yes, we're in the right spot, without a doubt. Then I tell you what, we can't see very far away anyway amongst these dotted about stones. There must be a sharp slope somewhere near, perhaps the edge of a precipice or great hole in the ground." "Crater of a volcano, perhaps," cried Chris. "That's it, lad. The one that played at pitch and toss with all these blocks of stones, and threw them all over the place." "Then where is the hole?" said Chris. "I dunno. Somewhere about," said Griggs thoughtfully, as he looked about, peering in among the rocks. "I shouldn't wonder," said Chris, as thoughtfully, "if it is quite close here, and when the mule kicked off the tubs they went rolling down into it and were lost." "Oh, don't say that, boy," cried Griggs excitedly. "You don't think of what value that drop of water may be to us now." "Oh yes, I do. I'm so thirsty. But I say, Griggs, suppose the hole into which they have rolled is the one that the snakes live in?" "Not it. They live in little holes and cracks just big enough for them to creep into. Well, I don't know where the things have gone. Look sharp and find 'em. Your eyes are younger than mine. We shall have the doctor after us directly to psych us both for not finding them." "Hurrah!" cried Chris. "There they are." "Where? I cannot see from here." "Come nearer this way," said Chris, easing his horse off to the right. "There, just at the foot of that great block." "And hurrah the second!" cried Griggs, as soon as he had pressed his horse into the right position. "I couldn't have seen them from where I was, even if we had been closer. My word, they rolled a good way, didn't they?" "No, they couldn't, because they are chained together so that they hung across the pack saddle. The mule must have galloped round that way when he kicked them off." "Yes, I suppose you're right. Come along. I'll sling him across my tit and walk back." Griggs sprang off his mustang, and was in the act of passing the reins over the animal's head, when Chris made a snatch at his collar and held on. "What did you do that for?" cried Griggs. "Sh! Don't make a sound. Look!" whispered Chris. "Why, what's the matter?" said Griggs, lowering his voice, for the boy's manner impressed him. He looked so blank and strange. "Look! Can't you see?" "No, not from where I am," was the reply. "Oh, it's horrid!" whispered Chris. "Dreadful! The kegs are lying on a nest of snakes, and they're rising and falling and playing about them like flames around logs of wood." Chapter 14 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Griggs uttered one low whistle as he slipped his arm through the rein so as to leave his hands at liberty, one to press back his cowboy's hat, the other to sweep the gathering drops of perspiration from his brow. "I never could bear snakes," he said huskily. Then after a pause he drew a long deep breath, to say with an attempt, a very sorry attempt, at cheerfulness, "Well, we've found the kegs anyhow." "Yes," said Chris bitterly, "and where the snakes are." "Bless 'em, yes," said Griggs, looking in the direction of the horrible reptiles. "Well, we don't want them." "But we want the water, of course." "What's to be done, Griggs?" "I can't think o' nothing but say 'sh' to 'em to frighten them away." "Oh, don't do that," cried Chris in alarm. "It might make them attack us." "It might," said Griggs thoughtfully. "Well, I'm about beat. I've got a tidy bit of pluck in me when I'm stirred up, as much as most men have, but I can't stand rattlers. The idea of getting bitten sends a cold chill all down my back. I'd a deal sooner be hugged by a grizzly. Poison snakes and mad dogs make a regular coward of me." "They would of anybody," said Chris. "But I say, what is to be done?" "Sit down and wait, my lad. I s'pose snakes have some sense in 'em, same as other critters. They're bound to find out before long that they can't break the iron hoops, nor bore through the staves to get at the water, and when they're tired perhaps they'll give up and go home." "But we can't wait. Father will be coming soon to see why we're so long." "Well, he'll be able to see without our telling him." "But can't we do something to drive them away?" "I know what I should do if we were in some places," said Griggs. "Yes, what?" "Light a big fire of brushwood and green stuff that would make a stiffing smoke just to wind 'em off. That would soon scare 'em off." "But there's not a handful of stuff that would burn," cried Chris in despair. "A nary scrap, my lad." "Look here, suppose we creep as near as we dare, and then fire off all 4 barrels of our rifles as closely together as we could right at them. That would startle them into moving off." "P'r'aps," said Griggs; "but the thing would be, which way would they go?" "Which way? Why, from where the smoke and fire came." "Maybe, but I shouldn't like to risk it. I'm afraid we shall have to wait, my lad. Wait till it's dark. Snakes always go back to their holes when the sun sets." "But that will take so long, and I'm choking with thirst," cried Chris peevishly. "I say, how would it do to keep on pitching great pieces of stone in amongst them, or handfuls of small bits that would scatter and make a noise?" "Only make 'em savage, I'm afraid. I should have most faith in putting a pound of powder and laying a train ready, so that one could light a bit of touch tinder and get away to a safe distance. When that went off with a good explosion, I should think the rattlers would scuttle away." "Oh, nonsense, nonsense, Griggs!" cried Chris. "Who's to go and lay the train and place the powder ready?" "Ah, that would be awkward," said the American thoughtfully. "Besides, if you had such an explosion you'd burst the barrels." "Ha! So we should. I say, couldn't lasso the barrels, could we? I can throw a noose pretty well." "You'd catch serpent as well as the barrels." "Yes, and that would be nice, to have a savage rattler thrashing and striking about, trying to get his fangs into you somewhere. Say, Chris Lee, lad, we've got into a tangle. Hallo, I thought as much. Here's the doctor." The gentleman in question rode up slowly. "Well," he said, "have you found the barrels?" Chris answered him mutely by pointing to the objects of their search. "Very well," said the doctor. "Why don't you Oh, I see, you've just dismounted to sling them across your saddle. We were beginning to think you very long, but I don't see any snakes. Where are they, Chris?" "Yonder, twining about the water kegs, father. It's alive with them." The doctor shaded his eyes with his hand and looked across the barrels, his face contracting with horror at the sight which met his eyes.
"No wonder you were so long," he said bitterly. "What do you propose to do?"
"Nothing, father. We can't think of a way," said Chris sadly. "Can you tell us?"
"There seems to be no way save one."
"Wait till the snakes have gone back to their holes, father."
"Yes, after dark, and then it will not be a pleasant task to get the kegs away. Worse and worse."
"Oh, there can't be anything worse, sir," cried Griggs.
"I think there can, sir," replied the doctor. "This forces us to bivouac, as soldiers call it, in the serpent inhabited desert. But we must do it, I suppose. The snakes will not be stirring during the darkness, but we must hope that when we find the gold region it will not be such a serpent haunted spot as this. The gold could not have better guardians to keep it safe."
No one spoke for a few minutes, during which the doctor sat upon his horse watching the movements of the serpents.
"That seems to be the only way," he said at last.
"To wait, father?"
"Yes. We had better build up a cairn with some of these stones to guide us to the spot where we come to hunt for it in the dark."
"No need to build a cairn, sir. I plant 3 or 4 stones on the top of that big rock there."
"No, but what about finding it in the dark?"
"Lathorn will set that right, sir."
"Very well. Up with them, then. Help him, Chris. I'll hold the horses."
The reins were handed to the speaker, and Griggs pointed to a large, light grey piece of lava. "If you can lift one end of that, squire, to help me, that bit would stand upright on the top of this block. This would do, for it's light coloured. Can you do it?" "Oh yes, it's the same sort of stone as this," said Chris, pushing a piece with his foot, "all full of holes like sponge and cinder." "Come on, then." They stooped down, one at either end of the fragment, some 3 feet long and 1 wide, looking squared like a crystal, as if nature had taken the first steps towards providing the builder of a house with a piece to form part of a doorpost. "Yes, it's light enough," said Chris, lifting one end, and then uttering a cry as he dropped it again, to start back, for there was a sharp hiss, a dull rattling sound, not sharp enough for a rattle, and a large snake glided from beneath, to coil up menacingly, while from the other side a second had appeared, to begin writhing and darting about, striking at random into the air as far as it could reach, while the doctor had hard work to restrain the prancing horses. Needless to say, Chris and his companion had lost no time in getting beyond reach of the poisonous reptiles, and helping the doctor by each seizing his horse's rein. "A pretty narrow escape," cried the latter. "Why, the place is alive with the reptiles."
"Looks like it, sir," said Griggs. "Dessay we're standing on some of their holes now."
"But don't you see?" cried Chris excitedly. "That second one's pinned by the tail. When I let my end fall it must have caught it fast."
"Rather a pity," said Griggs cynically. "It must have spoiled the rattle. S'pose it hurts too. Look at him. That's no good, my beauty. Stone can't feel. Ah, you idiot, you don't belong to the wise serpents we read about. Look at him biting at the stone." "An impotent malice," said the doctor, watching the frantic efforts of the reptile.
"That chap's safe enough now, Squire Chris." "Safe! I shouldn't like to risk going near him."
"But you might.
He's held fast by that tail of his, and all he could do would be to thrash you with his long body."
"And bite,"
said Chris.
"Nay, his biting would go for nothing now."
"What about his fangs?" "Snapped off like points of glass. They were sharp enough and poisonous enough, but bound to say the poison's all out of the stone along with the teeth. Razors are very sharp and will make horrible cuts, but not after you've been chomping a piece of stone with them like that, eh, doctor?"
"I think you are right, Griggs." said the doctor, who seemed fascinated by the reptile's impotent struggles. "Well, you're a sneak," cried Griggs. "G'on with you. I'd put my tail between my legs if I were you, only you haven't got none. That's right. Rattle away. I say, hope he hasn't gone to fetch a lot of his mates to pitch into us." "That's not likely," said the doctor, as he watched the bigger and freer snake gliding swiftly away, heedless of the struggles of its companion, which was evidently growing exhausted by its furious efforts to release the lower portion of its body. "What are you going to do?" said the doctor quickly, as Griggs handed him his horse's rein again. "I'm going to put that chap out of its misery, sir," replied the American. "No, no, don't fire. It's a waste of a charge." "Not a going to, sir. There's more ways of killing a cat, you know, than hanging it, eh, Squire Chris?" As he spoke, Griggs put his hand to his belt, with a stout keen hunting or bow knife was stuck, and drew out the glittering blade. "Going to cut his head off?" said Chris eagerly. "Yes, unless you like to, squire." "I will," cried Chris. "I don't want you to run any risks, my boy," said the doctor. "Do you think you can do it without danger?" "Oh yes, father," said the lad, drawing his own perfectly new knife. "See how slowly the thing keeps on lifting up its head to hold it quivering in the air before letting it fall down again on the rock." "But if it saw you go near it, it might strike at you." "I don't think so, father. Look, it must be blind. It has battered its head horribly against the stone. I think it's quite blind." "So it is, sir," said Griggs. "There's no more danger there, sir. Let him do it. We want him to be cool and ready for anything now." "May I do it, father?" "Well, yes, but stand well at arm's length, and give a good, careful, sweeping draw cut with your knife." Chris eagerly handed his rein to his father, and then went cautiously towards the quivering reptile, which kept on rising up and falling down inert with a regular action, save that it grew more slow. Chris drew near till he was almost within striking distance, and waited till the snake had risen to its greatest height, that is to say, about 2 feet above the stone, and 3 feet in all from the sand on which the boys stood. "Take care," said the doctor. Chris made an offer, as boys call it, cutting horizontally from his left shoulder, the knife flashing in the sunshine as it whisked through the air, passing inches from the snake's neck. But the motion of the air affected the reptile, which winced, dropped flat to the stone, and began to writhe frantically. "Be careful, Chris. There's a great deal of life in it yet." "That was only a try, father," replied the boy. "I didn't try to cut it. I will though now," he continued, as the writhing ceased. But the battered head began to rise again slowly and steadily in the air till it was at its greatest elevation, and seemed to be kept up with a stiffening of the whole body. Meanwhile, watching it carefully, the boy had advanced his foot a few inches, till he felt that he was in exact striking distance, when there was another bright flash of rays reflected from the glistening blade as the cut was made, and the snake dropped down again upon the stone, for the writhings to recommence. "Missed him!" cried Griggs excitedly. "No, I just touched him with the point," said Chris coolly. "It wasn't quite near enough." Proof of the correctness of his words was given by a red mark or two on the surface of the stone, as the writhings ceased, and the reptile began once more to raise itself, quivering slowly till it was rigid, and at its full height, when without a moment's pause the knife flashed again. There was a vigorous draw cut, and the dangerous head dropped with a loud pat on the stone, leaving the erect neck and body stiffly poised for a few moments, slowly waving to and fro, before falling like a piece of stick, and seeming to break as part fell out of sight. "Bravo!" cried Griggs. "Ah, my boy, mind!" cried the doctor. But before his warning cry was half uttered, there had been another flash, as of something glistening in the air,
and Chris started back again, receiving what felt to be a sharp blow in the chest, while a larger rattlesnake than either of the others dropped back behind the stones and glided rapidly away. The doctor had Chris by the arms the next moment. "Where did it strike you?" he cried. "Here, father. Such a thump!" said the boy coolly, touching the fold of his Norfolk jacket with his left hand. "Oh, something wet!" He snatched back his hand to hold it out, for a tiny smear of moisture began to be seen glistening in the sun upon the palm of his hand. The doctor seized him by the wrist, and then examined the fold of the jacket. "Do you feel anything? A prick in the chest?" he said hoarsely. "No, father. It was a sharp thump, as if some one had thrown a stone." "Here is the venom on the thick frieze," said the doctor, tearing open the jacket and examining the thin flannel shirt beneath. "No, thank Heaven!" he cried with a sigh of relief. "The fangs did not go through. Chris, boy, you have escaped. If the reptile had driven its fangs deeper, I fear that I couldn't have saved your life." "That doesn't sound very nice, father," said the boy coolly. But Griggs noted that he changed colour, and then laid his hands upon his father's shoulders, after dropping his knife on the ground. "It was a miss, doctor," said Griggs, breaking the silence as he scooped up some of the dried sand and rubbed Chris's hand, and with another handful dried the fold of the jacket. This he repeated 2 or 3 times, and also paused to look well inside the fold next the boy's chest. "Didn't go through, sir, that's for certain," he said. "There'll be no danger in the poison as soon as it's dried in the sun." "None whatever, I should say," replied the doctor. "There, let's get away from this horrible place. I don't know how we're going to get those kegs again. The danger seems so great." "Not after dark, sir," said Griggs coolly. "We must have 'em though, and I'm going to do it somehow, cost what it may." The next minute they had mounted, and were riding slowly back to where the others were about to come in search of them, in alarm at their prolonged absence. CHAPTer 15. Of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. There was a short, sharp council of ways and means held in the soft evening light which bathed the sterile rocky plain and the distant mountainous land with a weird beauty that made those who gazed around feel a sensation of wonder that nature could spread such a mask over a scene whose aspect to the adventurers was full of the horrors of thirst and death by the stroke of the venomous reptiles. Close at hand and showing no disposition to stray were the horses and the mules, with their coats bristling with dried sweat and the dust through which they had travelled. Their packs remained untouched, for everyone felt that it was impossible to stay where they were, while before starting afresh water was an absolute necessity, a draught even to allay the feverish thirst, and the contents of one keg carefully divided so that about a pint each could be given to the wearied beasts. "But there must be water somewhere near on that higher ground," said Wilton excitedly, and the doctor noted that his eyes looked bloodshot and wild. "Here, I tell you what, I'll take our bearings and ride off to see what I can find, and then come back." "No," said the doctor, "it is impossible. Look at your horse. He cannot carry you right up yonder for miles upon miles in the state he is in." "Then I must walk," cried Wilton impetuously. "You would break down before you had been gone an hour," said the doctor, "and we should have to search for you and bring you back." "Oh, give me credit for a little more strength and determination, sir," said Wilton petulantly. "We must have water,
and it is to be found up yonder in the hills. What do you say, Bourne?" "I agree with you that water may be found yonder, but we must keep together. Our party is small enough as it is. We must not make it less by letting one of our most active members break away." "Then what are we to do?" cried Wilton, and the boys' lips moved as if they echoed his words. "We must wait till dark, and then get the kegs. After the whole party is refreshed, we must strike up into the hills at once, and search the valleys till we find a fall or spring. But on no account must we separate." So spoke the doctor, but Wilton was in no humour for obeying orders. "I think you are wrong," he cried. "Well," replied the doctor stiffly, "you have a right to think so, but you might as well bear in mind that you have sworn to obey orders, that I was elected to be chief of this expedition, and that it is your duty to obey, in reason." "Do you want to quarrel?" cried Wilton, clapping his hand to his revolver holster. "Certainly not with a man half mad with thirst," said the doctor quietly. "Come, Wilton, be reasonable."
"Reasonable! Are we not all half dead with thirst?"
"Suffering, not half dead," replied the doctor, who noted that Bourne and Griggs had moved a little nearer to their angry companion. "Now look here, we want your cool consideration of our position. We have water a few hundred yards away."
"What? Where?"
"In the kegs which lie where I told you."
"Oh, there!" cried Wilton contemptuously. "We don't want that, but some big clear flowing spring, such as I offer to risk my life to find."
"Risk your life in another way," said the doctor firmly.
"How?"
"Go and fetch the kegs from where they are lying."
"Bah! If I am to die, it shall be a decent death, not stung by some horrible reptile. I'll risk losing my way going in search of water."
"I have already told you," said the doctor, "that the state of the horses will not allow of such a search being made till they have had such water as we can have near. The only thing to be done is to contrive some way of getting the kegs here without risk."
"Exactly," said Bourne laconically. "But can you propose any way? For I must own that I cannot without horrible risk."
"At present, no way," said the doctor sadly. "My only hope is in the horrible pests returning deeply underground at night; but I am sorry to say I know very little about the habits of these creatures. Do you, Wilton?"
"No," replied their companion bitterly. "Latin, Greek, and mathematics were taught me, rattlesnakes left out."
"But you," said the doctor,
wincing at his companion's contemptuous manner,
"you, Griggs, have seen a good deal of these reptiles in your time."
"Tidy bit, sir. I saw one poor fellow die 4 hours after being bitten, and I've killed a few of the varmint, but I've seen more of 'em to day than all my life before."
"Then you cannot say whether it would be safe to risk an attempt to get the kegs away?"
"Well, I don't know about that," said Griggs, who noted that Chris was watching him intently. "You see, sir, I've been thinking pretty closely about that matter. We must have those kegs somehow, even if the one who gets 'em is bitten for his pains."
"Ah, but no such risk must be run," cried the doctor excitedly.
"It seems to me, sir, that it must. There's half a dozen of us, and one has to take his chance so that the other 5 may live."
"Our position is not so bad as that, Griggs," said the doctor warmly.
"I don't want to contradict it, sir, but I about think it is. It's the sort of time like you read about at sea, when they cast lots and one has to swim ashore with a rope so as to get help. We must have that water, and Mr Wilton here says he won't risk the job of fetching the kegs, so it rests with 5 of us instead of 6."
Then you go a bit further, and one says, 'Here's 3 men and 2 boys,' and we who are men can't hold back and let a boy go." "Certainly not," said the doctor and Bourne, as if in one voice. "Then we come down to 3," continued Griggs, "and one of them is the boss of the expedition, the captain. He can't go, of course. So you see, Mr Bourne, it lies between us 2. "No, no," cried the doctor, "between us 3." "Us 2, Mr Bourne," said the American almost fiercely. "The doctor's out of it. Now, sir, you're a deal better man than I am in learning and prosper living, and several other things that I've noticed since we've been neighbours, all through your having been a minister, I suppose." "I am but a man, Griggs, with the weakness of my nature." "Exactly, sir," cried the American, totally misconstruing the speaker's meaning. "That's what I was aiming at weaknesses of your nature. Consequently, I'm a much better man than you are for this job. So we want no casting lots, for I'm going to get those kegs out of that serpent's nest, if I die for it." "No, no," cried the doctor fiercely. "I will not consent to your going. We must try some other plan." "There aren't no other plans, doctor."
"I think there is," cried Chris excitedly.
"Be silent, boy," said the doctor. "Yes, you're out, squire," said Griggs good humouredly. "You've had your innings and nearly got bitten. That's taste enough for you. Let me have a bit of the fun. But look here, doctor, when a man is bitten you get out a bottle and a little squirt thing, make a hole in one of the veins, and send in a lot of stuff, don't you?" "Inject ammonia," replied the doctor. "Yes, as a resource after lancing the wound and drawing out the poison. I should try that."
"Ammonia?" said Griggs thoughtfully. "Yes, that's it. Counteracts the poison, doesn't it?"
"Yes, and in some cases successfully, if it has been injected soon enough."
"Ha!" cried the American. "That's what I wanted to get at. Soon enough. Now how would it be if to get quite soon enough you got out your bottle and gave me a dose of that stuff before I started?"
"What,
"Inject it into one of your veins?" "Yes, sir. What do you say to that?"
"Impossible. I would not venture upon such an experiment except with a bitten subject."
"Sorry to hear that, sir," said Griggs thoughtfully. "Well, how would it be if I swallowed some?"
"I fear that would be useless."
"Very well, sir. You know best, and I must do without it. My boots will pull up a bit higher, and I shall slip on another pair of trousers and my thick jersey over my jacket. Then if one of the beauties bites, his teeth may not go through. There'll only be my hands and face."
"But what do you propose doing? Running in, seizing the kegs, and trying to carry them out?"
"Nay, that makes the job too risky, sir. It would be just stirring the creatures up like bees in a hive, and they'd come raging out to fight. I've got a better plan than that."
"Yes, what is it?"
said the doctor, and Chris took a step nearer. "Just this, sir. I'll take a couple of the hide ropes, knot them together, and coil them up lasso fashion. After that I'm going to make a fire and heat one of these iron tent pegs red hot, one of those with the eye to them. Soon as it's got well hot I'm going to bend it round into a hook, slip one end of the rope through the eye and make fast, and then I'm going to fish with that hook, throwing it in till it catches the keg chain that couples them together, and as soon as I've got a bite, run out the line ready for a couple of us to haul the water right away clean from the snake's nest. What do you say to that?" "I say it isn't fair," cried Chris excitedly. "You, Ned, you are a sneak, to go and tell him." "I didn't tell him," cried Ned indignantly. "How did he know then?" said Chris, growing angry. "I never said a word to any one else."
"What do you mean, Chris?" said the doctor sternly.
"Why,
I invented that plan, father," cried Chris, "exactly as Griggs says, and I was going to propose it, only Griggs spoke first." "I never knew you thought the same way, squire," said Griggs quietly. "It was my invention," said Chris warmly. "Very well, lad, you may have it," said Griggs. "It's yours, then." "Yes," cried Chris, "and I'll go and throw the hook till I catch the chain." "Nay, that's where I come in, lad," cried Griggs. "You shall have all the credit, but I'll do the work." "No, no," said Chris angrily. "It's my invention, and I shall do it." "No," said the doctor firmly. "You both had the same idea, my boy, but Mr Griggs is your senior. He is better adapted for the dangerous task, and you must give way." "Must I, father?" said the boy in a disappointed tone. "Yes, you have run risks enough for one day." "Ha, ha!" cried Ned, laughing, to the astonishment of all, and his satisfaction ran out in his tones. "You can't do it, after all, Griggs." And though he said no more, his eyes looked a finish to the sentence. "Serve you right, for getting the better of Chris." "Why can't I do it?" said Griggs quietly. "Because there's no fire to heat the iron." "But I can soon make one." "Of what? Stones?" Griggs brought his right fist down into his left hand with a loud spang, uttering a low hiss the while, for there was not a scrap of wood in sight. Then his face lit up, and he went to the mule laden with the tent, cast loose a rope, and ran an iron ringed peg about 2 feet long off from where it had been placed for safety, and walked off amongst the rocks till he found a crevice suited to his purpose. There he thrust the thin end of the peg in between the slides some 6 inches, and exerting his strength a little, bent the iron round till the lower part stood off at right angles to the upper. This done, he raised the iron, placed the point upon the surface of a level block, and pressed heavily down, the point yielding slowly, and, the iron being very soft, he very shortly produced a roughly made hook. "'Tain't so neat as I could wish," he said quietly, "but it's a hook, and you can't call it anything else." "Yes," said Chris frankly, "and it's a better one than I expected. But wouldn't it be better to try if you can catch the chain with it before it gets dark?" "You would have to keep on throwing several times perhaps," said Bourne, "and bring the snakes swarming out." "Well, I don't know that it would matter much," said Griggs thoughtfully. "I should be standing perhaps a dozen yards from where the hook kept on falling, and they'd strike at it and not at me. I shall try it at once, doctor, but it will be far better than doing it by lanthorn light." "Yes," said the doctor thoughtfully, "and at the worst, if the reptiles swarmed out, we would hurry away till they settled down again." "Yes," said Griggs, with a quick nod of the head, and a few minutes later he had tackle ready, the hook securely tied on, the rope hanging in coils from his hand, and all ready for the advance. "I'll go alone, please, and at once," he said sharply. "In 10 minutes it will be getting dusk. Did any one notice whether the chain lay at the top?" "Yes," said Chris sharply, "I did, so that it would be quite easy to catch." "Good," cried Griggs in a satisfied tone. "Then here goes." "Promise me you'll be careful, Griggs," said the doctor. "Yes, sir," said the American smiling, "if you'll strike a bargain." "What do you mean?" "Promise me you'll have that stuff ready to give me a strong dose if I'm bitten." "Trust me," said the doctor. "And trust me, sir," cried Griggs. The next minute he was striding along over the sand in and out amongst the scattered blocks of stone, and followed by his friends cautiously on the alert for any reptiles that might be coiled up asleep. But it was past their time. The sun had gone down, and the dusk of evening was rapidly growing into darkness, showing the party that if they had waited until a lanthorn was necessary there would have been great difficulty in putting into practice that which in theory sounded as easy as drawing on a glove. Not a snake was to be seen when the party halted, following Griggs' example, and standing about 30 feet behind him, the many blocks of rugged stone in front completely hiding the place where the barrels lay.
"Can you see any of the enemy?" said the doctor, just loudly enough for his voice to reach the American's ears.
Griggs turned quickly, shook his head to indicate that the coast was clear, and then turned back to face his task. The next minute they saw the deftly thrown hook flying through the air, describing a curve, and the rings of the rope opening out as they followed the iron. There was a loud jangling sound, and Chris held his breath as he saw the operator begin to draw upon the rope, hand over hand, fully expecting to see a cheek, and that the hook had caught. The boy was not disappointed. It had, and Chris uttered a low cheer. "Got it!" he whispered. "Why is he doing that?" That was the jerking of the rope to set it at liberty to be drawn again, for the simple reason that the catch was only the corner of a rock. But Griggs was soon ready again, and he mounted on to the top of a stone before taking careful aim, as he swung the hook to and fro, and then once more launched it through the air, to fall this time with a dull sound as if it had struck upon wood. "He'll do it this time," whispered Ned excitedly. "Yes, he has got it!" For as Griggs hauled, there was again a check, evidently from the sound of the iron against wood. "Oh!" groaned Chris, as they saw the rope hauled in again quickly for another throw. "What a while he is! He won't be able to see." "All right, Chris," cried Ned cheerily. "Third time never fails." "We shall have to do it, Ned," replied Chris merrily. "Now then, once to be ready, twice to be steady, three times to be off. There it goes." Away went the hook, and after it the dimly seen coils of rope, followed by a sharp clang again of iron upon stone. "Now he's hauling," whispered Ned, and all held their breath, for the change from daylight into darkness was rapidly going on, and Griggs's figure standing erect upon the grey rock began to look as if some thin, filmy, smoke-tinted veil was being drawn over it. Jingle came, clearly heard. "Hurrah!" cried Chris. "He has caught the chain this time. He'll want us to help haul." The boy strained forward as if ready to start at the first call, but he did not, for no call came. But Griggs himself began to move sharply after a tug at the rope, and then leaping down from the stone upon which he had stood, he came running towards them swiftly, dodging in and out amongst the stones standing in his way. "Off with you!" he shouted. "The vermin are coming along the rope." All turned at the order, retreating steadily to allow Griggs to overtake them, which he did directly. "I don't think we need to go far," he said. "I don't suppose they'll come further than the end of the rope. I could see dozens of them striking at the barrel, and the hook at that last throw. We shall have to let them settle down before we try to get the water, but I've hooked the chain fast." "Then we can do the rest after dark," said the doctor. "Well, not quite, sir. We shall have to bring a light to find the end of the rope, and see that there are none of the reptiles hanging on to it." "Yes, exactly." "Why not bring one of the mules next time?" cried Chris eagerly. "What for?" said Griggs sharply. "To make fast the line to his saddle or pack, and let him drag the barrels over the sand." "Good!" cried Griggs. "Excellent!" said the doctor. "I wonder whether the snakes will follow when the kegs are being dragged over the sand," said Bourne. "I don't think they will, sir," said the American.
They might perhaps if there are any about after dark, but there are lots of small stones about where they lie, and the critters will have an ugly time of it ground under those two heavy tubs." "I'm in hopes that we shall have no further trouble," said the doctor thoughtfully. "The only thing to decide now is, how long we had better wait." "An hour," said Wilton decisively, and that hour was passed in luxury, for a soft cool air came whispering among the reeking stones, which had been bathing all day long in the sunshine, and there was a crispness and reviving sensation in that gentle evening breeze, which seemed to affect even the animals, the mules crouching down in the sand, and the horses standing facing the quarter from which the wind blew, as if satisfied to wait for the water that they instinctively expected would come. The hour seemed long, and then with a dull, star-like lanthorn, Griggs began to pick his way through the transparent darkness, holding the light low in his lookout for enemies, till the end of the rope was found, though not without difficulty, the boys, who led one of the mules between them, having to stop at last and wait till the search came to an end. "No snakes about here," said Griggs in a low voice. "Bring the mule on, lads. That's right. Now then, turn. Back him a little more." This was done, the rope made fast to the pack saddle, and all was ready. "Now," said the doctor, "will the enemy follow the two kegs or no? Forward!" Chapter 16 of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The start was made in the direction of the spot where the rest of the train was gathered together, and with all present feeling flushed with excitement and in dread of what might happen, the rope tightened with a jerk, and then threatened to break, for there was no yielding on the part of the kegs after they had followed for a few yards, the sound announcing that they had caught and become wedged amongst the stones. In the midst of a painful silence, Griggs said in a rather an altered tone, "Well, it's of no use to make bones about it. I shall have to go and give 'em a clearing shove or two." "You'll do no such mad thing," cried the doctor angrily. "If the rattlesnakes will face the darkness, they must be swarming out of their holes after this disturbance. Here, start afresh, Chris. Take the mule's rein and lead him on steadily, a little more to the right." This was done, but the kegs did not move. "Try to the left now, my boy." Chris led the animal in the required direction, but the kegs remained fast. "You'll break the rope," said Griggs. "Then we must make fast another," replied the doctor. "We must go further off now, and pull at right angles." "You'll only get the rope cut by some of the upright stones," said Griggs bitterly. "It's of no use, doctor. I must go back and bump!" At that moment, before the American had finished his sentence, there was a quick movement. The tubs had yielded to the steady strain kept up by the mule, and for the next few minutes they came on, gliding easily over the sand, bumping and hopping over stones, against some of which they collided in a way that threatened to knock off the hoops or drive in staves, but they kept on coming till the mule reached the first of its companions, when the doctor called a halt. "Now then," he said, "lanthorn here." "What are you going to do, father?" cried Chris anxiously. "Pass the light along the rope till I reach the tubs, to see if there are any snakes twisted about the chain." "Nay, that's my job, sir," cried Griggs eagerly. "We'll go together," said the doctor. "Every one else stand back." The next minute Chris and Ned stood anxiously watching the light of the lanthorn, which was made to run along the rope and the ground till it played only upon the two kegs, which looked dull and indistinct by the shadowy figures
by the shadowy figures which could be dimly seen.
"Look out, sir! There's one!" shouted Griggs out of the gloom, and the lanthorn seemed to make a sudden jump. So did Chris's heart at the thought of the danger to which his father might be exposed. The next moment the boy's pulsations seemed to have ceased, but only for a heavy throbbing to set in, before he gave vent to a low gasp of relief, for the doctor's voice came clearly to them in the graceful word "crushed." "It's all right, sir," said Griggs loudly then. "I've cut through him twice, and he has dropped off. Haul away there, and pull 'em close up." The order was obeyed by hand, and the kegs, illumined by the light cast upon them by the lanthorn, were drawn right up to the halting place.
"Don't cheer, boys," said the doctor, anticipating a shout. "Here, Griggs," he continued, "let's have a little sand over the chain where you cut that horrible reptile away."
"Hold the light a little lower, sir," said the American. "It's all right," he added the next minute, after the light had played over the connecting links of the two kegs. "Sand's cleared it all away as they came. They're as clean as can be. I can't see anything on the rope or hook either."
"Was there one on it?" asked Chris eagerly.
"Yes, a big un," replied Griggs. "He tied himself in a tight knot close around the hook in the chain."
"It must have been that he was crushed when the kegs were first moved," said the doctor.
"Nay, sir, I fancy that it was when I hooked the chain. I fancy I must have caught him fast and dragged him close up."
"And then in resentment," said the doctor, "the beast twined itself up tightly, just like an eel on a night line, boys," he added.
"Did you cut it away, Griggs?" asked Chris. "Yes, I just slipped the point of my knife in between two of his coils twice over, gave a sharp push, and he dropped down wriggling at once." "Did you see many more?" asked Ned.
"Nary one, my lad." "A bucket here," said the doctor. "Let's run out a pannikin from one keg for each of the mustangs."
"Won't want a bucket then, sir."
"Nonsense, man. We can't give the mustangs their drop out of a tin. I want it poured into the bottom of the bucket, so that each can suck it up to the last drop."
"I see, sir," cried Griggs, and as the tompion like stop was unscrewed from the bunghole of a keg, a shallow iron bucket was cast loose from one of the mule's loads, the noise in the darkness nearly driving the whole team frantic, connecting the rattle of the handle as they did with water. But they were kept back while the mustangs each took their tiny portions, uttering a piteous remonstrance like sigh as the bucket was withdrawn again from its muzzle. And this done, the mules had their turn, two of them proving outrageous after getting their taste of water, Skeeter, as Griggs called him, seizing the edge of the bucket with his teeth and holding on till a sharp crack on the flank made him let go.
"Poor brutes,"
said Ned's father. "It seems very hard upon them, such a tiny drop each."
"Yes," replied the doctor, "but a score of these tiny drops make a hole in the contents of the keg. There, I don't think we have been unmerciful to our beasts. They have had the first turn. It is ours now."
The animals were driven back, and after the first keg had been as carefully closed up as if its contents were fine gold dust, the second was opened, and a tin mug filled by the doctor, Wilton holding the little cask.
"Now, Ned, you're the youngest," cried the doctor.
"Oh, you have some first, sir," said the boy.
"Tip it up," cried the doctor fiercely. "My good lad, you don't know what agony it is to practise self-denial and etiquette at a time like this."
The doctor spoke so fiercely that his words, combined with the intense thirst from which he suffered, made the boy raise the cup to his lips, to feel a thrill of delight as the lukewarm water trickled down his parched throat. The next moment, thanks to his father's teaching, he literally dragged the cup from his lips and thrust it in the face of Chris, who was looking at him by the lanthorn light, feeling in agony.
and as if his eyes were starting out of his head. "No, no!" he panted. "Drink!" yelled Ned savagely. "Yes, drink, boy!" cried the doctor. "Quick!" The doubling of the emphatic command made Chris obey, and he too sighed bitterly as he drained the last drop from the half filled mug and passed it back. "Quick, no more ceremony," cried the doctor, "or I shall be ready to forget myself, for I'm half mad with thirst. Fill up, Wilton. Now, Bourne, drink." "No, no, you first." "Drink!" roared the doctor, in a tone which startled his son, and without another word Ned's father half emptied the mug and handed it to Wilton, who hurriedly drained it, and began to fill it once more. "My turn to order now," he cried, holding it to the doctor. "We've all had a taste now, Lee. You drink all that." Griggs did not move a muscle, but stood firm, holding the lantern now, but he gave a side glance at the glistening cup as the doctor drank, suffering agony the while, but only to heave a sigh of thankfulness on seeing that his leader only swallowed half and then passed him the remainder. "I thought dad wouldn't forget him," whispered Chris to Ned, and perhaps it might have been only a couple of drops in the water that had gone the wrong way, but certainly something like a couple of tears glistened for a few moments in Chris's eyes. "Thank ye, doctor," said Griggs hoarsely, and the next moment there was a sound like glug glug, and the tin mug was empty. "Must have another drink round, eh, doctor?" said Wilton. "Drink!" was the reply. "Well, yes. Fill up. We must find water to morrow." Half a cupful was passed to each then, swallowed with avidity, and then Wilton sighed as he helped to secure the tompion in its place. "Now," cried the doctor, "we all want to lie down and get rest, but I'm sure we should none of us sleep for thinking of water. The night is fairly clear, and I feel that I can guide you up the rising ground, so I propose that we go on at once." "Yes, yes," cried Bourne, "on at any cost to get away from this horrible nest of reptiles." "But suppose we go blundering on among them?" cried Wilton. "What do you say, Griggs?" "I say let's get on, sir, for if we stop here we shall be getting no nearer water, and we shall be having the snakes coming to see where we are for killing that last one of their friends." To get away from the horrors that haunted the spot was the great desire of all, and with the doctor and Griggs leading, the first a little in advance, and bearing the light so as to avoid the blocks of stone projecting from the sand, the little party went slowly on hour after hour, ready to stop again and again to throw themselves down and rest. But no one dared to do so, lest the jar given to the earth should send some of the poisonous reptiles to the surface in search of the enemy that had intruded upon the solitude which they seemed from their numbers to have marked down for their own domain. The greater part of that night seemed to the two boys like a feverish dream, during which they had been compelled by some strange force to keep plodding on through horrors unspeakable, and tortured by a thirst that was maddening. At times where the stones lay thick hardly a word was spoken, but now and again Chris would begin questioning his companion loudly, eager to obtain his opinion as to whether he did not think it must be nearly morning. But Ned's answers were not encouraging. There was no romance in them. They were too near the truth to suit Chris, and he liked them the less because at heart he felt that they must be correct, and his own hopes too sanguine. But all the same he clung to his own ideas. They were so tempting. They were that with daylight they should have reached the end of the wild desert, and that from high up on some sunlit slope they would be gazing down into a broad green valley, some natural paradise through which flowed a rippling stream. He described his notions to Ned, who seemed to be listening attentively in the darkness, and now and then said "Oh," or "Ah, yes," but all the time he was clinging involuntarily to his saddle, his head nodding forward again and again, only to be brought back to the perpendicular with a jerk, while Chris was too drowsy himself to notice it, as he went muttering on. "It won't be the place where the gold city and temple are, Ned," he said, "but it will be just the spot where we can rest for a few days." "Ah," said Ned. "There will be fish in that river, you know," said Chris. "Salmon that have come up out of the Pacific, and we can spear them after we've drunk all we want, and bathe till we've soaked all this horrible dryness out of our skins. All along by the river too there'll be park like meadows green meadows, do you hear?" Ned grunted. "And in those park like prairie places there are sure to be droves of buffalo. Beef, do you hear? Beef." Chris had bowed down as if he were going to lay his forehead upon his mustang's neck, but the thought of roast beef woke him up again, and he clung a little more tightly with his knees and kept on with his muttering. "I say, don't go to sleep, Ned," he said, as he saw his companion following his own example and bow low. "I feel as sure that the sort of place we shall come to. There'll be great spreading fir trees too, such as Griggs talked about seeing up north in the Rockies. Trees with boughs that will keep off the sun and rain, eh?" "Ah," grunted Ned. "It will be just the place that we want to give the horses and mules a good long rest for a few days, to feed up well on good pasture while we shoot and amuse ourselves, and kill buffalo, and eat hot roast beef, and drink beautiful, clear, cold water, and you can lie down upon your chest with your face over the running stream, and drink as long as you like of the clear, cold, sparkling water. Sparkling water, sparkling water, "Ah," said Ned. "Come, come, boys," said a familiar voice out of the darkness. "Sparkling water," repeated Chris drowsily. "Much as you like, Mr Bourne." "To be sure, my boy," said the owner of the name, laying one hand upon Chris's shoulder, the other upon Ned's, but with no effect whatever save to make them both seem to roll in their saddles as he forced his horse in between them. "Sit up. Come, or you'll be falling out of the saddle. Very sleepy, Ned?" "Ah," grunted the boy. "Poor fellow," said Bourne with a sigh; then aloud, "Can't you keep awake, Chris?" "Spear fish, salmon, sparkling water," sighed the boy, bowing very low this time. "Come, try and wake up, my lad. We're getting on higher ground, and it's not so rocky here. As soon as the day begins to break we shall come to a halt, and rest for a few hours that is, if we can be sure that there are no rattlesnakes near." "Eh, snakes?" said Chris, sitting very upright now, and gazing in the face of Ned's father. "Yes, snakes. Made the water taste snaky horrid dries up your tongue tasted snaky." "Mine didn't," said Bourne. "I thought it was the sweetest drop I ever tasted in my life. Come, come, Ned, do you want me to hold you on your pony? Keep up a little longer, boy." "Ah," grunted Ned, straightening himself and feeling about for the reins, which had escaped his hand. Not that any guidance was wanted, the intelligent beast following the light of the lantern, clearly seeing moving ahead as Griggs' mustang plodded on. "Why, you are asleep, Ned." "No, father," answered the boy, telling a most brazen falsehood, for the moment before he was breathing so hard that the sounds were first cousins to heavy snores. "That's right then. We've had a long weary ride to day, but we're going uphill now, and the air's growing cooler. We must be leaving the sandy plains behind." "Yes, leave them behind. Won't fall off," muttered Ned, who was sinking fast into a state of stupor. And all the while from ahead, close by the moving lantern, came the musical cling, 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 cling of the mule's bell, with the low muttering sound made by the doctor and Griggs as they entered into conversation about the state of the country into which they were penetrating. "Poor fellows," said Bourne half aloud. "I can do nothing to keep them awake. Perhaps they will not fall off, after all." It was growing darker, but he noted that the mustangs seemed to regulate their movements to those of their riders, and in no wise altered their steady walk when one or the other lurched and made a spasmodic effort to recover himself. Then Bourne sighed and looked right ahead at the dull star of the lantern in front, some of whose rays fell from time to time upon the moving pack carried by one of the mules. From that he turned his eyes upwards to the glorious stars, whose rays gave just sufficient light to enable the line of animals to avoid any obstacle in the way, though that was seldom, for Skeeter plodded steadily along with his bell, and the mules which followed almost planted their hoofs, elephant fashion, in the prints made by those which had gone before. "What a long, long, weary night!" sighed Bourne at last. "Will the morning ever come?" "Who's that?" A sharp voice from close behind. "I. Anything the matter, Wilton?" "Yes. I nearly fell off my nag just now to be left behind." "You mustn't do that. Where's Snakes?" "Oh, don't mention them," came with a shudder. "But thank goodness." "By all means. But for what in particular now?" "You gave me such a fright." "I did? How? I've been here with the boys for the last quarter of an hour." "The boys? Where are they?" "Here, one each side." "Oh, I thought those were mules with packs. Did you hear, lads?" There was no reply. "What's the matter with them? Tired and sulky?" "Tired? Yes. Sulky? No. They're both fast asleep." "Poor fellows, no wonder. So was I just now." "But you said I gave you a fright." "I did nothing. What was it?" "I was fast asleep, I tell you, holding on I suppose by my knees, when I woke up and found that you were not by my side." "But I told you I was going to ride on and see how the boys were getting on." "Did you? I didn't hear a word. I must have been sound." "But you answered me, and said 'Ah, right.'" "Very likely, but it was in my sleep. When I woke up though, and found you were not with me, it was a regular shock, for I thought you must have fallen off and be lying somewhere in the darkness, and your nag beside you. The sensation was horrible, for in my stupid sleepy state I felt that we might never find you again." "How horrible!" "It was, I can tell you. It roused me up a bit, and I had common sense enough left in the midst of my scare to push on first and make sure. You can't think what a feeling of relief it gave me when you answered. I say, it would be awful if either of us were lost." "Awful indeed," said Bourne with a sigh. "We're on a wild chase, Wilton." "We are, but we're in for it, and we must carry it through." "I suppose so, but one night like this is enough, I say. Will it ever be morning?" There was no reply, and they went on for a few minutes in silence, and then there was a sudden check. "What's wrong now?" said Wilton sharply. "Anything the matter, Lee?" cried Bourne, for the mules seemed to have come to a sudden stop, just as if all had been moved by one impulse communicated to them by their leader. "I don't know yet, and I'm obliged to be very cautious." "Strikes me that we've been coming up and up for the last hour, sir," cried Griggs, "and that we're now just at the edge of a canon, with a drop down to nowhere just ahead. Skeeter came to a stop all at once." "I'll get down and see what I can make out with the lantern." "Wait a minute, sir, while I get a rope uncoiled. You shall have it fast around you and the other end to my saddle. These places go straight down sometimes, hundreds of feet to a river. Listen, can you hear water?" There was a silence for a few moments before the doctor said, "No." "Too deep down perhaps, sir?" "Well, I can soon see if I go cautiously, and you let the rope pass slowly through your hands. But try first if the bell mule will take a step or two in advance." "Not he, sir, I can see. He's got his legs all spread out like a milking stool." The doctor was off his horse, and the next minute he was advancing slowly, with the lantern held near the ground. "There's nothing here that need have stopped him, but oh, what a blessing!" "What is, sir?" "Here's short grass, and the mules cropping it." "Then there's no canon, sir?" said Griggs sharply. The poor brutes are all dead beat, and they've come into something that they can nibble, and they've struck work. The ponies are at it too. It's as good as saying that they won't stir another peg till daylight, if they will then."
"Why, two of the mules have regularly squatted down with their loads touching the ground,"
said the doctor, holding up the lantern. "Yes, it's all right, sir," cried Griggs. "There's no cañon, but level ground all about, I'll be bound. They've called a halt without being told, so we must do the same." "But here, with those horrible snakes about?" cried Bourne. "None here, sir," said Griggs. "If there were one it would have been smelt out by this time, and the poor beasts wouldn't have been so quiet. Oh, we're right for a time, sir. And I say, hadn't we better follow the beasts' example, and find a bit of something to eat?" "And drink?" said Wilton. "Nay, eating will make our mouths turn a bit moist. We've no business to touch any more of that water till we know where the next is to come from. Let's chance it, sir, and relieve the poor brutes of their packs."
"Very well," said the doctor, "but I don't like halting without knowing our ground. You know my rules that I laid down."
"No rule without an exception," said Wilton drowsily. "This is one. I don't want anything to eat, but if I die for it I must sleep."
"Well, I'll do the best I can to keep watch with the lantern," said the doctor, "but some one must relieve me soon."
"Put the light out, sir," said Griggs. "There's morning coming yonder. It's of no use, sir. We must chance everything and sleep. I can't keep awake any more."
"Let's have the packs off then. By the way, where are the boys?"
"Here are their ponies," replied Bourne, peering about in the darkness. "Tut, tut, tut! Here they are upon the ground, fast asleep too. Here, Ned, Chris, wake up, my lads. You can't lie there." Ned's father was never more away from the truth in assertion. In fact, he was quite wrong, for the two boys were proving that they could lie there, and were sleeping heavily, careless of snakes, and ponies, or mules' hoofs, careless of everything but obeying the stern dictates of a monitor who bade them sleep, and make up for lost time. Hunger and thirst did not exist to them then, nor did they to any other member of the expedition, for when day came brightly up, not very long after, it was to look down upon the strange group of horses, mules, packs, and men lying anyhow upon a wide downlike place covered with thin, short, crisp grass, which the animals were browsing upon contentedly enough. Fortunately for the party, there was no sign of danger far or near, nothing but rolling down for a few miles, and beyond that mountains towering up towards the clouds, looking clear and distinct in the pearly grey of morning, and apparently close at hand, though some 60 or 70 miles away. Chapter 17. Of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. "Hello, what's that?" said Chris softly, as he lay on his left side gazing at an elevation about a couple of feet from his nose, and it was some time before he could make out that it was a sack stuffed so full that it threatened to burst the coarse stitches down one side. His head felt confused and thick. His thinking apparatus would not work properly, but seemed to be struggling to carry on the narrative of some weary dream in which there had been snakes, heat, thirst, and riding, till his bones seemed to ache, and he felt sore all over. It was very puzzling, and though he tried to make out where he was, he could see nothing but that big sack. After lying still for some minutes, his reasoning powers began to act, and overcoming the disinclination to move, consequent upon his being so horribly stiff, he gave himself a wrench and turned right over on his other side. This brought a little illumination, bodily and mental too, for the sun was beating down upon his face, making him raise his hand stiffly to shade his eyes. And there before him lay Ned, flat upon his back with his mouth wide open. The mist floating in his brain now began to disperse, and rising upon one elbow he could see first one and then another of the party lying fast asleep in different attitudes, with the packs belonging to the expedition dotted about anyhow, just as they had been released from the mules' backs. Then there were the bearers of the said packs about a couple of 100 yards away, every one with its muzzle near the ground, browsing busily at some kind of low, scrubby, grayish growth that looked like very dwarf juniper, while in quite another direction there they were, all six, forming a group to themselves, the mustangs, their saddles still on and the reins upon the ground, cropping away at the thin, wiry grass that clothed the sandy earth. "Of course, I recollect now," thought Chris. "I went to sleep on my pony, and must have fallen off without waking. Am I hurt?" He screwed himself about and raised his arms and legs, wincing a little the while. "Yes, I am hurt," he muttered. "I can hardly move, but I don't think anything's broken. It's just as if the mules had been kicking me and the ponies walking about on my chest." His eyes wandered around again, and he sat up now with a start, the aforesaid eyes dilating and the lids getting so wide that he showed a good deal of white, while it seemed as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his heart, so horrible were his thoughts. But he could see no sign of rattlesnakes, and the heavy throbbing in his breast calmed down, to give place to a sensation of pleasure, as he breathed in the fresh elastic air and let his eyes rest upon a great blue mountain which towered up above a clump of a dozen or so on one side, and as many more spreading away in a row, their tops looking like the teeth of a gigantic saw. In fact, it was one of the ranges to which the old Spanish settlers gave the name of Sierras. "It is not what I dreamed about," said Chris to himself. "Let me see. Yes, that was of looking down into a glorious green valley, with a sparkling river running through, and beautiful park like prairies on each side for the mules and ponies to graze in, while we hunted and shot the buffaloes. Of course, I remember it all quite clearly, and about our going to bathe and drink, and oh, how thirsty I am! Why, there must be water here, or the animals wouldn't be so contented. Get enough juice out of what they're eating, I suppose," he added, after a few minutes' more thought. "Well, this is 100 times better than the salt desert, and there must be water in the valleys over yonder. How blue it all looks! That doesn't seem as if there were trees, because they'd look green. But there must be valleys because there are mountains. And here, I say, Ned, don't snore like that," he said aloud. "Wake up, lazy, it's ever so late." His words having no effect, he reached out one foot and gave the boy such a vigorous push that Ned sat up staring. "Who hit you, Chris? Why did you kick me like that?" he cried. "I didn't kick, I only pushed, to wake you up. You can't sleep all day. Oh, I say, what a face you've got!" Ned, who had roused up at once, clapped his hands to the part of his person alluded to, and retaliated. "So have you got a face?" he cried. "Why, it looks as if it had got a crust of salted sand all over it." "So it has, I suppose," said Chris, rather gruffly, as he began to pat his cheeks softly, rub his eyes, and then deal very tenderly with his cracked lips. "Oh dear, shouldn't I like a swim, even if it was only in a water hole that was half mud. But I say, Chris, look here, what about the rattlesnakes? Have we left them all behind?" "I hope so. There seems to be no sign of any here. And I say, this is quite a different sort of country. Look at the mountains." "I have." "We must be all right then now," continued Ned. "I began to think yesterday that we were going to tramp along till the heat and thirst were too much for us, and we had to lie down and die. I say, I shouldn't have liked that." "And you'll never find any one who would. Bother the old gold! It would have been horrid. Better have gone on weeding in the plantation." "Ever so much. But do you think the place marked in the plan is over yonder?" Ned pointed at the beautiful amethystine mountains, but Chris shook his head. "Don't look like the place. But never mind that now. Let's see about breakfast." The boys rose, as if animated by one spirit, and stood looking round. "What about a fire?" said Ned dismally. "No wood," replied Chris with a groan, and his voice made his father start, look sharply round, and spring to his feet. "Ah, boys!" he cried, "how long have you been awake?" This question, loudly uttered, had the effect of a call to the other sleepers, who rose to their feet to look about in a dazed and wondering manner, but with signs of satisfaction dawning upon their countenances as they grasped the improvement in their position. "Yes," said the doctor, after a brief conversation, "the cattle are all right, and will be able to go on after another hour's grazing. But there is no water, I'm afraid, nearer than the mountains yonder." "But there'll be plenty there, doctor," said Griggs confidently. "And I don't see that we need wait for the animals to graze any more. They haven't done much amiss by the state of their portmanteaus. We can halt again when we like, and the pasture's sure to get better as we go along towards the mountain slopes. Would you mind getting out your glass?" This was quickly done, and the American focused it and stood gazing long and intently at the distant range. "Far as I can make out," he said at last, "there's river and valley and forest yonder, sir." "Forest with blue trees, Griggs?" said Chris. "Forest with trees that look blue at this distance," replied the American. "That last makes a wonderful difference in the look of things. So do sunrise and sunset. Why, you've seen the woods look orange and scarlet, haven't you?" "Yes, of course," said Chris, looking abashed. "I forgot. But I say, if there were water there, shouldn't we see it glitter?" "Not a bit. Don't you know how the rivers in these parts run down in the canons? Why, I've seen a dozen or two that you didn't know were there when you were 100 yards away." "And these may be 10 miles off," cried Ned. "10? Yes, quite that," said Griggs dryly. "Ah, they're a long way off, Ned, my boy," said Bourne thoughtfully. "How far do you make it, Griggs?" "Well, sir, I should say it's 100 miles from here to the highest part of that peak." 100 miles!" cried Ned. "Yes, and a good 60 to the hills about the foot." "Then we shan't get there to day," said the doctor decisively. "If we do half of it, sir, we shan't have done badly," replied Griggs. "But in 30 miles I fancy we shall have reached water, and be in a better country than we're in now, worse luck." "What?" cried Chris. "What I say, squire. We don't want to go dawdling about in pretty places. We must go yonder for rest and water, say for a day or two. But the old prospector's map won't fit in there." "How do you know?" said Wilton sharply. "Because, if there'd been a landmark like that big peak anywhere near the city, he'd have been safe to mark it down." "Of course," said the doctor thoughtfully. "Where should you think that mountain is?" "Don't know, sir, and I don't see that it matters to us in what state the old temple and treasure is. All we've got to do is to find the wilderness that hides it away, and we may as well make up our minds that it'll take all the patience we can store up. But what do you say about our start, sir?" "As soon as we've had something in the way of breakfast," replied the doctor. "Unfortunately we can have no coffee. It seems impossible to scrape together enough fuel to make a fire." "Not till to night, sir. But I think we might drink what water we like. The horses and mules will be able to get along without." "Yes,
we might venture upon a tinful each before starting," said the doctor. That tinful each was the first part of the meal, and declared merrily by both boys to have quite a rattlesnaky flavor. The solid portion of the late breakfast was not appetizing. "But never mind, squires," cried Griggs cheerily. "We're going to get game as we go along to day. It'll be roast birds for dinner if you keep your eyes open. I don't mean for the game." "For what then?" asked Chris. "The wood to cook it, my lad. We must carry the axe ready, and if we do happen to come across a few shrubs, they must be loaded on top of the water kegs, for the mule that carries them is getting to have a precious light load, and he deserves a heavy one for causing us all that trouble yesterday." A very short time after they were going straight for the mountain, the great peak forming their goal, and the doctor taking its bearings by compass so as to know their route if mist should hide it and when darkness came on. To the surprise of all, both ponies and mules stepped briskly and well, the pasture upon which they had been busy having had a wonderfully good effect. The hardy beasts seemed now to need no water, and made light of their loads, while as the stiffness suffered by the riders passed off with movement in the warm bracing air, the difficulties and perils of the past seemed to die away. Griggs proved to be right too. Before they had been 2 hours on the way, for first one or two, then a covey of the large partridge like birds that haunted the open appeared, and as the day went on several plump additions to their stores fell to the guns. But the wood was so far wanting, and it was not until evening was approaching that they came upon a scattered patch of trees, which grew for a long distance in a meandering way, just one here and there, and from which a sufficiency for their purpose was obtained. But the pasture was no more plentiful, and they kept on, till at once Griggs slapped his hand down heavily upon his leg. "Got it!" he cried. "Got what?" exclaimed the doctor, and the boys stared. "That idea. Can't you see, doctor? These trees have been all along on our right for quite a time." "Yes, that's plain enough," was the reply, "and they go on right as far as we can see, wandering in and out, but getting thicker." "Yes, I can see that, but I confess that I don't see what it has to do with your excitement." "Don't you, doctor?" cried Griggs. "Well, it means this. There's been a watercourse here some time or other, and there's enough moisture underground to keep these little scrubby trees alive." "I see it is possible." "As it gets farther from the hills there are fewer trees, but as we follow it up you can see they are getting thicker, and I believe that if we keep on far enough we shall come upon grass and water, perhaps a pool." "Then we'll keep on," said the doctor. "Certainly, and may you prove to be right." Griggs did prove to be right, for when the course of the trees had been followed for about 4 miles, the party found themselves upon a marshy patch of a vivid green, the trees they had followed ending at the very edge. Pools of clear water were plentiful, and the banks and swampy ground between them and the lakes were rich in deep green, succulent and coarse reeds, and grassy patches, such as cattle delight in. A dry slope some 50 feet above the swamp was soon selected for the temporary halt, a place which proved to be quite free from reptiles, and here the mules were unladen, the fire was lit, and the boys joined eagerly in the culinary preparations, all being eager to help in the preparation of the evening meal. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. "What do you think of this, boys?" said Griggs at sunrise the next morning.
"Splendid!" cried Chris.
glorious!" shouted Ned. "Oh, bother the old gold and the tramping through choking deserts! Come along, Chris." "Here, what are you going to do?" cried Griggs. "Swell ourselves out again," replied Chris. "I'm dried up like a stalk with all that miserable tramping, and I shan't come right again till I've been in for an hour." "In where?" "Why, in that big pool. You listen. You can hear me crackle with the salt and dust caked over me. I'm afraid to laugh for fear I should crack my skin." "Get out, but a good wash will be a treat. I say though, that place looks deep. You can both swim very well?"
"Oh, tidily, eh, Ned?"
"I should think so." "That's all right then," said Griggs. "But how about
"About what?"
cried Chris, for the American stopped. "the anacondas and alligators and snapping turtles and garfish with teeth sharp as sharks?"
"Oh, I say!" cried Ned, with his face contracting as he glanced at the smooth clear waters of the largest pool in sight. "You don't think there's anything of that sort in there, do you?"
"I dunno. Haven't given it a thought," replied the American.
"Come along," cried Chris. "He's laughing at us."
"Not I,"
said Griggs. "Anacondas?" said Chris thoughtfully. "Yes, they are the big boa constrictors, like chaps that half live in the water and lay hold of anything that goes in. No, it's all stuff, Ned. They don't live here. They're in South America. There's nothing to mind."
"I don't know so much about that," said Griggs. "What about alligators and snapping turtles? There's safe to be plenty of them in a place like this."
"But they wouldn't try to touch us," cried Chris. "I shall chance it." Ned looked anxious. "Here, I say, Griggs," he said, "no games. We want a bath horribly. You don't think there really are any biting things in the water, do you?"
"I dunno, my lad. This is a new place altogether to me. There are plenty of vicious, hungry things down in Mississippi and Florida, I know that."
"But we're not in Mississippi, nor yet in Florida," cried Chris. "I say, Griggy, where are we?"
"Why, here, to be sure," replied the American.
"Don't talk stuff," cried Chris angrily. "What part are we in?"
"I'm not a geography book, my lad, and I don't know where we are, only that we've travelled southwest. No finger posts up here, and no lines to show where the states are divided."
"Now you're bantering again, Griggs," cried Chris irritably. "You must know."
"If you come to that, why, so must you, my lad. But I really don't know, only that we're well into the wild, unsettled parts of the country, and I should say nobody had ever been here before but prospectors, chaps like the poor fellow who came crawling to us regularly done up."
"But where should you think we are?"
"Well, I'm inclined to think that we've got well into Arizona, my lad, where the great unexplored salt deserts are."
"Very well then. We've explored that part and come across the deserts, and got into the good land now."
"Oh, have we?" said Griggs derisively. "Why, we've only just tasted a bit of one. Do you know how big these wilds are?"
"A few miles across, I suppose. 50 or so at the outside."
"That's mild for a guess," said Griggs. "Why, I believe there's room enough out in these wilds for us to lose ourselves and wander about for years."
"Very well then, let's wander," cried Chris. "That's nothing to do with what we want to do here, and that's to bathe and get rid of all this sand and dust."
"Well then, if you'll take my advice, you'll keep on the shallows close to the edge, in case Yah! Look at that!"
The boys were already looking, their attention having been caught by the rising of a little wave caused by some fish or reptile rushing through the water for a few yards before curving over, making a great splash as it disappeared. "A big fish seizing a small one!" cried Chris. "Well, that won't hurt us." And hurrying along the edge of the pool, they were not long before plunging in for a good swim, to come out ready to dry themselves in the sun, and after dressing, enjoying the sensation of being freed from the dust and salt which had clung to their skins. "I say, bother the old gold," said Ned again, as they stood gazing at the mountains, half hidden by the delicate clouds of mist curling about their sides, and clinging to the great peak which had formed their guide. "Isn't it lovely? Why can't we live here?" "Because we've got something else to do," cried Chris grimly. "Besides, how could we live?" "Live? Why, the same as we did at the plantation. I believe that everything would grow here, and that we could raise abundance of fruit." "And who should we sell it to?" "Bother! Never mind about selling it," cried Ned contemptuously. "Eat it ourselves." "Live on oranges, eh? What stuff you talk! Ask your father what he thinks." "But there'd be plenty of other things here to eat. We could grow corn, and graze cattle, and keep poultry. I dare say we shall come across buffaloes and deer. Then there are abundance of birds, and I dare say these fish in the pools would be good without reckoning on the salmon." "What salmon?" cried Chris grimly. "The salmon in the rivers that come down from the mountains over there." "Of course," cried Chris mockingly. "Here, let's go salmon fishing this morning. We've got hooks and lines packed up somewhere, and I don't suppose it will take us long to find a salmon river." Ned stared wide eyed at his comrade, who burst out laughing. "Oh, I say, Ned, what a baby you are! I shall tell them over our breakfast everything. You Oh, I say, smell that!" "Yes," cried Ned eagerly. "Coffee!" "No, no, that other smell. I know. Old Griggs is frying something for breakfast. Come on." The scene around was glorious. There was the blue sunlit sky, in the distance the purple mist and the glittering silver of pool after pool, while all else was golden green, tree, bush, and waving reed, rush and grass. To a couple of boys whose eyes had been smarting for days in the dusty glare, the country around seemed perfect in its beauty. But though they had been revelling therein and enjoyed it to the full, now that they were refreshed by their bath, all seemed as nothing compared with the film of grey smoke that arose from close by the heap of packs beyond which the ponies and mules were grazing, half hidden by the lush, rich grass which brushed their flanks. But it was not only the sight of that slow rising smoke. There was the odour, which floated to their nostrils, and set them off running in a way which seemed to suggest that their swim had washed away all the stiffness and languor of the day before. "Breakfast!" shouted Griggs as they drew near, and his cry brought up Wilton, Bourne, and the doctor, each with his double rifle and shotgun across his shoulder. The change was so great after the sufferings and excitement of the past hours, that every one was enthusiastic, and the conversation became general about the future. But very soon all but one became listeners, the one being the doctor, who laid down the law as to future proceedings, giving it as his opinion that the success of the expedition, or more especially the continuance thereof, must depend upon their keeping in touch with water. "Yes, that's right," said Griggs, as if speaking to himself. "You see," said the speaker, "our stores must rapidly grow less, and we have to face the fact.
that we shall have to throw ourselves upon the resources of the country. Hence to go on journeying through the desert means failure, perhaps worse, for we may find some day that we have gone so far that we cannot retrace our steps. You follow me, Griggs?" "Quite, sir," was the reply. "You are saying what I think, only much better. I don't want to push forward my opinions, but I know a little about these matters, having journeyed far north years ago, and having had a good deal to do with the horrible alkali plains, as they call them." "Exactly, and we shall always be glad of your advice and counsel," said the doctor. "Now, it seems to me that wherever we can we must keep to the mountains. It will be more arduous for our beasts, but near the high lands we may generally find water. Where there is water there are grass and trees, and where there are trees we may find food in the shape of birds and other animals, as well as provisions for our ponies and mules."
"Plenty of fish in that big pool," said Chris. "Oh," cried Ned in protest, "we only saw one." "But he was after another," said Chris sharply, "and that big one is sure to have plenty of young ones."
"His relatives, eh?" said Bourne, smiling.
"Of course," added Wilton with a laugh, "and that will include the old folks as well as the young."
"Yes," said the doctor, "and you boys must try your hands at catching them whenever there is a chance. In fact, we must all bear in mind that it is urgent that we should be on the lookout for food, not in a destructive way, but so as to have the next day's supplies in hand. But now about to day. We have excellent quarters here, the beasts are revelling in good pasture, and though I am anxious to go on, I think we had better stay where we are, say for a couple of days more, not to do nothing, but to let this be camp from which we make an expedition or two towards that peak, and part of the way up its slopes, so as to determine in which direction we shall go next."
There was a murmur of assent here, and Wilton took up the debate. "I believe," he said, "that we shall find the source of a river up there, and that then it would be wise to follow it down."
"That would take us towards the sea," said Ned's father decisively. "Not for certain, sir," cried Griggs.
"Well then, towards where the river joined another which ran into the sea."
"Not for certain, sir," repeated Griggs.
"Very well then, where it runs into some good sized lake."
"Not for certain, sir," paid Griggs, so decisively that Chris laughed.
"But a river must fall into something," said Ned's father sharply. Griggs' interruptions having made him feel nettled.
"Yes, sir, of course; but in a desert country, such as it is about here, they fall into difficulties."
"I know," cried Chris. "Griggs means that they tumble down into those great canons, like that one on the Colorado, isn't it, where the banks are a mile deep?"
"No, I don't, squire," said Griggs firmly, "though I shouldn't be a bit surprised if we came across one of those gashes in the desert. I meant that some of the little rivers that come down from the mountains run bright and clear for a time in amongst the rocks till they get to the more level ground, and then they spread out and grow wide and shallow, so that you find they're only up to your knees, a mile or two lower down they're not up to your ankles, while a bit lower there's no river at all."
"What, gone down a sink hole?" cried Chris.
"No, squire, spread out and soaked away into the sand, which begins by looking dark coloured and has patches of grass growing in it for a bit, and then you get further and the sun has drunk up all the sand had not swallowed."
"But there must be pools and marshes," said Wilton.
"Pools sometimes, but where you do find one it's as salt as the sea, only a deal nastier. and if you drink any of it you find it makes you ill." "You've had that experience?" said the doctor. "More than once, sir," replied Griggs, "and it arn't nice. Which way do you mean to go to-day, sir?" "Straight for the mountains," replied the doctor. "Hm!" grunted Griggs. "Won't get there in one journey." "No," replied the doctor, scanning the beautiful elevation through his glass, "but I think we might do what we can in the way of selecting another camp to which we can move a day or two later." "Yes, we can do that, sir; but what about here?" "I should set up the tent here before we start," suggested Wilton. "What for, sir?" asked Griggs sharply. "It will be a big white object for our guidance on our way back." Griggs shook his head and smiled. "We shall take our bearings and be able to find our camp again. The water here will do for one big mark when we're yonder on the hills. If you set up that tent with no one to mind it, the mules won't be long before they come rubbing themselves against the ropes and upsetting it, for one thing. Another is, that if a roving band of mountain Indians came along, they'd be down upon it at once to see what there was worth taking." "But surely there are no mounted Indians about here?" said Ned eagerly. "Maybe no, maybe yes, my lad. I don't know that there are, and I don't know that there aren't. There's plenty of room for them, and a nice country where there's water and perhaps game. Likely enough there may be Indians, for they're here to-day and 100 miles off to-morrow, roving about in search of eatables." "Yes," said the doctor gravely, "and the thought of the life they lead is encouraging to me."
"Encouraging?"
cried Bourne and Wilton together. "Certainly. I have been a good deal exercised in my mind about the failing of our provisions forcing us at last to turn back. But if we follow the example of the Indians, there is no reason why we, so long as we have sufficient ammunition, should not be able to keep on for years, if it were necessary. What one band can do, surely another can."
"That's what you think, then, is it, sir?" said Griggs sharply.
"Yes. Why do you speak like that?"
"Only because I'm glad you see fully what we've got to do, sir, and are ready to do it." "But we must husband our stores," said Bourne. "Of course, sir," said Griggs, with his eyes twinkling. "We will as long as they'll stop to be husbanded. But they'll shrink away to nothing at last, and we must look forward to the time when all the extras be gone and we shall have to live on meat and water." "Rather starvation rations, Griggs," said Wilton, while the boys stared at one another. "Oh no, sir. I've been through it, and it isn't half bad. You soon get used to it, and then you find out what roast meat and cold water really are about the most delicious eating and drinking in the world. Your appetite's splendid. You can sleep like a top, and as to what you can do, it's wonderful. You never seem to be tired." "Then you don't feel any apprehension about our having to give up for want of supplies?" "Not a bit, sir, as long as the powder and shot last. When they're done, the sooner we make for civilization the better."
"Yes," said the doctor thoughtfully. "You must be right, Griggs."
"Yes, sir, I am right," said Griggs, without a shadow of brag in his way of speaking.
"I wouldn't speak out as I do if I hadn't proved it."
"How long did you lead such a life as that?" asked Chris.
"Going on for 4 years. Why, I've talked to you and Squire Ned here often."
"Yes, of course, about your experiences in the big Northwest," said Chris, "but I didn't know it lasted so long." "Don't you remember about his fight with the Indians, when they rode around his party?" asked Ned. "Yes, I remember," said Chris. Then thoughtfully, "You think we shall find Indians out here?" "No, I don't, my lad.
but I feel pretty sure they'll find us." "Most likely," said the doctor, nodding his head, "but we can beat them off. You feel then, Griggs, that we need be under no apprehension about our stores?" "Not a bit, sir, so long as we keep within touch of the mountains. I'd almost go as far as to say that we could do better without them. We could after a time, for it will save a lot of trouble in loading up the baggage; but they won't fail yet awhile. A man can do without tea and coffee and sugar and pepper, and without meal too when he's obliged. We shan't want for salt, I dessay, though the less we come across that the better. We shan't fail over finding where that poor old chap made his mark, on account of the eating and drinking. I was thinking about him in the night when I woke up to have a look around." "What about him?" said Chris, for the American had stopped short. "'Bout how long he'd been living out somewhere in these parts."
"Or some other parts," said Wilton.
"That's right, sir."
"How long had he been out here then?"
asked Ned eagerly. "Can't say, squire, but a many, many years, for he was pretty nigh worn out, weren't he, doctor?"
"By privation principally," said Bourne thoughtfully.
"Privation had a good deal to do with it, certainly," said the doctor. "But Griggs is right, he was nearly worn out."
"With his long fight?"
said Wilton. "Principally from old age. He must have been very far past 70."
"What!" cried Bourne.
"Oh yes, he was very old," replied the doctor quietly.
"Ay, he seemed so," said Griggs.
"Old enough to be 100. Not that he was.
I'll say 80.
Well, he might easily have been wandering about in his gold hut for 20 or 30 or 40 years."
"Oh, absurd!" cried Wilton.
"P'r'aps so, sir. But look here. He went out with a party of prospectors, didn't he?"
"Yes."
"And he was the only survivor?"
"To be sure. He told me so."
"Well, it's an old story about the parties of prospectors going out into the desert in search of gold and never coming back."
"Yes, we have heard it often."
"Well, tell me this, Mr Wilton," said Griggs sharply. "When a party goes out exploring, what sort of chaps are they?"
"A very brave enterprising set."
"Of old men, I suppose, sir, nearly worn out?"
"Nonsense! Able bodied, vigorous, young and active fellows," cried Wilton decisively.
"That's right, sir. Then how many years is it since that poor old fellow was young, able bodied and vigorous, and started off into the desert with his party? It wasn't yesterday, I'll be bound."
"No," said Wilton, very slowly and thoughtfully.
"He managed to live a long time out here, sir, eh?" said Griggs, smiling. "And so can we. We've got 100 times his chance, for as I said before, we know what he didn't."
"What do you mean?" said Ned's father.
"We know that the gold city is somewhere, and we've got his plan to work upon. Now, doctor," continued the speaker suddenly, "what do you say to making a start for the mountain, to have a look around?" "The sooner the better," said the doctor. "Only let's make a stack of our stores."
"That's soon done," said Griggs, and all started to place the bales, so that the mules might not investigate matters that were of no concern of theirs. CHAPTer 18. The Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. "Isn't it grand?" cried Chris, as he tightened the girths of his saddle during the final preparations for the start, every one being well armed, and in face of the fact that they meant to be back at the camp the same evening, burdened with nothing but a wallet containing a little food and a bottle of water. "Isn't what grand?" replied Ned. "Why, riding off into a country where nobody has been before, and not knowing what wonderful discoveries we may make." "Oh yes, I suppose so. But I wish old Griggs had spoken out as he has done now before we started." "What about?" "What about? Why, our having to go on and on till all the stores are finished, and then for us to get nothing but frizzled meat to eat and water to drink. That's a nice lookout, upon my word. Here, see if you can get my girth tightened to this hole. The brute has been eating till he's as round as a tub." "So has mine. I haven't got the girth as tight as it was last time by 3 holes." "Oh, then you needn't bother. I'm 1 hole better than you." "All right then. We shall have to tighten up 2 or 3 times to day." "Ready, boys?" cried the doctor. "That's right. Now sling your guns. Are you loaded?" "Yes, father. Bullet in one barrel, shot cartridge in the other." "Now then, mount. You follow us, and Griggs will bring up the rear." "That's right," said Chris in a whisper. "We can make him talk to us and tell us about how he got on when he was travelling before." The start was made, and as soon as the marshy part was cleared there was no need to ride in single file. The doctor allowed his 2 friends to come up abreast, and Griggs urged his pony forward to get between the boys. "Here we are then," he said cheerily. "Now we can have a palaver." "About Indians?" said Ned eagerly. "Indians? Not a bit of it. We don't want any Indians. I say, nice thing to find when we get back that they had raided the camp and cleared off everything, mules and all." "Oh, I say, Griggs," cried the boys together. "Don't! It would be horrible. Why, part of us ought to stop and guard the camp." "Either of you like the job?" said the American. Chris and Ned leaned so as to gaze across Griggs' pony in each other's eyes. "Bah! They won't find it, even if there are any in this neighborhood," cried the American. "Nice country, ain't it? Rather better than the desert." "But isn't it a pity that we are not going right up the mountain today?" "Like to go all the way?" said Griggs. "Yes, I should," cried Chris eagerly. "I want to get the glass and look around. I think I could make out the mountains on the old map if I saw them." "Very nice if you could," said Griggs dryly. "But it's early morning yet. You wait till afternoon, and then see if you wish the same. I think you'll fancy we've had enough of it for one day, and want to get back to camp for supper." "Oh, I don't know," said Chris merrily. "I'm not always thinking of eating like Ned is." "Eh? Oh say, I like that. Why, I never do." "Didn't you grumble just now about the time when we should have nothing but meat and water? Here, I say, Griggs, what's that? I mean those. There's more than one." "Yes, keep quiet. More than 20, my lads." "Not Indians, are they?" whispered Chris with bated breath. "Where?" panted Ned. "Over yonder, half a mile away. You can just see their black heads above the grass. They're watching us." "What? In that open grassy piece, with those trees? Yes, I see now. I'll canter forward and tell them." "No, no. Sit still and go steadily on. I don't want 'em scared. It's a sight worth seeing. They're getting scarce now. Nearly all have been shot up in the north." "Yes, I know they're getting scarce up there," said Chris excitedly, while Ned's eyes began to open wider and wider. "But we ought to warn my father." "Nay, I dare say he sees them by now." "Shout to him in case he doesn't," said Chris excitedly. No," replied Griggs, who was shading his eyes to keep off the sun. "They'd hear us if I shouted,
and be off at once."
"But I'm afraid they'll begin shooting." "Who'll begin shooting?"
"Those Indians."
Griggs turned in his saddle to look wonderingly at the speaker, and then his features began to relax, but grew hard again at once, and he said quietly "Oh, I see. Shoot at us. Why, they're doing that now, and making bull's eyes." "What do you mean?" cried Chris sharply. "What have I said? Here, Ned, he's laughing at us."
"That I wasn't," cried Griggs. "I only nearly smiled. Why, do you mean to tell me that you don't know what those are?"
"Indians, aren't they? Black heads or black feet, I don't know."
"That's very evident," said Griggs grimly. "Why, they're buffaloes, bisons, staring at us with their heads just above the grass."
"Oh!" cried Chris. "So they are. Then they mean beef?" cried Ned excitedly.
"There,
"What did I say?" said Chris, laughing. "He's thinking about roast beef for dinner."
"Then he won't get any to day," cried Griggs. "There they go. They've taken alarm."
"Oh!" cried Ned, as the black objects suddenly disappeared. "We ought to have shot one."
"They're all right," said Griggs coolly. "We know that there are buffaloes in this part of the country, and we can stalk one when we like. We don't want meat today. I say, boys, we've only seen them, but we know now there's something else."
"What?" cried Ned.
"Wolves."
"How do you know?"
"Always are. They follow the bison droves."
"But a great bull bison could easily kill a wolf."
"But a calf couldn't," said Griggs dryly. "They hang about after the droves so as to pull down the very young calves, and kill the mothers too sometimes. Well, this is a good beginning, and I only hope we may find beef like this in our larder wherever we go, till we discover the old city."
"They haven't seen them," said Chris. "Shout and tell them, then now." Chris gave a hail and made the announcement. "Where?" shouted Wilton excitedly.
"Out of sight now, sir," replied Griggs. "The grass is very high down in that hollow, but if you look towards those trees you may see what I can now, the tall grass waving as if something was plunging through it."
"I see them," said Bourne directly after.
"And I," cried Wilton. "Let's ride hard and cut them off." But a word from the doctor checked him.
"Why not?" he said. "We shall want the food."
"Yes, some time," said the doctor. "The buffaloes will not go far from such abundant pasture, with water close at hand. We can pick up a few birds as we come back, I dare say, enough for this evening and tomorrow. I want to get on as far as can today, and see for a new camping place as we agreed."
"That's right, sir," said Griggs. "If we stop to get a shot or two at those fellows, they may lead us another way, and what with the shooting, skinning, and cutting up, we shan't make such a hole in the morning that we must put off our exploring till tomorrow." "Oh, very well," said Wilton, rather ungraciously. "But when we do want our joints, mark my word, we shall not be able to get a shot." Griggs laughed and shook his head. "Don't agree with you, Mr Wilton," he said. "There goes something else."
"Eh? Where?" cried Wilton.
"Through the tall grass yonder. I fancy it's deer of some kind, something small, but I can't see what it is."
"Whatever it may be," said the doctor, "it's running through the grass in the direction we are going. Look at the grass yonder. It's waving as something passes through it."
But whatever it was they could not get a glimpse of it, though time after time when they felt that the game had either been passed or had gone off to the right or left, they saw the grass in motion again. Then it stopped altogether, and the grass began to grow shorter before them, the longer beds being down to their right where the land sloped down.
and they here and there caught the glint of water.
"Why, we must be following up the bed of an underground river," said Bourne, "and this keeps breaking out from time to time, forming quite a chain of little lakes. Yes, there, look, those must be ducks." "Ducks they are," cried Griggs, as a little flock rose cackling from somewhere away to their right, and skimmed along over the top of some waving reed beds, but far out of shot. "Another proof that we shall not starve," said the doctor, as they rode slowly on, with the grass in places reaching to their saddle bows. "Let's strike away to the left here," he continued. "I fancy the ground is drier. It is certainly wetter down to the right there, and the grass longer." He was quite right, for by bearing off a little they found at the end of about half a mile that their progress had grown more and more easy, the grass now only reaching to their stirrup irons, while away further to their left it was shorter still, looking quite lawn like in the distance. "We're a good deal higher than we were at the camp, aren't we?" asked Bourne. "Certainly, and far off as we are, we certainly seem to be approaching the mountain by a gradual slope." "And that chain of pools and swamps is something of a river or stream that comes down from one of the valleys yonder. Hallo, look out!" Every one present had already been put on by the qui vive by a quick rustling in front, followed by a loud whirring sound, as some half a dozen birds, which they had evidently been driving before them through the long grass in which they had kept out of sight, had now found themselves too much exposed in the shorter herbage and taken flight. "Big partridges monsters!" cried Chris excitedly. "Yes," said the doctor dryly, "the most monstrous partridges I ever saw, Chris. Why, they're turkeys, boy. They're making for those trees yonder across the pools, eh, Griggs?" "That's right, sir. They'd be worth stalking too, but I don't think we could follow them through that swamp. I dare say, though, that we could get a shot at them some other day, maybe perhaps as we come back." "We'll be ready for them then," said the doctor quietly. "Now then, the ground's firm and the grass getting shorter. Let's try a canter." He pressed his pony's sides and led off, the rest following in single file now, with the ground slowly rising, the grass getting shorter and shorter, till at the end of about half an hour the doctor reached the bottom of the mound, drew rein, and let his mount walk to the summit, where he halted for his companions to join him and drink in the soft cool air as yet unheated by the ardent sun. The next few minutes were spent in sweeping the country round, and in a very short time they were pretty well acquainted with their position, for right away forward to their left the grass grew shorter and shorter for a couple of miles, till it looked more than ever like some lawn whose soft green grew grayer and grayer till it was a dole of shimmering white. "A great lake!" cried Chris. "Try again, my boy," said his father. "'Tisn't salt desert, is it?" said the boy. "Breathe in the air that is coming from it, my lad." "Hot and dry," cried Chris excitedly. "That's why I was getting so warm. I thought it was from riding so fast." "We're skirting the edge of the desert," said the doctor, using his glass. "Yes, as far as I can see, it is all tableland that way. The grass soon ends, and all is dusty sand, with the air quivering over it as it sweeps away towards the mountain chain, while this way to the right the grass and trees seem to run up green and beautiful into the hills, which widen out into a valley." "Can you see water, sir?" "Yes," said the doctor, scanning the land to his right and away forward. "Water in two places. Our course is plain enough, to keep along here at the edge of the great plain, where the grass is short and the ground firm. We are on a dividing line between the bad land and the rich park-like patches, and the pools and swamp. This ought to take us into the valley yonder, and to one of those hills where we can camp in what must be a good hunting country. Forward!" They cantered on, drawing rein now and then to breathe their horses, to find that the desert land with its quivering layer of air grew more clearly marked on one side, the country more beautiful and park-like, diversified by hill and dale, on the other, and away in front of the mighty peak looking as distant as ever, but with its features more plainly defined. Twice over they came to a halt, the first time being at the edge of a narrow lake which resembled a piece cut off from a tolerably wide river, whose ends had been filled up by the growth of reeds. Noon was long past, but the air was so fresh and invigorating, and their level track so easy to follow, that the doctor decided upon pushing on again for another couple of hours, before making a final halt for refreshment, and then turning back. This final stoppage was beneath a clump of fairly grown trees, whose boughs formed a goodly shade from the westering sun, and all revelled in the beauty of the view forward as they partook of their scanty meal. "Glorious!" said the doctor at last. "We can't do better than make our way up here to-morrow. The journey for the mules will be easy enough if we bear more to the left, and they ought to get up here by night." The others agreed, Griggs being full of approbation. "And in 2 days will easily take us right up to the slopes of that mountain. Shouldn't wonder, if we started early enough, if we did it in one. But hadn't we better be going back now, sir?" "Yes, at once," said the doctor. "Can you pick up our trail now and then, only leaving it when we can cut off some of the way?" "I shouldn't wonder if I could, sir," was the reply. "I'll try." "That's right, but we must spread out a little, and be on the lookout for a shot or two, so as to have something to cook when we reach camp." "Partridges, father?" said Chris, unslinging his gun. "Yes," said the doctor, smiling. "We ought to get 1 or 2 of those monsters if we get a chance." But, as Wilton had suggested, now that they wanted something in the way of game, nothing was to be seen, and they were fully half-way back and the evening coming on fast, but with the moon well up ready to give its light as the sun went down, before there was a fair chance. They had seen partridges again, and sent a flock of ducks skimming over the reeds, but in both cases they had risen far out of shot. "We must get more into the longer grass," said Griggs at last. "We shall get something then, and as soon as we've got enough we can bear off again into the short, and canter." It proved to be good advice, for about half an hour later, when they had been compelled by the thickness of the growth to proceed at a walk, Griggs, who was in front, suddenly turned in his saddle. "Come more into line," he said. "There is something on in front waiting to be flushed." The evolution was made, and the 6 ponies went steadily on through the dense growth with a loud rustling sound, while from time to time a glimpse was obtained of the waving green surface being agitated not far in front, plainly showing that they were driving something before them. "Which way will they go, Griggs, when we flush them?" said the doctor. "I don't see any trees to the left, sir, or they'd fly for them, so I fancy they'll rise and make for the open plain yonder. It looks quite clear, and if we don't bring any down when they rise, we ought to canter out after them and get a shot there, or ride them down." "Too long a task, as it's getting so late." "Oh no, sir, they're very heavy birds, but I don't like this. We're getting into longer grass, and down! Dismount! Quick, everyone, quick!" Nobody stopped to ask why, but obeyed one whom they knew to be the most experienced member of the party, and his tone of voice was so eager and intense that all thought the time had come for a good shot.
as dropping from their saddles they stood ready to fire over the ponies' heads.
"Well, where's the game?" said the doctor, after a few moments' silence.
"Here, sir," said Griggs hoarsely. "Were it if we've been seen?"
"What do you mean?"
"Look yonder, sir, over the grass out towards the desert, where there's that golden shimmer above the plain."
"I don't see."
"Yes, I do.
Stoop, stoop, every one, or we shall be seen if it isn't too late."
There was a quick movement amongst the party, every head being lowered, every one stooping a little to peer over the level top of the grass, to see as it were a panorama of black figures moving along a golden band, a party of some 30 or 40 mounted Indians, walking their ponies in single file, as if going in the same direction as the explorers, and not a quarter of a mile away.
"Haven't they seen us, Griggs?" whispered the doctor.
"Don't know yet, sir," said the American, "but if they haven't they must be half blind. Yes, they've seen us, for certain, I should say,
and they're bearing inward so as to cut us off."
Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Chris's heart beat fast, and as he glanced at Ned he could see that there was a peculiar look in his eyes and strain in his countenance, which suggested discomfort, if not fear. But all this was momentary. There was something else to think about besides how his companion looked, especially his father's words, for the doctor suddenly whispered, "Keep close, everybody, and have your rifles ready when they come on. Mind, no one is to fire till I give the order, and then all together. Give them the right hand barrels loaded with shot, a scattering volley right into the midst. That ought to scare them and make them turn about and gallop off."
"And if they don't?" said Wilton, in a hoarse whisper.
"Give them the bullets then, and let every one be carefully aimed, for we shall be fighting for our lives." "They can't have seen us," thought Chris then, for though the Indians were drawing nearer and nearer, they did not seem to be searching the long grass as if they feared danger, but came on in a line, each man, as could be plainly seen now, with his rein lying loosely upon his horse's neck, his hands being occupied in holding a short bow with an arrow fitted to the string, ready for drawing to the head and launching. "Why can't they see us?" thought Chris again, for as the low down sun struck nearly horizontally, it lit up the enemy's eyes in a peculiar way, showing their transparency, and at the same time it seemed to the boy that as they came on in line at a walk they were looking in advance of where his party were waiting. The next minute all was made clear, for the line of Indians advanced obliquely toward the long grass till the leading man came almost in touch a couple of 100 yards in advance, when all at once there was a wild whir of wings, and about a couple of dozen great birds sprang into the air. The next instant there was a peculiar dull twanging sound, followed by the fall of heavy bodies, a wild yell, and the galloping off of the enemy out into the open after the retreating flock. But 3 of the savages reined in, leaped from their horses, and leaving them began to seek amongst the strands of the tall grass, their search being rewarded by the discovery of 4 heavy turkeys, 2 of which were quite dead, but the others kept on flapping their wings heavily, their beautiful coppery bronze plumage gleaming brightly in the sun, till a heavy blow or two gave them their quietus, when the Indians began to twist up some of the grass to tie the birds' legs together tightly, so that a couple of the fierce looking fellows could hand them across their ponies' necks. This done, amidst a good deal of grinning and gabbling perfectly incomprehensible to the listeners, the Indians mounted again and sat gazing with shaded eyes across the grassy plain, till, apparently satisfied of the direction their companions had taken, one of them uttered a deep toned "Hurrah!" and rode off, followed by the rest. "What an escape!" sighed the doctor, after waiting till the party was well out of hearing. "It is marvellous that they did not see us." "They had no eyes for that, sir," said Griggs. "They expected to find turkey, and they were too much on the watch for the birds to be looking for us. They had no suspicion of our being near." "But the wretches have carried off our supplies," said Ned bitterly. "Hallo! What's that?" said Chris, as a flapping noise was heard in the grass. He did not wait for an answer to his question, but forced his way through the grass towards the spot whence the sound had come. "Look out!" he shouted, for there was a beating of wings, and a big bird rose from close to his right hand, passing out of his reach, but not to escape, for the next moment there was a dull thud and a fall, for as it passed over him, Griggs had struck at it with his rifle barrel, breaking its wing. The fall was followed by a repetition of the beating which had first taken the boys' attention. "I thought that wasn't the one I heard," he cried, and pushing forward, he literally threw himself upon another of the birds, lying in the thick grass and frantically beating its wings with such violence that it levelled the grass for some distance round. "Take care," cried the doctor warningly. "They can strike very hard with their wings." "I've found out," grumbled Chris bitterly, as he winced from a couple of blows, but retaliated with such vigorous action by means of the butt of his rifle that the beating ceased, the great bird's head fell over, and the prize lay inert. "Splendid!" cried Wilton and Bourne in a breath, as, hot and panting, Chris dragged his capture to where his companions stood watching the encounter. "They did not make much pains about retrieving their game," said the doctor. "Sign that it's too plentiful for them to need it, sir," said Griggs, laughing. "I say, they're not bad shots, to bring a lot like that down flying. 6 birds out of one flock, with bows and arrows too." "There were such a lot of them to shoot, though," said Chris, "and the birds were all quite together. I say, Ned, look at this arrow, gone right through the neck. Think they'll come back to look for more, father?" "No," was the reply. "I can just see them under the sun, riding right away. We might go on now slowly if we keep in the thick grass." The word was given and all mounted, but not until Griggs had followed the Indian's example of tying the 2 birds' legs together and swinging them across his saddle bow, Chris's proposal to carry his own capture being negatived on the declaration that it would be much easier for 2 to be carried together than 1. "You'll get your supper after all, Ned," said Chris, after they had been riding slowly on through the grass as near to their trail as could be guessed, for it was still considered advisable to keep as much under cover as possible, the Indians' sense of sight being well known to be very acute. "There, you needn't try to joke about that," was the reply, in a weary, querulous tone. "You're as fond of good things as I am." "Never said I wasn't," cried Chris, laughing. "But I say, Griggs, we must have one of those for supper to night, no matter how late we are." "All right," said the American. "I begin to feel as if I can pick a bit myself. But you won't like raw turkey, will you?" "Oh, nonsense! We must make a good fire and frizzle bits over the embers."
A good fire to show the Indians where we've made our camp?"
"Oh!" exclaimed Chris. "I never thought of that." And he was silent for a few minutes, but only to break out again with, "We shall be too far off for any Indians to see, for we've got many miles to go yet to camp." "And we can make our fire in the shelter of the trees," added Ned. "That'll be all right. But I say, Griggs, you ought to begin picking one of the birds at once, so as to be ready when we get back."
"To be sure," said Griggs. "Capital idea. You're a nice fellow to take care of yourself out in an Indian country."
"What do you mean?" cried Ned.
"Preparing a trail for the savages to follow."
"I don't understand you."
"What? Didn't you propose that I should begin plucking the turkey and sprinkling the feathers about as we go? Nice trail for the brutes to follow. Why, if they picked it up they'd come along at a gallop." "Yes," said the doctor, who had heard a part of the conversation. "We shall have to be very cautious till we get right away from the district the Indians haunt." The night was coming on fast, for the twilight which had followed the disappearance of the sun was brief. But as the evening passed away, the moon, which had looked pale and wan, began to grow more and more silvery, till it was dazzling in the pure bright air, casting the riders' shadows on the rustling grass and making their way easy. The stars were beginning to glitter too, and pool after pool was passed, which looked as if it were dotted with points of light. It was a glorious ride, and not without incident. Wherever there was water, the fowl which frequented the marshy pools could be heard feeding, and the wild cries of the animals which haunted the far spreading plain came frequently to the ear, while the sharp yelping barks, or the long, low drawn wails like those of jackals, and the dismally weird snapping shout of the prairie wolf came plainly from far away, where the salt bush was known to be plentiful. Every now and then, too, some owl came hawking by on silent wing, fixing its great eyes upon one or other of the party as it swooped past. Twice over Griggs paused in doubt as to their course, for the crushed down grass trampled by the ponies was at times hard to trace in the moonlight. But he was not long in picking up the trail again, and at last the camp was reached, with everything looking just as it had been left that morning, while the mules were still grazing, apparently as hungry as ever, though a little closer observation proved they were picking and choosing amongst the youngest and juiciest twigs.
"Ah!"
sighed Ned, dropping wearily from his pony.
"Now for a good fire and some of that turkey, Griggs."
"Eh? Didn't you hear what the doctor said just now when he came up alongside?"
"No," said Ned anxiously.
"What? That I was not to light the fire?" "No, nor anyone else, lad. He said that no fire was to be lit tonight, and that we must all make shift with a bite of what we left in camp this morning."
"Oh!"
groaned Ned, so dismally that Chris was not too wary to forget his own disappointment, and laugh and chuckle with delight at his companion's discomfiture. But that was not the only disappointment, for as soon as the ponies had been unsaddled and freed from their bits to be turned loose for a roll and graze, Griggs, who had been to examine the provender, came back to announce that there was none to examine.
"What?"
cried the boys in a breath. "Why, we left plenty for a cold supper." "Yes," said Griggs, "but the jackals or wolves, or whatever they were, haven't."
"You don't mean to say,"
began Chris, who felt far from mirthful now. "Yes, I do. They've been here and cleared out everything."
"But no fire, no turkey, no tea?" cried Ned. "What are we going to do?"
"Just as the mustangs have, my lad. have a good long drink, a roll, and then "We can't graze," cried Chris. "No, but we can take it out in sleep." CHAPTER 21. Of the Peril Finders, by George Fenn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. It was horribly disappointing in their hungry and weary state, but it was no time for finding fault. "Roll yourselves up in your blankets, boys, and go to sleep," said Griggs. "Is that what you are going to do?" said Chris dismally. "No," was the reply. "I'm going to have the first watch." "First watch?" said Chris, staring. "Yes, and your father is going to relieve me at the end of 4 hours." "But watch? What for?" "Because there are Indians about. You don't suppose we could leave the camp unguarded at a time like this, do you?" I never thought about it," stammered Chris. "Did you, Ned?" "Of course not. But is it necessary?" "If you want to take care of your scalp, yes, my lad," said the American dryly. "Oh, but " began Chris. "You think there's no risk, eh? Well, perhaps it's not quite so bad as that. But we don't want to wake up and find that the mules and horses have been swept off in the night. There, lie down and sleep. Whoever has the morning watch will wake you up to a good fire and such a breakfast as will make up for your cold water supper. Well, why don't you lie down? Here, stop. What are you going to do?" "Going to speak to my father." "No, no, don't disturb him. I dare say he's asleep by now." "He can't be," replied Chris sturdily. "There hasn't been time." "What!" cried Griggs, laughing. "Not time? Well, come with me and look. I'll be bound to say he is. But what do you want to say to him?" Chris hesitated to answer, but the American pressed him, and the boy spoke out. "I only wanted to tell him that I didn't want to be such a selfish pig as to go to sleep and leave him to keep watch." "Oh," said Griggs gravely, "and to say that I was going to order you to wake me when the 4 hours are up, and I'd go on duty." "I see," said Griggs. "Well, come along. He's over there by the packs. But promise me, if he's asleep, that you will not waken him." Chris hesitated for a moment or two, and then promised unwillingly. The boys following the American softly to where the heavy breathing of 3 sleepers could be plainly heard. "There," said Griggs, leading them back. "Are you satisfied?" "Yes," replied Chris. "They haven't been long going off." "Do you know how long it takes a tired man to go to sleep, my lad?" "No, I never noticed." "Just about as long sometimes as it takes him to shut his eyes." "Nonsense!" "And sometimes not so long, for he's asleep before they're shut." "Old Griggs is making this up, Ned," said Chris. "No, he isn't, my lad, for I've seen it. And I'll tell you what I've often seen too a man go off fast asleep on horseback. There, now lie down and get your own share." "I wish I told father." "Tell him in the morning over your breakfast, when you're eating frizzled bird. Now then, no more talking." "I haven't done yet," said Chris stubbornly, and now feeling wonderfully wide awake. "Look here, I'm not going to have father woke up in 4 hours. He's more tired than I am, and you're going to wake me to take your place." "No, I'm not, boy." "Yes, you are. I order you to," said Chris. "Are you boss of this expedition?"
"You know I'm not."
"Who is then?"
"Don't ask stupid questions," said Chris irritably. "You know father." "That's right, and he gave the orders of the night.
that I was to watch 4 hours before calling him, and I was to see that all was right in the camp. Now then, you're kicking up a disturbance instead of going to sleep and resting yourself so that you may be useful in the morning." "But, Griggs " "You obey orders, sir," said the man sternly. "Do you want to wreck the expedition by breaking rules?" "No." "Then go to sleep." "But I can't sleep now." "Then lie down and keep awake." "Yes, I'll do that," said Chris, spreading out his blanket. "Come on, Ned. We'll lie down and wait till he calls father, and then we'll talk to him, and get him to lie down again while we take his watch. Will you?" "Of course," said Ned eagerly. "Ha, that's better," said Griggs. "Now you're talking sensibly. It doesn't do to oppose your captain at a time like that. Well, rolled up, both of you?" "Yes," was the reply, from the ground where the boys were seated. "Better lie down, my lads. You'll keep warmer. There's a chilly wind coming down from the mountains, with a bite of frost in it." "Very well, then. There!" said Chris peevishly. Griggs did not speak then, but stood with his rifle butt upon the ground, and his hands resting on the muzzle, for a few minutes before he began to shake. But it was not from cold. It was with perfectly silent mirth, as he said to himself, "I honestly believe that they were both asleep as soon as their heads touched the ground." Then after a pause, during which he had been slowly and watchfully gazing about him in every direction, his thoughts came back to the sleepers at his feet. "I like that," he thought, "for it was all real and plucky and true. Not a bit of sham in it. He meant it all, and he meant to go to his father when it was time for me to call him in nearly 4 hours' time. But nature's too strong for him. He won't wake up, and I shan't rouse him. It will be the doctor who does that." It was the doctor, and directly after, at least so it seemed to Chris, who opened his eyes to stare at his father and then at the fire crackling and smoking in a sheltered spot among the nearest bushes and trees. "Why, it's to morrow morning!" cried the boy excitedly. "Ah, that's what you ought to have said last night, my boy," said the doctor, laughing as he pressed Ned's side with his toe. "Come, Ned lad, breakfast." Ned sprang up as sharply as if he had been kicked. "Eh? What?" he cried. "Oh, we've been to sleep." "Of course you have," said the doctor. "You lay down to sleep, didn't you?" "No, father, we lay down to keep awake till it was time to call you," cried Chris. "Ah, yes, I know. Griggs told me. But you didn't keep awake. Now then, go and have a wash, and then come and help me do some cooking. Be sharp." "One moment, father. Have you heard or seen any Indians?" "No, not one. And look here, you'll be attending to the fire when you come back. Don't make it up with green wood, but pick off the pieces of the dry and dead. I don't want more smoke than we can possibly help to be rising above the trees. Now off." There was water near at hand, but no time to undress for a swim, and the boys were soon back, with the stiffness produced by the previous day's excursion dying out before the bright buoyancy produced by a sound sleep in the beautiful cool elastic air, while the feeling of ravenous appetite that began to attack them made their task of shifting wooden fresh green spits rather than skewers laden with pieces of bird from place to place where they could catch most heat from the glowing embers, one that was tantalizing hard. There was bread cake too in the hot ashes, and water boiling in the big tin, ready for the tea to be thrown in; and very soon afterwards the whole party were restoring strength over as delicious a breakfast as could fall to the lot of hungry men and boys, who never once troubled themselves at the want of milk, a table, or chairs. "Now," said the doctor at last, "the sooner we're off the better, so pack up."
"Do you mean to follow our yesterday's trail?" said Bourne.
"Certainly," said the doctor. "There is only that or go back, and we can't do that."
"Certainly not," came in chorus. "But is it not possible to take some other line on account of the Indians?" said Wilton. "No," said the doctor and Griggs almost together.
"If we strike off over the open land, it means desert, and we shall be full in sight of Indians if they came near," said Griggs. "And if we strike in through the long grass, we shall go more and more into the bed of the unseen river, with the marshes to stop us before we can get far."
"I see," said Wilton. "Off for the mountains, then?"
"Yes, that's the only way."
Half an hour later the little train was steadily advancing, the mules making light of their loads, and proving by their playfulness, which took the form of a disposition to bite or kick every one of their fellows within reach, that they were thoroughly rested, refreshed, and ready for as much work as would be demanded of their sturdy legs. A sharp lookout was kept to their left, over the open country, as the leading mule was steered, as he called it, by Griggs, close into the high grass, which acted as a screen against which they could have been hardly seen. But nothing alarming appeared in the distance, and no footprints of man and horse other than their own in the soft soil showed that any enemy had crossed their trail to make for the hunting grounds to their right. But night came on ere the slow pace of the laden mules had covered the distance the explorers had got over by the previous afternoon, and there the little caravan was guided right into a sheltered valley to the borders of an elongated pool, where, well hidden from the plain, preparations were made for their next camp. CHAPTER 22.
Of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Matt Perard. Bear and Buffalo. Distance is elusive in the clear atmosphere of high mountain lands, and it took 2 days longer than had been calculated before a position well upon the slope of the giant peak was reached, a grand shelf, covered with verdure, close to where a sparkling stream gushed out of a patch of rocks, and made a leap of fully 100 feet down into a rift, along which it gurgled musically beneath a rainbow-like arch of ever-changing beauty on its way to the plain below. A more beautiful spot could not have been selected for the camp, presenting as it did shelter, shade, a comprehensive view of the country for probably 100 miles round, and of the valleys that ran down and opened out from the mountainside into the plains, so that the presence of enemies could be made out and favorable parts selected for finding game. But Chris was not satisfied, and Ned expressed his disapprobation plainly to Griggs. "I thought we were going right up to the top of the peak," he said. "This isn't more than a quarter the way." "It's as far as we could get the mules and ponies by now," replied the American. "What do you want to go up higher for?" "Why, to see, of course," cried Ned. "You're a hard one to satisfy," said Griggs. "There's hundreds of times as much down yonder as you can see anyhow. Besides, do you know how it would be if you climbed higher?" "Splendid." "No, it wouldn't," said Griggs. "It would be so cold you couldn't bear it." "What, up there in the blazing sunshine?" "Yes, up there in the blazing sunshine. That only lasts till sundown. After that ice would be forming in the water bottles, while the wind would be so cold that you couldn't bear it. We should want bearskin coats," added Griggs meaningly, as he sheltered his eyes from the sun's glare. He and the boys had climbed, after helping with the camping arrangements, some 300 or 400 feet above the shelf, armed with the doctor's glass. "We could keep ourselves warm enough, I dare say," said Ned surlily, for the ponies had been walked up the final portion of that day's journey so as to relieve them of their loads. "Strikes me," said Griggs, "that this place will about do for a couple of weeks, and then we can get right round to the other side for a day or two to see what we can make out there." "I should say we had better start right off there to morrow," said Chris, after taking a comprehensive glance round. "How far can I see, do you think, from here? Why, big thing's 100 miles off, I dare say." "Then it's all a failure so far," said Chris. "There's no sign of the mountains on the map. This is not the right part." "I didn't expect it would be," said the American coolly. "Then why did we come?" cried Chris. "Just to make sure, my lad. That's the sort of thing we shall have to do. Keep on trying, and always expecting we are not right." "Oh!" cried Ned impatiently. "Ah, you may 'oh,' my lad, but that's the way to succeed. We shall go about to hundreds of places before we've done, and out of those hundreds there's only one can be right, and it isn't natural to expect that it will be ready for us at the start. There's no hurry." "No hurry!" cried the boy, staring. "Not a bit. You chaps are a long way off 20 yet, and if you find the Gold City before you're 70, you'll do well." "Hark at him!" cried Chris merrily. "Griggs turned philosopher. What about you, then? You're past 30." "Ever so much," said the American, "but I don't mind if I never find it. This life's quite good enough for me." "Do you mean to tell me that you don't want to find the old city?" cried Chris. "No, of course not. I should like to find it, my lads, and be a rich man, but I shan't break my heart if we never go near the place. We shall have traveled half over America and seen plenty of the country. That's good enough for a man who only wants to live." "You're a rum chap, Griggs," said Chris. "I am, my lad, but I can't help it. Now, let's see. We came up here to see what there was to be seen, and you wanted to go up higher." "And you said we should want bearskin coats." "To be sure I did," without moving a muscle. "Well, there's one over yonder." "A bearskin coat!" cried Ned. "Nonsense! Bearskin coats don't grow on trees." "Thanks for the information," said Griggs. "But tell me something else. I knew that." "Tell us something else!" cried Ned. "A bearskin coat on the mountain side! Where?" "Over yonder, I tell you, with the gentleman it belongs to wearing it. A splendid fit, too, I should say, but it's too far off to make sure." The boys involuntarily cocked their pieces, as Chris said excitedly, "A man in a bearskin coat? An Indian?" "Oh, no. Can't you see him?" "No. Where?" "Look yonder, across that bare slope that glistens in the sun as if the rock were granite." "Yes, I see where you mean. A little higher up than we are." "That's right. Now, just above it there's a patch of green running up to the fir trees, all low bushes sprinkled about with rocks between." "Yes," said Chris, "I can see that too. Well?" "Look, look, Chris!" cried Ned. "I can see it now. There, just crossing from one lot of bushes to another. There it goes." "Yes, I see now. Why, you mean wool, Griggs. It's a mountain sheep." "No, it isn't!" cried Chris excitedly. "It's a bear." "Yes, all alive. Oh, and in his skin coat." "And quite beyond reach, unless we stalk him. I say, Griggs, how lucky! Is that a grizzly?" "Oh no, they're twice as big. That's only a brown bear." "But is he coming after our mules?" "Not he. He's hunting for wild fruit, berries, and things of that sort." "Then it's not a dangerous one?" "Not if you leave him alone. He'd show fight. though, I dare say, if you went after him." "Let's climb higher up and get above him. We can easily get a shot at him then," said Chris. "Do you want his skin?" said Griggs. "No." "Well, you wouldn't care about eating him, though bear ham isn't bad." "Oh, we don't want to eat him!" cried Ned, watching the movements of the brute eagerly. "You don't want his fat to make bear's grease for your hair, do you?" "Of course not." "Then I'd leave him alone. We've plenty of ammunition now, but we don't want to waste any." "But suppose he had been a grizzly," said Chris, bringing the glass to bear on the distant animal. "If it had been a grizzly I should say the best thing would be to let him alone, and the same with a cinnamon, for they're very dangerous beasts. If either of them came smelling after the mules or ponies, of course it would be a different thing. There wouldn't be room enough for him and us two on the same mountainside. Well, he's gone, hasn't he?" "Yes, right up amongst the fir trees." "Ah, he'll be much safer there," said Griggs. "You fellows would be tempted to have a shot at him if he came within reach. Now then, lend me the glass." The binocular was handed to him, and while the two lads stood watching the woodland patch where the bear had disappeared, in expectation of its coming into sight again, the American stood sweeping the horizon and then bringing the glass to bear upon the wondrous view in every direction, where he could bring mountain, valley, hill, and plain into the field of the glass. He had turned slowly till he was gazing in the direction from which they had come, leaving what looked like a band of deep green to bring the glass to bear upon the pale, ash colored desert part, which rapidly brightened into silvery gray, and from that became like the sea, half hidden by a soft haze, which died away into the skyline. Quite 10 minutes must have passed away, the boys having been too much occupied with the bear to heed their companion, when Ned said in a disappointed tone, "Gone! I should have liked to shoot that bear." "And had his skin," said Chris. "But look at Griggs," he added in a whisper. "He can see something." "What are you looking at?" cried the boy aloud. "That patch far away over the salt plain. You can't see it with the naked eye. Yes, I can, but it only looks like a shadow. Here, try the glass." He handed the binocular to the boy, who looked but could see nothing till his companion had given him a hint or two to follow an imaginary line upward from one of the eminences below. Chris caught the object sought then. "Yes," he cried, "I see. Why, it's a herd of buffalo." "Try again," said Griggs. "Yes, a herd of buffalo," said Chris, lowering his glass and trying to fix the object with his eyes. "I can see it without the glass, just like a cloud shadow in the glistening, heaving plain, and moving slowly. I shouldn't have thought that buffalo would be seen on a dry place like that." "Let me look," cried Ned, and after a try or two he caught the object visible through the glass. "Yes, buffalo," he said, "and they're moving slowly." "Coming this way?" said Griggs. "I can't hold the glass steadily enough to make sure. Yes, I can see now. They're not coming straight for here, but they seem to be sloping across as if to get to the rich grass. That must be it, I think." "Very likely," said Griggs quietly. "Hunting." "Yes, hunting for grass," said Chris. "Let's have another look, Ned." He caught the glass and took a long look at the dimly seen distant patch on the plain, to cry decisively, without lowering the instrument, "Yes, you're quite right, Ned. Why, they must be miles away. I should never have seen them. What eyes you have, Griggs!" "Been used more than yours have, lad, and that has made them a bit keener, I suppose. Try again, and see whether you can see buffalo." "Yes," said Chris, after a long pause, "buffalo, and they're coming what you call it diagonally across the country." "That's right," said Griggs, "but they're not buffalo." "What then? They're too big to be wolves." "Yes," said Griggs coolly, It's a big band of mounted Indians. Come down, quick." The news they had to carry was too important to admit of delay, and the little party hurried down to camp, where fortunately as soon as the doctor had brought the glass to bear, he was able to announce that the Indians were not visible from the sheltered nook that had been chosen on account of the trees and rocks around. "It's fortunate for us that they have no telescope in their civilization," said Bourne. "Ah, but they have far sharper eyes than we have, sir," said Griggs. "What do you mean to do, doctor? Send you up above again with the glass while we get the animals together, ready for a start if it should prove necessary? The enemy are miles away yet." "Yes, sir, and it's hardly likely that they will come up here unless they see us or hit upon our trail. What do you say to the boys taking the glass up higher? You'll want me." "Very well," replied the doctor. "Go up, boys, and while one keeps his eyes upon their movements, the other can act as messenger and come and tell us whether the situation gets better or worse." The two lads started at once, eager to undertake the task like men, but in 5 minutes they were back like boys. "What is it?" said the doctor eagerly. "Are the Indians coming on?" "No, father," said Chris, hesitating, for he stopped short, and Bourne looked anxiously at his son. "You two have not been disagreeing," he said sharply. "No, father, not disagreeing," said Ned, "but—" "Come, out with it," cried the doctor sternly. "Why have you both come back?" "We've come back for orders, father," said Chris, with a sharp look at Ned. "I thought I had given you full explanation as to what I wish you to do," said the doctor. "Not quite, father. You left something out." "What is it? Quick, we have no time to spare." "You didn't say which of us was to have the glass and do the looking out." The doctor uttered a low, angry sound, which, had he been a dog, would have been called a growl, before saying firmly, "Ned is to use the glass, and you are to be messenger, for your words and tone say plainly enough that you have been stickling for your right to the glass, when you should at such time of emergency have been ready to give up for the sake of all. Off with you." "Serve you right," said Ned, as they climbed quickly up towards the place from whence they had first seen the Indians. "If it had been my father's glass, I'd have given up in a moment instead of laying claim to it." Chris was silent, and involuntarily he touched both of his cheeks, as if to feel whether they were as hot outside as they were in. He found them hotter, and they grew hotter still by the time they had reached their lookout, creeping to it during the last 50 yards, and keeping behind stones and bushes and every other bit of cover in their way. "Whoa!" cried Chris cheerily then, as he lay on his chest looking down towards the salt plain, with the nettled feeling dying out fast. "Come on, you can see capitally from here." "Oh!" cried Ned sharply. "Here, catch hold." As he spoke he held out the glass. "What's the matter?" "Something in my right eye. I can't see." He was rubbing it violently, and it certainly looked red and inflamed. "Got something in it?" "Yes, a fly or a bit of dust, or else I've rubbed it too hard. You must look out, and I'll take the messages." "Father's orders were that you should use the glass and I was to take the messages." "Yes, I know," cried Ned irritably, "but who's to use a glass with a fly in his eye?" "Lie down and turn over. I'll take it out with a bit of grass," said Chris gruffly. "No, no, catch hold of the glass and don't waste time. I shall be able to rub it out directly." "Better let me wipe it out gently with the strand of grass. I shan't hurt you." "Yes, you will. Eye's such a tender part. I know. I'll pull the lid up and look at the sun, then it'll water horribly and wash the fly away." "No, it won't," said Chris. "What? How do you know?" "Because it isn't a fly." "What?" cried Ned, whose cheeks were scarlet as much as he could be seen for one hand held up over the closed eye. "You heard what I said," cried Chris. "It isn't a fly." "What is it then?" said Ned, who kept on rubbing hard at the inflamed part. "A bit of grit or dust?" "No, it's a fib, and it's in both your eyes." "What?" "There, don't keep on whatting about it. I can see it plainly." "Don't talk nonsense," cried Ned hurriedly. "Can't you see how it hurts me?" "Yes, but you needn't have told a cram about it." "What should I tell an untruth for?" cried Ned hotly. "Because you wanted to cheat me into using the glass because you thought I was hurt and disappointed." "I tell you one of my eyes smarts horribly." "Of course it does, stuffing your knuckles into it and rubbing it like that. There, focus the glass and look out." "I can't see clearly with my right eye, Chris. Honor bright. Catch hold." "If a fellow tells you a fib once, you don't believe him next time." "What do you want me to say to make you believe me? It does hurt, really." "Say there was no fly in the case, to begin with." "Will you use the glass if I do?" "If you can make me believe that you can't see well." "Look then!" cried Ned, and he dropped his hand to open his right eye, which was quite bloodshot. "Now, is it likely that I can see steadily with that aching and watering so that I'm half blind?" "No," said Chris quietly, and he took the glass and began to focus it on a distant object. "Now, own up, you did rub that hard on purpose?" Ned was silent. "I'm going to give you the glass back," cried Chris. "No, you're not, and you're going to have a good look out. But I say, mind, don't let the sun shine on the glass, or the Indians may see the flash. Pull out the sunshades." "I have," said Chris, taking a long look out in the direction of the enemy. "See 'em?" "No, all's clear there." "Take a good long sweep round, and keep watching till you find out where the Indians are. I'm going down to the bottom of the fall to bathe my eye. It is bad." "Make haste then." "All right. Call or whistle when you see them. I shall hear you." Chris nodded and grunted, and then went on examining every part of the plain below, but without result, and he thought and muttered to himself the while, "He needn't have told a fib over it. Now I wonder where those red niggers are. He might have known that I should see through him at once. A nigger can't be red. That's stupid. It was rather nice of old Ned, though. I'm afraid I shouldn't have done as much for him. They must have gone in amongst the grass and trees somewhere about there. I wish I could see them, but I don't think they're after us, only hunting." He lay stretched out on his chest, slowly moving the glass so that he could sweep the edge of the plain, but the time went on, and the mounted party might, after all, have been a cloud shadow for all the sign that he could see, and at last he began to grow weary and think of whistling to Ned to come up to him. "He ought to have been back again by now." The words had hardly been muttered before Chris started, for a hand was laid upon his leg. "See 'em?" "No, I was just going to whistle. How's your eye?" "Getting all right again now. But you ought to be able to see the enemy. Have you looked well?" For answer Chris began to shuffle himself back, moving on hands and toes till he was level with Ned. "Looked well? Of course. Here, you catch hold and have a good look yourself. Ah, don't you say another word about that eye or we shall fall out. I know you've bathed it well, and it's ever so much better. Catch hold, I say." Ned took the glass without a word and crept up to the stone which had sheltered the observer, and there was silence for a few minutes, during which Chris's patience became exhausted. Then he cried, "You ought to have seen them by this time. What are they doing?" "Cooking," said Ned laconically. "What?" cried Chris in astonishment. Well, I'm not sure they're cooking, but they've made a fire." "Where? Where? I say, no nonsense. Can you really see them?" "No, but I can see the smoke of a fire curling up, and their horses are grazing just at the edge of the forest part where the long grass begins." "Your eye must have grown worse and worse," said Chris with grim humor, as he crawled up alongside of his companion. "It must be very bad indeed, or you couldn't see all that. Let's have a look." "Keep your head down, mind," said Ned, handing the glass. "Oh, that's all right. They couldn't tell heads from stones at this distance. You must have been dreaming, Ned. I can't see smoke or horses." "You're not looking in the right direction. Bear round more to the left." Chris made the object glass of the binocular describe the segment of a circle, and then after another look he gave vent to a long, low whistle. "I never thought to look so far this way," he said, as softly as he was afraid of being heard. "You can see them then?" "Yes, and the Indians too. Dozens of them, I think. Here, catch hold." "What are you going to do?" "Tell them down below, and see what they mean to do." The glass was passed into Ned's hand with a warning not to lose sight of the enemy again, and then Chris shuffled back and downward for a few yards, and then hurried down to the camp by an easier way of traveling than crawling on hands and toes. He was not long in doubt as to what was to be done, for the doctor gave his orders at once, all hands setting to work to drive in the mules, which were rapidly loaded up, Chris being sent back to rejoin Ned and return from time to time with any news worth communication. He descended twice to announce that the fire was burning still and the Indians' mustangs still grazing, there being no suggestion of movement, and as soon as possible the little mule train was once more in motion, the doctor making for a great gully a quarter of a mile beyond in the mountainside, a rift which opened into one of several by which they hoped to get round in time to the further side of the peak, though the way was long and the impediments many. Not that this was minded, for every impediment partook in some way of a screen from the enemy behind, while the way was so rocky that the trail left was of the slightest kind. Camp that night there was none. There was a short halt or two, but they journeyed on for mile after mile by moonlight, and it was not till morning was well advanced towards midday that a suitable gully was found, offering all they needed in the way of water and pasturage, joined to a good lookout place for danger, which could only come to them from below, while the travelers had opened out to them an entirely fresh panorama of mountain and plain, any portion of which might contain the object for which they aimed. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 23. A Bivouac. "Oh, I say, Griggs, isn't this a lovely place?" said Ned that evening just before sundown, as they sat beside a glowing wood fire, waiting for the sufficient cooking of the bread cakes that had been made. Griggs was combining the duties of watch and cook. The animals were grazing contentedly, the rest of the party were sleeping just where they had wearily laid themselves down after their long journey, all save Ned. He had woke up, a few minutes before, to sit staring about him, wondering where he was, and with a vague notion in his head that the setting sun, whose horizontal rays were searching the gully to its deepest depth, and staining the sky with the most glorious tints wherever they could rest upon a fleecy cloud, was rising, and that the odor that saluted his nostrils was given off by the breakfast cakes. Griggs was busy raking the glowing ashes over one of those cakes,
and as he did not seem to hear, Ned glanced at where Chris lay with his head upon a doubled up blanket, and repeated his question, which this time brought forth a reply. "Yes, it's beautiful enough, my lad, but not the place we want." "You haven't had a good look round yet," said Ned. "Quite good enough to satisfy me that the map was not made here." Ned was silent for a few minutes, and then he said suddenly, "Yes, it's going down. It will soon be night. I was puzzled at first. I thought it was morning. It all comes through lying down at such an unnatural time." "Ah, you mustn't expect to go on in the regular way when you're travelling, my lad," said Griggs, "but get your bit of sleep when your chance comes." "I suppose so," said Ned, "but it was ever so long before I could go off, though I was as tired as a dog. Chris was just as bad, but he's sleeping soundly enough now." "No, I'm not," said Chris quietly. "I'm wide awake, listening to what you say and smelling the cakes. Are they nearly done, Griggs?" "Want another quarter of an hour, and then I shall make the tea." "Then I shall go and bathe my face," said Chris. "That'll freshen me up. Will you come?" This was to Ned, who rose at once, and they walked off together towards where the little stream came gurgling and splashing down from the heights above. "They sleep well enough," said Chris, with a side wag of his head. "Yes, but I couldn't. I say, shall we have to watch to night?" "No, I think not. I'm sure we shall have our turn to sleep till morning." "That's right. I know I shall go off like a top. But I say, look at the sky and those fir trees up there." "Lovely," said Chris. "Some parts are so bright, all red and orange, and others look quite purple and black. It keeps changing so fast, too, that the black shadows seem to move." "Yes, that's what I thought more than once as I lay there before you woke. It was just as if something was creeping about under the boughs." "Not an Indian spy on all fours, was it?" said Chris quickly. "Nonsense, he wouldn't have shown himself like that." "Wasn't a wild beast?" "Of course not. If it had been it would have scared the mules and ponies. No, it was only a shadow creeping along, and I suppose, after all, I wasn't quite awake. Now then, for that water. It's sure to be fresh and cold, and will wash all the sleepy feeling away." Ned was quite right. The water had come tumbling down from somewhere high up the peak, and felt quite icy as they lay down upon their faces amongst the stones and scooped it up out of a little moss-grown rock-pool for a few minutes, before rising up to dry their faces, feeling bright and elastic once more, and wonderfully ready for the evening meal, the preparations for which sent forth another scent far more attractive than that which came from the ferns which grew in every crevice of the rocks, and the pines whose aromatic resin shed a fainter perfume now that the heat of the sun had died away. So beautiful was the soft gloom in the valley, so delicious the warm glow above, about the summit of the peak, that everyone looked content and dreamy, as they sat almost in silence about the camp fire and partook of their welcome repast. "My turn to night, Lee," said Wilton suddenly. "I don't think we shall be disturbed, do you?" "No, I feel sure that we got away unseen, and in an hour it will be so still that you can hear the slightest sound." "And so dark that an enemy could not find us." "Till the moon rises," said Bourne, "and then I come on. I say, doctor, you're going to have as idle a time as the boys." "And I'm sure father wants it," said Chris sharply. "He nearly works himself to death." "I never felt better in my life," said the doctor, with a pleasant laugh. "This mountain air is glorious after the work in those dreary salt plains. But thank you all the same, Chris, my boy. You'll take care that I'm not quite worked to death, eh?" "You won't let me," said the boy quickly. "No," replied the doctor. Then changing the subject, he turned to Griggs. "Just a word with you, neighbour," he said. "You feel pretty confident about to-night, don't you?" "Yes, we'll have a good rest, and to-morrow—" "Well, what about to-morrow?" said the doctor, for the American paused. "Strike right off to the south." "Why?" said Wilton sharply. "Because, grand as all this part is, it won't do. A man wouldn't dry up with starvation and thirst in such a country as this, but get fat and lazy. We're not anywhere near the map land yet." "I'm afraid not," said the doctor, "but the climate is perfect. One would like to settle here for some things." "One," said Bourne. "I know two." "Three," said Wilton. all of us!" cried Chris. "I didn't speak," said Griggs dryly. "No, but you said you liked the place if it wasn't for the Indians," cried Ned. "I wasn't thinking about the gold then, my lad." "The gold!" cried Bourne contemptuously. "What is the gold, after all, but so much yellow metal?" "That's right enough, sir," said Griggs, "but precious " "Precious!" said Bourne with more contempt in his tone. "A fancy word." "I hadn't finished what I meant to say, sir," said Griggs. "Finish, then," cried Bourne. "I don't believe you're a slave to the lust for gold." "Slave, eh?" said Griggs merrily. "Britons shall never be slaves, as you sing, nor 'Mericans neither. No, sir. I was going to say precious useful when you cut me short." "I beg your pardon, Griggs." "Granted, sir. I was speaking as a man who has toiled for years and years to get a decent living by his plantation, and I must say, after all my disappointments, I should like to drop all at once upon that gold city where the stuff's lying waiting to be carted away." "Yes," said the doctor. "After all our lost labour it would be pleasant." "I don't want to wear gold chains and rings and to keep carriages," continued Griggs, "but I should like to have enough of the yellow stuff to put in a bank, and one might do a good deal of good if one made a pile." "Yes, I quite agree with you," said the doctor. "We all do, and we'll work till we find it." "Of course," cried Wilton; "but I don't like that striking off south to morrow. Why should we do that?" "It means getting clear of the Indians," said Griggs, "and into a more likely part." "But we should have to go right across that desert yonder. I could see it stretching away to the horizon from one point we passed to day." "So did I, sir," said Griggs. "Then why not keep hugging the mountains?" "Or letting them hug us, Ned," whispered Chris. "Didn't use the glass when you looked out over the salt plain, did you, Mr Wilton?" said Griggs. "No, there wasn't any need. I could see nothing else but one vast alkali plain." "That's a pity, sir," said the American. "That's what I say, and I propose we keep on in the mountains till we can see a place likely to be that we are looking for." "Look here, gentlemen," said Griggs, "I'm Amurrican, and I speak with a slow sort of drawl which comes natural to me. You don't give me time. I've got a lot more to say about that lookout and the glass, only " "Snip, snap, you cut my speech right in two." "I'm very sorry, Griggs," cried Wilton. "Did you use the glass up there?" "Up there, and several other places too. That's why I asked the doctor here to let me carry it." "Well, and what did you see?" cried Wilton. "Nothing, till we got to that highest part." "And then?" "Why then, right away south there's the salt plains seem to come to an end." "Ah!" cried the doctor. "I could just see a line of faint clouds or shadows." "Yes, clouds," said Wilton. "Shadows." "Nay, it warn't," said Griggs. "Clouds and shadows miles away, 100 perhaps, seen through this clear air, look like clouds and shadows." "Of course," said Wilton. "Blackish or greyish?" "These didn't." "How did they look then?" said Bourne. "Like mountains, sir. Just that beautiful, wonderful, soft, pale pinkish blue. We were very high up, and it was as clear, and I don't say how far it was off, most likely 100 miles away, perhaps 2. But there they were, a long line of 'em, some high and some low. Mountains, and no mistake, and that's where we ought to go." "Right across that scorching desert?" said Wilton. "Yes, sir. It won't be nice, but we'll take plenty of water." "And risk the rattlesnakes?" "Yes, sir, and leave the Indians to themselves here," said Griggs. "They may have this part, and welcome. We don't want it. What do you say, doctor?" "That we'll have a good rest to night, and climb to morrow morning as high above us as we can, to get another glimpse of your mountains, Griggs, and then map down our course by the compass, and start, after making the best preparations we can. Have you anything more to say against the plan, Wilton?" "Not a bit," cried the latter. "I didn't know that Griggs had got another range of mountains up his sleeve. There, I'm a lazy one, and I can't help longing to loaf about in a beautiful place like this. I should like to stop and shoot and explore. The place is lovely." "Wait till we've got the gold, sir," said Griggs merrily, "and then I'm with you." Nothing I should like better than to stop about here if Mr. Lowe, the poor Indian, would leave us alone. But he wouldn't, I know of old, and I've a great objection to standing still for him to make a target of me and stick me as full of arrows as a porcupine. Say, I wonder we haven't seen any of those gentlemen, and those black and white fellows with the feathery tails." "The skunks!" cried the doctor. "No, nor do we want to. Then now for a good rest. Sleep, boys, and pay attention to it, like Barney O'Riordan. This moss will feel like feather beds to-night. My word, how dark it has grown while we have been talking. Good night, everyone. I'm half asleep now." 5 minutes later he was quite, and the rest, saving the watch, were rapidly following his example, the only sounds heard being the distant hoot of an owl, the musical trickling of falling water, and the crop crop of the grazing beasts. Chapter 24 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 24. A Night Visitor. Chris Lee's bed that night was a contrivance of his own. It was between two long pieces of rock, a narrow passage which, after taking an axe to lop them off, he filled full of aromatic pine branches. These lay close, and were elastic and yielding. Over them he stretched a blanket, upon which he rolled another piece of rock, which filled up one end of the narrow passage, and there, snugly protected at head and sides, was a delightful couch for a wholesomely tired lad, only wanting another blanket to cover him if he felt chilly, or to be ready to throw off if he found it warm. Silence, darkness save for the glittering stars on high, sweet pure air, and an excellent appetite for sleep, there was all he could desire, and after laying his rifle and revolver ready, and lifting his cartridge pouch and hunting knife a little over the rocks to prevent them from making dents in his sides, he said good night to those near, let his head sink down, gazed for a few minutes at the brilliant star in the zenith, which his father had told him was Aldebaran, one which he recollected well from its unscientific name, the bull's eye. He closed his own and began dreaming at once, but not pleasantly. The fact was that he had eaten a very hearty supper and had laid down to sleep very soon afterwards. Two rather foolish things to do if a calm and restful sleep is sought. Chris did not know why it was, the doctor told him afterwards, but he began to dream soon afterwards of rattlesnakes. Not of such as he had seen on the rocky slope, the largest of which did not exceed 6 feet in length, but of dreamland rattlesnakes, monsters of 20 feet long, and with bony tails which kept up a constant whir previous to their owners striking at that which they meant to destroy. It was evident in the dream that they did not mean to destroy him, for though they hovered over him with their heads playing up and down upon their elastic necks, while their eyes glittered and their forked tongues darted in and out of the opening in their jaws, they did not strike, only kept him in a state of horror and suspense, till they made way for one of the porcupines that had been named at supper time. This came quietly up to the foot of his bed, and walked up from his boots to his knees, with its black and white quills lying down as smoothly as if they formed so much excessively coarse hair. But then, as the creature continued its walk, to be soon upon the boy's chest, it seemed to get into a violent passion, setting up its quills at all angles and rattling them together till it seemed about to dash at him. But instead of doing anything obnoxious, it suddenly disappeared before the advance of a skunk, which came trotting up his body from his feet, just at the same fashion as the porcupine, but looking fiercely aggressive, in spite of the beauty of its clean, glossy black and white fur. Its eyes gleamed and sparkled. It showed its glistening sharp white teeth, and waving its erect tail, which curved over its back like a squirrel's, it twitched in the same way, and seemed every moment about to make a rush at the boy's face to inflict one of its dangerously poisonous bites, while the twitching tail threatened the discharge of the horribly offensive fluid which will send a determined dog yelling plaintively as, completely cowed, it beats a retreat. It seemed an hour of expectancy for what did not come off, and all the time the sleeper lay half conscious in the painful experience, telling himself that it was all fancy, for it was only a dream. This was just as he was about to recover full consciousness, for the skunk gradually died away from where it had seemed to be standing upon his chest, and Chris lay wide awake with his heart beating, painfully wide awake now, and with every nerve on the strain, and he listened and tried to make out the meaning of a strange heavy breathing, mingled with a sniffing, snuffling which came from somewhere at the back of his head. Chris's first thought was of springing up out of the trough-like bed-place he had selected and escaping on foot, but before he could put this into effect there was a rustling sound on the big piece of rock he had jammed up behind his head, and though he could see nothing, he could feel that something had stepped up on the stone and was bending over him. The snuffling breathing grew louder, and, to his horror, he felt a puff of hot breath full in his face. There was no springing up now. An icy feeling chilled him, and he lay perfectly motionless, unable to stir, and feeling as if he had suddenly sunk into another dream, a nightmare this, by which he was completely fettered. His rifle lay on one side, loaded. His revolver was on the other, and within reach of his hand, but he could not lift a finger, only stare upward, with his eyes fixed upon the stars, which now seemed to be eclipsed by something dark passing between his face and them, and remaining perfectly motionless for a few seconds. Then it passed onward, and he could see the stars again, conscious the while that whatever the creature might be that had visited him, it was now standing or sitting upon the long rock to his left, breathing hard, with its head very near his own, and that, apparently dissatisfied with its position, or uneasy, it raised itself up and stepped over to the other side of the bed, forming what looked faintly like a black arch, before the hind legs followed the fore, and it began to shuffle about uneasily upon the rock to the boy's right. There was a scraping sound, and something fell with a thump onto the listener's chest and slipped down between the rock and his ribs. Chris's heart had ceased its heavy beating, but at this point it gave a tremendous bound which seemed to give him a momentary feeling of resolution and strength, but momentary only. He could not stir even now, only think and listen to the creature upon the rock as it uttered a peculiar whining sound, followed by a deep grunt. Then all was still, as if the animal had been slightly alarmed and was now listening. If I stir, thought Chris, for he knew what his visitant must be, if I stir it will seize me with its claws and bury its teeth in my throat. Oh, it is hard. For he knew what had happened. The bear had, in changing its position upon the long piece of rock, disturbed the revolver, lying there, and knocked it off onto the sleeper's chest, from which it had glided down between his ribs and the rock to lie close to his hand, where he could not seize it for his defence without rousing the animal to an attack before he could cock the pistol and fire. The position was horrible, for Chris felt that the monster must be a grizzly, one of the fiercest and most powerful beasts that roam the forest, and though so much help was close at hand, it seemed to the boy that it might as well be a mile away, for he dared not, no, not dared, but simply could not, utter a sound. How long this agony lasted he could not tell, but all the time he felt a strange combination of sensations, for it was as if his body was turned to ice, his head was on fire, and hot and cold together he was melting away. He could see dimly the bulky dark figure of his visitant, but he judged that it could see him plainly, for it kept on moving about uneasily, and twice over changed its position from one rock to the other, bridging them over, and then sitting up as if listening, before coming down softly on all fours again, to stretch out its neck and begin sniffing at him from end to end. At last, when a horrible feeling of faintness was creeping up from head to brain, a thrill ran through the boy, for a great paw was stretched out, touched him on the breast, and he felt the claws catch at the right side of his jacket as he was lifted up a little, with a strange scraping sound against the rock, and something rolled over onto his chest as he was lowered down again, and then rolled back against his right hand. The shuffling sound began again, and as if to claw him out of the narrow trench-like place in which he lay, the bear reached out once more, thrusting its great paw down between him and the rock, and with the claws right under him began to lift him out. Chris felt himself rising slowly, and knew that the next thing would be that he would be seized by the animal's teeth and slowly carried off to his lair. But a change had come over the lad in those moments, ever since the first movement had sent something onto his chest to roll back against his hand, for that something was the revolver, about whose butt Chris's fingers closed, and as the bear's shuffling had raised him up there was a click, click of the lock, a movement of the boy's wrist which directed the muzzle of the little piece upward, and then in an agony of desperation his right finger pressed the trigger, and there was a sharp, echoing report, followed by a furious yell and crash, which was followed by a call for help, and the voice of Wilton. "Who fired that shot?" he shouted. "I did," gasped Chris, who had scrambled to his feet, trembling in every limb. "Who called for help?" shouted Griggs. "I. Help!" came again. "That you, Bourne?" said the doctor. "Yes," came in a choking voice, as if some one being suffocated. "Oh, it's father!" shrieked Ned, and he rushed in the direction of the sound, just as there was a snarling, worrying sound, and the breaking of wood as if a heavy body was rushing among the trees. "Ah!" came in Bourne's voice loudly. "No, my boy, not hurt, but I thought I was gone." The speaker was the centre of the little group now, two of whom struck matches, and Wilton produced a lanthorn, which was lit and held up, to disclose the face of Bourne, covered in blood, and his jacket hanging down below his waist, literally ripped up. "Help him to lie down," said the doctor anxiously. "Now, old fellow, tell me, where are you wounded?" "Only in my jacket, I hope," was the reply, given cheerfully enough. "Who shot the brute?" "I did," said Chris. "You?" cried Griggs. "Then it was not you, Mr Bourne?" "I? No. I was woke up by the shot, and coming to see when I was knocked down by the brute. It fell on me, pinning me to the ground, kicking and struggling the while. I thought I should have been smothered. Is this its blood all over me?" "Yes, if you are not torn." "I'm not hurt that I know of. One of its fangs caught me somewhere about the collar and tore my jacket right down to the waist." "No, you can't be wounded," said the doctor, "or you wouldn't talk like that. Here, Chris, you say you fired?" "Yes, father," said the boy, and he hurriedly related his experience. "What an escape for you both!" cried the doctor. "The brute must have been desperately wounded by your pistol shot, Chris, my boy. You hit him hard." "Couldn't very well miss him at that distance, sir," said Griggs dryly. "The brute's lying somewhere about. Look out, every one, for he'll be pretty dangerous." "He must have gone ever so far," cried Ned, "for I heard the trees breaking for long enough. But are you sure you're not hurt, father?" "Not a bit, my boy. I only want a wash and another jacket. Ugh, this blood is horrible. But I say, Wilton, you're a pretty sort of fellow to keep guard while we slept." "Oh, I was on the lookout for Indians. You didn't say anything about bears. Was this one a grizzly, Griggs?" "Didn't see it, neighbour, but I shouldn't think it was. Black one or brown one, I should say. Cinnamon, p'raps." "Why not a grizzly?" "Because he wouldn't have taken a shot in him so quietly. He'd be rampaging about here, ready to tear us all to pieces." "Hadn't we better try and follow up the brute with the lanthorn?" "I should say not," was the reply. "If he's only wounded he must be lying up savage like, and as soon as he sees the light he'll show fight. If he's badly hurt he may have gone on till he drops, and be nearly dead by now." "But we can't lie down and go to sleep after this." "Well, no, sir," said Griggs coolly. "Don't sound tempting." "Then would you try and track the brute?" "Yes, when the sun's up, sir." "But what shall we do now?" "Well," said the American as coolly as he could be, "seems to me that this is just a nice suitable time to sit around the lanthorn and tell bear stories." "What?" cried the doctor. "Tell bear stories, sir. Young Chris here might be telling his experience over again with all the flourishes, crosses, and dots that he left out. He didn't half tell it, I think." "Oh, that's absurd," said Wilton. "By the way, though, I didn't hear a sound till Chris fired." "Hadn't dropped asleep, had you?" said Griggs banteringly. "No, certainly not," said Wilton angrily. "Here, every one look to his rifle," said the doctor, "and we'll sit together and watch and listen. The brute may come back." This was done in silence for some time, when their patients getting exhausted, remarks were made about the ponies and mules, and wonder was expressed about their not having stampeded. "Say," said Griggs suddenly, "I forgot all about them. Where are they?" "Feeding out somewhere quietly," said the doctor. "I don't know so much about that," cried Griggs. "Perhaps one of you will come with me in the lanthorn and we'll see. I can't hear any of them grass chopping. Will you come with me, Chris, or have you been too much shook up?" "Oh, I'll come," said Chris quietly. "I don't think I've been too much shook up." In a few minutes the lanthorn was seen lighting up the rocks and trees in the direction of the best pasturage, where the cattle had been left, and those left in camp watched till it disappeared, waiting anxiously till the light was in sight again, and finally came up to where the glowing embers kept on brightening and dying out again as the soft breeze blew down the gully from time to time. "Can't see or hear anything of the animals," said Griggs at last, as he strode up with the light. "Ain't heard any more of Mr. B'ar, have you?" "No," was the reply. "They were scared off by the shooting, I expect, or else by getting a sniff of the B'ar's wound." "Would they go far?" asked the doctor. "Can't say, sir, but not so far that we can't follow them by their trail." "It's a great nuisance, just when we had decided to make an early start in the morning. Now everything depends upon our finding the animals and bringing them back." There was, of course, no more sleep that night. Neither, much as it was expected, was there any return of the visitor of the night during the long hours of the watch. But the morning broke at last, and as soon as it was light enough the party began to follow the trail of the bear, starting from the spot where Bourne had his alarming adventure, the traces of which were plain enough, the earth and growth being torn up by the brute's claws. From there the spots of blood which had fallen from the bear's wound were plain enough at intervals, and they were followed for about a quarter of a mile, where the animal had plunged into the dense forest, where the trees and undergrowth presented a front that could not be penetrated by a human being, though comparatively easy for a quadruped. Further pursuit was given up, and the party returned to follow up the trail of the ponies and mules. This was found at once, the animals, obeying their gregarious instinct, having, after being alarmed, closed in together for mutual protection, and made off down the gully to the open country and the plains. Griggs took the lead from old experience of such accidents, and pointed out how the frightened beasts had galloped frantically for miles, then, pretty well exhausted, subsided to a trot, which had been kept up for several more before the progress became a walk, with halts here and there for grazing. In fact, it was several hours before the poor brutes were sighted, right out on the salt plain, and when overtaken and headed off on the return journey, not even a single mule seemed to make the slightest objection, for they all closed up in a drove, and walked steadily back, every animal with roughened coat stiffened by dust and ready to hang its head with the look of one which had done enough work for one day. It was not until the afternoon that a dreary tramp brought the party in sight of the last night's camp, and that was not reached until close upon sundown, a long halt having been necessary to water the weary beasts and let them graze. "I don't think we're going to make much of a start to-day, Griggs," said Chris, with a twinkle in his eyes. "I know I'm not, Squire," said the American. "It seems a shame to neglect human beings for the sake of horses, but it has to be done. Here, I meant to have a few birds for a roast this evening, and now it's only tea and fried bacon. But it might be worse, eh?" "Ever so much," replied Chris, "but I am hungry." "I say," said Ned laughingly, "oughtn't some of us go again and try to find the bear, while the others light the fire and boil the kettle?" "No," said Chris, "we had enough bear last night." "Yes," said Ned, "but that was live bear. I meant slices of him to frizzle in the pan. Griggs says bear's ham is good." "So it is, Squire, and if we have a haunch of the brute I'd set you an example and eat it." "What does it taste like?" said Chris. "Well, it's rather hard to say. A good fat bear's ham looks rather like a bit of a pig, salted and dry, but it doesn't taste like it a bit." "Like what then?" cried Chris. "Something like a mutton ham that has been trying to make believe that it had grown into a pig's hind quarters. 'Tain't bad, but don't you two get letting your mouths water, because you'll get none to-night. It's tea and cake and a bit of bacon. That's our tackle this time, and very glad I should be to get even that." In another hour they were quietly enjoying the simple meal, during which the doctor said: "An early start in the morning, boys. You'll be able to sleep tonight, Chris, without dreaming about porcupines and skunks, which were all consequences of indigestion and the later supper." "But the bear wasn't, father," said Chris quickly. "Well, no," said the doctor dryly. "We'll leave out the bear." "You ought to include it in your lesson on indigestion, though," said Bourne, giving himself a rub. "I didn't eat too heartily last night, but I suffered horribly from bear lying heavily upon my chest." "My watch tonight," said the doctor, and soon after the camp was once more in a state of repose, but Chris Lee had chosen a different position for his bed. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 25. Thinking of Supper. The party was astir soon after daybreak, nothing having interfered with the night's repose, and the first thing seen to was the state of the horses and baggage animals. They, too, were all the better for the rest, but the result of the examination was a discussion between the doctor and Griggs over the injuries the animals had received. 2 of the mules had been down, and showed injuries to their knees. One had evidently met with a bad fall over a piece of rock, and limped painfully, while 2 of the ponies wore the aspect of having been overridden. "I think they ought to have another day's rest, Griggs," said the doctor. "And I think they ought to have 2," was the reply. "But what about staying here? The Indians may find and follow our trail." "We must not think of waiting 2 days," replied the doctor, "but I think we might risk 1, and we must send out a scout along the road we have come, to select a suitable spot on high ground and keep a look-out. And if he sees danger on the way he must ride back and warn us. Meanwhile we'll have everything ready for an immediate start, keeping the animals close in, and the packs, so that we can load up at once." Griggs nodded. "What about the scout?" he said. The doctor looked at him in silence. "You mean you would like me to go?" "Yes, but there's no reason why you should go alone. I could easily spare one of the boys." "That's right. Chris," said the American, and in pretty good time that morning these 2, with their wallets well supplied and their water bottles filled, rode off along the back track to make a reconnaissance, with the understanding that they were to rejoin their friends that night. It was a glorious ride through a lovely country, slowly and cautiously taken, till a spot was reached commanding the portion along which danger seemed sure to come if it was astir, and here, with their ponies hobbled to graze, Chris and the American watched hour after hour, enjoying the rest. "But doesn't it seem queer," said Chris, as the day wore on, "just because we are bound to be so careful, and dare not fire a shot for fear of taking the enemy's attention, we have had chance after chance of getting birds? I should have liked to take 3 or 4 brace back with us." "Yes," said Griggs shortly. "Been a nice change, but it wouldn't do." The sun was getting low when Griggs finished a long search of the back country with the glass he carried, and ended by closing it and thrusting it into the case. "No Indians to-day, or we should have seen them. I think we may start back now." They were soon in the saddle, and, to Chris's delight, he found that his pony's stiffness had pretty well passed off, while, to the intense satisfaction of both, the slight lameness grew better and promised well for the next day. They kept to a walk, pausing whenever a good view back could be obtained, till it began to grow dark, but they kept steadily on. "Another hour ought to bring us to camp," said Griggs suddenly. "And they'll be waiting supper for us," said Chris. "I hope they've done a little shooting. A turkey would be splendid to-night." "Don't you think so?" added the boy, after waiting in vain for an answer. "I was thinking about something else," said the American slowly. "What about? The Gold City?" "No, my lad. I was thinking about how awkward it would be if the Indians had found a better road than we did, and had got to the camp while we've been away." "Griggs!" cried Chris in an agonized voice. "Oh, nonsense! You said that to scare me." "No, it's too serious a thing to cut jokes about. This is a big country, and we are only feeling our way, being strangers. Those Indian fellows were born in it. They must know it by heart." "Here, let's ride on as fast as we can," said Chris huskily. "You think, then, they may have been surprised?" "I only felt that it might be possible." "Then let's get on at full speed," cried Chris. "It's horrible to think that they may be wanting our help." "We can't ride at full speed," said Griggs quietly. "Only go at a walk, and I dare say it's all my fancy." "But we might go faster than this," said Chris excitedly. "No, the way's so bad that we should only throw our ponies down." "But if—" began Chris. "But if anything had happened there we should want our ponies to be fresh and ready for a gallop. It would be madness to hurry them over rough ground. There, I'm sorry I spoke, lad, for I honestly believe that I have alarmed you for nothing." "I can't help thinking it is not for nothing," said Chris bitterly. "Why do you say that now? It's only to comfort me." "Not quite all. I've been thinking. Suppose the camp has been attacked. It could not have been from this side. No, because we should have seen the Indians. Then it must have been from the other, of course. What would the doctor do then?" "Defend it to the last," said Chris, with the final words seeming to stick before they would come out. "No, he wouldn't. He'd keep up a running fight." "What, retreating?" "I should say so. Retiring on the detachment he had sent out, as a soldier would say. To put it differently, he'd begin to think as you did, for though you said nothing I could see your first thought was about your father, wasn't it?" "Of course," said Chris huskily. "Yes, of course, and he'd say to himself, 'There's my boy over yonder with that long thin Yankee chap. We must join them at once.' Now, don't you see, if anything had happened we should have met them before now." Chris could not speak, but reached over to hold out his hand, which was warmly grasped by Griggs, who then began to talk cheerily. "Very stupid of me," he said. "I was feeling tired and mouldy. I've had precious little sleep fidgeting about this wild goose sort of expedition. I'm precious hungry too, and that makes a poor fellow feel low spirited. My word, I mean to make my mark in that roast turkey to night. Sniff, sniff, sniff. That isn't roasting I can smell coming with the wind, is it?" Chris laughed, and Griggs went on chatting. "Keep a tight rein over these stony bits. I do like to take care of a horse," he said. "Poor beggars, they're the best of friends, but I do wish they wouldn't be such cowards. Getting up a stampede like that and chipping and straining themselves, all on account of a bear. They've no pluck." "Then I suppose I've none either," said Chris, "for the bear frightened me." "Ha, ha! Yes, and poor Mr Bourne too. My word, didn't he holler?" "And no wonder," said Chris. "Wouldn't you have done the same?" "I just should. I say, though, I hope we haven't shot any of those tough old gobblers, years old. They're as stringy as a fiddle. One just a full year old's the sort of fellow we want. Who'll be cook? Your comrade Ned, I expect. If he has let the bird burn, I'll never forgive him." "There'll be no turkey, Griggs," said Chris. "What? Why?" "Because father won't have any firing." "Well, they might trap one, or knock one over with a stick sent flying like a boomerang." "Here, I say, don't!" cried Chris. "I'm so hungry too that it makes my mouth water. Here, I know what we shall have for supper." "Yes, what?" cried Griggs eagerly. "One of those big tins of preserved meat warmed up with water in a kettle like a thick soup, and damper cake, and tea as well. And not a bad supper either, lad, for hungry folks. Glad of it, for I've no faith in Ned Bourne's cooking. He can make capital tea and coffee, but when it comes to roasting a turkey, or cutting it up and frying it in a pan, I'd beat him hollow. How much farther have we to go?" "About a mile," said Chris, and he had hardly spoken before from out of the darkness ahead came the Australian cry, "Coo-ee!" "There's Ned," said Chris eagerly, "come to meet us. Coo-ee! Is it all right?" "Yes, all right," came back. "'Tain't," said Griggs gruffly. "He's left the fire, and that turkey will burn." "Soup," said Chris merrily. "Well, soup then," growled Griggs. "Why can't he stick to his work?" "Anyone with you?" cried Chris. "No, I came on alone. Where's Griggs?" "Here I am," replied the American to the voice out of the darkness. I say, how came you to leave that turkey?" "Turkey? What turkey?" "The one you were cooking for our supper." "Oh, father's cooked tonight, but there's no turkey." "What then?" said Griggs. "Oh, a mess of tinned beef." "There, I told you so," said Chris. "You never said a word about a mess," growled Griggs, "but I might have known. A nice mess it will be." Ned did not hear, for he was questioning and being questioned about the doings of the day, which had been as uneventful in camp as out of it. 10 minutes later they were sitting near the fire enjoying the waiting supper, and in the reflection from the glowing embers Chris could see Griggs's face beaming with the smiles of satisfaction, as he made liberal use of a pewter spoon and took semicircular bites out of a hot bread cake liberally ornamented with grey wood ashes. "How's the mess, Griggs?" said Chris merrily. Griggs had only one word to say, and it fitted itself for usage as a long drawn husky drawl. The word was prime. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 26. A Victim. "And you made it all out clear straight and took your bearings, doctor?" said Griggs the next morning, as the last pulls were given to the mule ropes, the last diamond hitches made fast. "Yes, and it will be as easy as steering a boat. I could see the Blue Mountains from up yonder distinctly, but I'm afraid they're more than 100 miles away." "Oh, I don't know, sir. Distances are deceiving, and it all depends upon the weather. Why, I've seen a mountain look 50 miles nearer just before rain. Now then, is there anything else we ought to do?" "I did everything yesterday that I thought right." "Water barrels well full?" "Yes, and every bottle and tin as well." "Good," said Griggs. "Then the sooner we're off the better." Wilton sighed as they mounted, and gave a last glance at the beauties of the gully in which they had encamped, and again soon after as the little train wound on, with Skeeter's bell chiming to the motion of his head, for at a turn before descending to the lower ground he had a glimpse of the far spreading desert they were about to attack. It was beautiful in its way, but the gray monotony soon palled upon him who looked, and the eyes eagerly turned again to the refreshing green. In a couple of hours the last shrub had been left behind, and everyone drew his breath hard and set his teeth, in the determination not to be baffled by the lesser troubles likely to hinder their way. But all the same, sighs once more rose for the beauty of the scenes and the refreshing breath of the mountains, which was already giving place to the hot reek of the sand and salt. For a time the boys were startled into wonderment at the change which came over the scene as the sun rose higher, for as the hazy mist that overspread the plain began to rise, there before them lay spread out a wonderful expanse of water, one huge lake extending right to the horizon, dotted here and there with islands of beautiful form. "Why, I didn't know," began Chris. "Nor I," cried Ned. "We shan't want for water." They pressed on to join the doctor and Griggs, who were once more leading, and before either of the boys could open his lips to question, the former exclaimed: "There, boys, you never saw the mirage so beautiful as that." "Mirage! Then it isn't water?" "Water? No, only a peculiar effect seen in the atmosphere over a heated plain. We shall see no water till we near the mountains on the other side. But there, talk as little as you can, and avoid this heated dust which rises from the mules' hoofs." "It's wonderful!" cried Ned thoughtfully. "I felt sure that we were near a beautiful lake." such as deceives travelers sometimes. "Ah, it's bad," said Griggs, "when you're crossing a plain, choking with thirst, and the water bottles are empty. A sight like that has driven men mad before now with disappointment." The boys recalled these words over and over again during their journey, for from the very first they realized what a tramp through such a desert meant. The sun came down with scorching power, and it was reflected up from the white sand and salt. At midday, when they halted where there was no shadow but that cast by their four-footed companions, there was not a breath of air, and the poor brutes stood with hanging heads and drooping ears, panting and even sighing, while where the evening drew near the wind swept boisterously over the plain, but brought no refreshment, for not only was it hot, but it wafted up the fine irritating dust and produced additional sensations of thirst. The march was kept on long after sundown, when another halt was made for refreshment, but there seemed to be none, for the amount of water used was small in the extreme, and after about an hour's wait, during which the baggage animals had been relieved of their burdens, the doctor rose. "Now then," he said sternly, "load up. We must keep on all through the night, and refresh again at daybreak." "Refresh?" said Wilton dismally. "Well, rest the mules," replied the doctor. "Then go on again for 3 or 4 hours and try and sleep through the hottest part of the day." "What about keeping our course correctly through the night?" said Bourne. "There are the stars," replied the doctor, pointing up to the clear night. "I know exactly what to do. We must keep on now we have started, and bear it like men." No one spoke, but "buckled to," as Griggs called it, and to relieve the horses the party tramped by their side for the greater part of the night, during the early hours of which Chris grew more and more sleepy. But as they approached night's dull noon he grew more wakeful, and relieved the tedium by talking to first one and then the other cheerfully enough, and never at a loss for something to say. "It might be worse, Ned," he said once during the night. "Couldn't be," was the surly reply. "Oh, couldn't it? It might come on to rain tremendously. Well, what are you laughing at?" he continued, for Griggs burst out into a hoarse guffaw. "Ha! You!" replied the American. "Don't I wish it would rain? Why, it would cool everything. No, I don't know that, for the earth's so hot that all day to morrow we should be in the midst of steam. It would refresh the horses and mules, though. Nice place this, isn't it?" "Horrible! What's the use of having all this desert?" "Don't know," said Griggs bluntly. "You tell me what's the use of having all that sea, and then perhaps I'll tell you." They relapsed into silence then, and the monotonous tramp went on. There was no kicking or squealing among the mules. Skeeter tramped on with his bell going clang, 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 clang in accompaniment to his steps, and the other mules followed as if walking like so many shadows in their sleep, while the ponies seemed to follow their masters like dogs, ready to accept every pat on the neck or word of encouragement, and, after raising their muzzles to the offered hand and looking through the darkness appealingly, as if asking how long it would be before they came to water. Morning at last. A halt, packs lowered to the ground, each animal's mouth washed out with about a pint of the precious fluid, water, and then their ration given in the form of very stiff gruel. All this carefully done before the breakfast was attacked. "I don't call it a breakfast," grumbled Ned. "No, I wouldn't," said Chris. "Cheer up. We haven't so far to go now as we had yesterday morning." "Well, I know that," snarled Ned, who seemed all on edge. Chris called it gritty and said it was the sand to himself. He gets it on his temper, thought the boy. How queer it is that being hot and tired and thirsty makes anyone so cross. "Forward!" said the doctor at last, when the packs had been readjusted, and the dreary tramp began again, with the sun getting hotter and hotter every hour. "Oh dear!" groaned Ned, as they tramped side by side, each with his hand resting upon his pony's neck and holding on by the mane. "That miserable tinful of water! Why, it was only half a pint, and it will be hours before we're allowed any more. Why not let us have a pint all at once?" "Against the rules," said Chris. "You should have made believe, as I did." "Believe what?" "No, I didn't believe it," said Chris. "I only played at it. I drank my half pint very slowly, and pretended it was a pint. You do the same the next time." "Not going to be such a fool," said Ned gruffly. "It's all too real to play. Bother! Hang it! Yah! I wish there wasn't a scrap of gold in the world." "But there is, all the same. Come, cheer up, lad." "Cheer down, you mean. It's getting worse and worse, and I don't believe we shall ever get across this horrible plain. What is there to be cheerful about?" "Well, here's one thing. We've got away from the Indians. There isn't a sign of them behind." "Of course there isn't," grumbled Ned. "Indians are not such idiots as to come across a place like this. Griggs says they do sometimes." "I don't believe it. They must always go round. Oh, I do wish we hadn't come." Somehow or other, the more low spirited and doleful Ned became, the more hopeful and cheery Chris seemed. Perhaps it was what he called make believe, and put on by a great effort, but he was the brightest of the party and brought a smile to the lip of every one in turn with his light, trivial remarks, all of which, however, had a suggestion that, in spite of their terrible sufferings, he was looking at the best side of things. "I say, father," he cried, as midday was approaching, "this is a better desert than the other one we crossed." "I don't see much difference, my boy. Why do you think so?" "It's so nice and smooth. You don't have to keep stumbling over stones." "But that's a fault, boy," said his father. "Some of those great stones cast a little shade. Here we have none." "Halt!" he cried loudly. "4 hours' rest and sleep." The mules were unloaded, the ponies' saddles removed, and the tent sheet was spread over the horizontal raised pole for shade, such as it was, and then no one thought of how, but lay down to sleep, lying motionless till the doctor summoned them again for the resumption of the march, when all began to compare notes. "Sleep? No, I never had a wink," said Ned. "Who could sleep with the sun seeming to burn a hole in that canvas?" "I didn't go to sleep either," said Chris, "but one feels a bit rested with lying down." "No, one don't," said Ned, and the weary tramp went on, with nothing visible in front of the overstrained eyes but the glare, and a thick misty look as if the atmosphere was full of hot dusty sand. The pace at which they went on appeared to be slower, but it was the party's want of perception which diminished and magnified at the same time, principally the latter, in making the journey appear longer than it really was, while that hot afternoon went on in a nightmare-like waking dream which made Ned complain at last that he was going off his head. "I'm not," said Chris, laughing. "I feel as if I'm always going off my legs." "What nonsense!" grumbled Ned. "It isn't. I feel so. It's just as if my body goes on while my feet keep sinking in the sand and won't keep up." "I wish you wouldn't talk," said Ned. "Why? Do you want to think?" "No, of course I don't. I only want to keep on in this half asleep way. It makes it a little better then." Another halt at sundown. a fairly good meal, and a refreshing sleep, before the doctor roused all once more towards midnight for the tramp that was to last till about 10 o'clock the next day. All was done this time in silence, save that Bourne tried to say hopefully, "I should think we shall see the mountains quite clearly when day dawns." But no one answered, for nobody believed they would. A feeling of despondency was making itself too plainly felt, and when broad daylight did at last come, all that could be seen was sand and soda everywhere, not so much as a shrub or scrap of grass, only scattered stones here and there, and the party shrank from looking in each other's wild and bloodshot eyes. "Forward," said the doctor, at last. "We'll keep on till about 2 hours before noon, and then we have a good meal and rest till the sun's low. We must be getting well on to our journey's end." About this time the doctor edged up close to Griggs and entered into conversation with him in a low tone. "What do you think of it?" he said. "Don't think at all, sir," was the reply. "But we shall do it." "Must, sir." "That's right," said the doctor with a sigh of relief. "We must not think, but we must do it. We've got over the worst of it now, I feel sure." The doctor was wrong, for there was an unexpected trouble ahead. Towards the promised time for the halt there was what all took for a more hopeful sign. The plain was growing more stony and undulatory, while sagebrush peeped out in clumps here and there, to be gladly welcomed by the animals, which lost not an opportunity of cropping the bitter shoots. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and the doctor drew out his watch, to close it again with a snap which sounded curiously loud in the painful silence. "Only another hour," he said in a husky voice, "and then rest and breakfast." He had hardly uttered the words when one of the mules, which had broken a little way from the line with outstretched muzzle to nibble a few gray twigs, gave a leap which nearly dislodged its pack, and uttering a dismal squeal which was answered by 2 or 3 of its fellows, who turned their weary, straining eyes towards their companion, which now stood snorting and stamping angrily. "What's the matter with the poor brute?" cried the doctor, who hurried towards the animal, closely followed by Griggs. "Take care, sir, of that," said the latter in a whisper. "That? What do you mean?" "Bitten," said Griggs laconically, as he raised the double rifle that he had unslung, took a rapid aim, and fired the barrel loaded with small shot at what seemed to be an undulating line of gray sand. The report sounded dull and dead, while, as the smoke rose, the undulating line of sand became a writhing tangle of something, tying itself up into knots, untying itself, lashing the sand and dust up into a little cloud, and then, as the dust rose, the loathsome looking length of a big snake became gradually clear to see, with the tail in the air announcing its owner's nature by keeping up a peculiar scurrying sound, something like the running down of a distant piece of clockwork. "That's done for him," said Griggs, quietly reloading his piece. "Almost as big a one as they make 'em." The little party closed round the dying reptile, and then followed the doctor to where he stepped up to the mule, which kept on stamping and making efforts to curve round and bite at its near hind leg, but could not reach it on account of the pack it bore. Griggs slung his double rifle, and seized the end of the pack rope, casting loose the load and letting it slide to the ground, while the doctor cautiously approached to examine the place at which the mule now tore fiercely with its teeth. "Better not, sir," said Griggs warningly. "But I want to try and help the poor brute," said the doctor. "Yes, sir, that's nice and humane," said Griggs, "but mules are not horses nor dogs. The poor brute is mad with agony, and you'll be kicked or bitten to a dead certainty." "I feel as if I must risk it," said the doctor. "I might inject ammonia, and save its life." He approached closer, holding out one hand and speaking soothingly to the poor beast. But it turned upon him viciously and snapped at the extended hand like a dog, fortunately biting short, for the snap was sharper than the snatch back made by the doctor's hand. "I told you so," said Griggs reproachfully. "Yes, we're going to be a mule short this morning." For the effort seemed to be too much for the animal, which staggered, spread out its legs far apart, uttered a wild, squealing bray, fell over on one side, and lay kicking and plunging as if going at full gallop as it lay. "You're right, Griggs," said the doctor, "but what strength there must be in that horrible poison! I should not have believed it would be so rapid and have such an effect upon an animal like that." "He got a full dose of it close up where the skin's thinnest, I suppose, and it was a big rattler, and no mistake." Just then the mule made an effort to rise to its feet, but sank back to its former position, and its kicking and plunging grew weaker and weaker, till it lay panting, with outstretched neck and heaving flanks, evidently dying fast. "I might try and do something now," said the doctor thoughtfully, "if the poor beast were held." "Too late," said Griggs quietly. "I don't understand much about snake poison, but I should say that's running all through the poor thing now." But Chris's father would not give up. Hide ropes were cast loose, while he hurried to the load which contained the little case of medicines and surgical appliances which was kept ready for emergencies, and then, armed with bottle and syringe, he superintended while nooses were placed round the poor animal's neck and 4 fetlocks, each being tightened in the rope held by some one. Chris and Ned were ordered to the forelegs, Griggs took the neck rope, and Wilton and Bourne the hind legs. At a word from the doctor the ropes were drawn taut, and the poor beast stretched out helplessly upon its back, while the doctor seated himself astride, sought for the tiny punctures made by the rattlesnake's poison fangs, and found them where the skin was thinnest and most devoid of hair, the successful discovery being due to a tiny drop of yellowish gummy matter which had oozed out. A caustic was applied to this as soon as the tiny wound had been freely lanced and set bleeding, and then with a proper instrument a strong application of ammonia was forced into one of the mule's larger veins, and all with the slightest of resistance being offered. Lastly, encouraged by the animal's quiescence, a strong stimulative ball was thrust beyond the tongue and seen to pass down the throat. "I can do no more," said the doctor, "but I should not have been satisfied if I had not tried. Be careful now how you loosen the ropes." There was no difficulty, for the patient lay as still as if it had been utterly stupefied by the poison, and seemed to all appearance stretched out dead. Chris looked at Griggs, who loosened his noose last, and the man shook his head. "Could it breathe while that rope was round its neck?" said the boy. "Breathe? Yes, of course, my lad. The lariat did not press upon the windpipe. There's no strangling in the poor brute's case. It's poison's the matter there. I say, it has wakened us all up." It was curious to note the effect to which Griggs had drawn attention. Before the mule was stricken every one in the party had been giddy and ready to faint with heat and exhaustion, oppressed by a sense of despair, and the dread that the end of the present journey would never be seen. But as soon as a demand was made upon their energies, all the other troubles seemed to be forgotten on the instant, and they had worked together heartily and with wonderful spirit, till they all stood watching the motionless mule. Bourne was the first to draw attention to the state of affairs, as he began wiping away the perspiration that streamed down his face. "I don't think you've done the poor brute much good, Lee," he said. "I'm afraid not. I ought to have begun sooner." "But you've done us a lot," continued Bourne. "Half an hour ago I didn't seem to have an ounce of energy left in me. I felt as if there was nothing to do but lie down and die." "And I felt the same," chimed in Wilton. "But as soon as the demand was made upon me I forgot everything in the excitement, and I feel now ready to go on for hours." "Yes," said Wilton, "I feel as if Lee had been injecting new life through my veins. We've got all the benefit, while the poor mule is worse." "Not much, sir," cried Griggs. "Look at that." There was no need for the order, every eye being directed at the injured animal, which, after lying quiescent upon its side with outstretched neck and no signs of life save the slow, regular heaving of its flank, suddenly uttered a hoarse shout, gathered itself together, and rose quickly to its feet, to stand breathing heavily and coughing. "Why, I do believe he's mastering the poison, doctor, and coming round." There was no reply, every one being intent upon the mule's movements. The hard breathing gradually ceased, and the poor brute shook itself, stamped with its injured hind leg heavily, shook itself again, uttered an angry squeal, and, curving itself round, reached at the wound to bite the skin, acting, as Chris afterwards said, just as if it had been bitten by a fly. The next moment it straightened itself again, stretched out its neck, and whinnied in a way which brought answers from some of its companions, and then dropped upon its knees and rolled over, struggling a little before lying still, its last breath coming in a weary sigh. End of chapter 26.